What's up, the internet? It's producer Kyle. How's it going? We're still here. We're still rolling. This is the EXP Expo 3. And we're very happy that you're here. We're very excited to be here with you. We're moving away from sort of our interview section of the day to some of our sales stuff. And this is a very special sales show because the host of this show has been low-key on my case about this, and I'm grateful for him for it because it's gotten my butt in gear to be able to announce something new to you, our loyal viewers, which is the EXP store. Our shop, our sellers, and our people here on the experience have are going to be collaborating on a shopping experience for you where you can head over to our website and make your own purchases. So Mel is going to tell you more about that here in just a second. But I'm going to bring him on screen and kind of get this ball rolling. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Kyle, man. Just chilling here on an easy Saturday. I've been watching some of the shows on the EXP Expo 3. Just got finished watching my good buddy Don win with Chuck Pinal. That's fantastic. I hang out with Don quite a bit at the shows. And then after this, Bill Mouse, who we just had this past Thursday on Sketch Up, that guy is always kicking it. You don't want to miss him because he follows us after this show.
Yes. And we, it's funny because we've had other people that you've had on SketchUp. We've had other people that, have been, this is really a big community event, guys. And it's been great. So Mel, real quick, you used to be a convention dealer, right? That's how this inventory came to be. You were a.
Right. So I came from a corporate world, working as a programmer back in the days of the 80s when these computers started coming into the business and coming online, right? So I got into doing all that dirty code that used to exist back then that we used to do, which a lot of people don't do anymore. I started doing shows because I was a big comic book fan when I started collecting back in 1973, right? So when I saw that, I was just amazed of this world. And coming from Hawaii, there's not much there. So when I got into California and I'm visiting these local shows, there was this great show called the Los Angeles Sci-Fi and Comic Book Convention that used to be at the Shrine Auditorium. It was a big show. They had a lot of big stars coming out there. Arnold was there, John Woo. You had Shelton Drum, who owns Heroes World back in North Carolina. He would drive out there once a month just to do that show, and we would be buying from him, and he's buying from us, taking advantage of the price differences. But anyway, I started doing the shows, making money. I quit my job doing just con shows, selling comics that way. Eventually, I got into a brick and mortar that led to a second brick and mortar and a bunch of other things. I also landed at Frank & Son's comic book collectible. It's a 3-day show now every week. And that place is packed every day. Parking is a biatch just to get in there. Okay. So, I've been at it a long time. I finally gave all that up back in 2006. Closed down all my retail stuff that I had going on, but I had all this inventory. And I've been getting rid of it slowly here and there. I'm watch the market. I see what it's doing. He said, okay, this would be a good time to bring out toys. Oh, this is a good time to bring out, blah, 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 statues or whatever. And so posters has always been a big seller. There was a point in our store where we were ordering 600 posters if we felt it was good, especially with the image posters like Witchblade, Aphrodite, Ascension, things like that, because they were consistent sellers in our store. So I've got a little dabbling of that stuff left, and that's what I'm bringing here today.
Awesome. So I'm going to let you get to it. I'm going to get out of your hair. Have a good show. And everybody, make sure you buy the things. So have fun, Mel.
All right. Thank you, Kyle. All right. So I'm going to start off with a poster that I've got a lot of posters that you're going to see a lot of great names out here. Michael Turner, Jim Lee, Billy Tushy, and all that. Right. So if we can bring up that first poster. Okay, this is Dawn. This is actually a metal poster that's 11 by 17, and you can get this at the store online. And
how big is this?
This is 11 by 17.
So it's like all those fancy art prints.
Well, this is a metal print, so there's some weight to it.
Oh, it's a metal print.
Right. Okay. And this came out. Chris, you can go to the online store. The link is posted above by the EXP. This will be mailed flat. It is in its original packaging, so it's been like a plastic wrap, and it's got a label on the top. And I believe that's at like $20, right? So that it's fairly cheap to get that. But this is by Linster, if you're familiar with him, who does Cracker Down, which is what this one is. It's one of the early, what do you call that? Lady covers that they came out with back in the 90s. And so that's a wonderful piece there if you want to get that. If we can go to the next one. This also is an 11 by 17 metal. It's packaged by the same way, put out by the same company. And by the way, all these posters were originally ordered from Diamond Distribution, so you know that they're all officially licensed. And not like a lot of the copycats that are out there that are selling stuff that they shouldn't be. They're not knockoffs. And the cool thing about this piece actually came out as a door-sized poster, and those posters eventually hit like $150. This is back in the early 2000s or so. But then they came out with this metal print. Right? It's a fantastic piece of art by Billy Tushy. Another great piece that you can bring with you to the shows if you get a chance. He doesn't do much cons, but if you're able to catch him, you can have this signed by him, and it's a piece that you rarely see these days. So that's a great piece to have. I believe I have that at 35. Next one. Okay. This is a poster by this is 24 by 36, or it's around there. It's either like 22 by 34 or 24 by 36. And that's what most of these posters are. This is kind of like a manga vampirilla that Harris was putting out. And they had this artist that was kind of like new to the scene at that time. His name is Kevin Lau. Right? And he's doing some pretty good work. And that series had a great start. It kind of fizzled out after a little while. But it was their attempt to do like a manga version. Thank you, Matt. I'm glad Max has gone over to that link, and there is over 100 posters and prints that are there that you can check out. And you know what? And I've still got a few more to load in there. But I was told to hold back because we're still kind of like trying to make sure that everything is working properly, and it does so far. There's just a few kinks we're trying to work out, but for the most part, it is working. So yeah, head over there and check it out.
So it's limited, right? The amounts?
Well, yeah, there are quantities on most of that stuff. A lot of it, you're going to see that there's only one.
Oh.
Okay, but there's some good stuff there. You'll see from a lot of the more popular artists.
So when a person wants to claim it, they go to that site.
Yeah, they just go to that site and order it just like a regular store.
Will they know the amounts?
I don't know
left?
I don't know if it shows them. It'll show you if it's available or not. I don't know if it shows the quantity. It might. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. Jason. Oh, Scott. Jason Monroe. Glad
Oh,
to
so
have
you
you
don't have
here.
to claim it here.
Right, right.
Okay.
Matt Carper. Glad to have you on here too. Thank you, guys. Okay, let's go to the next poster. And this one I'm not too familiar with. This is a Daredevil poster. Okay, thank
There's
you
no
for that, Matt.
quantity.
No quantity, but pricing is there. Okay.
Okay, so we have to let people know then.
Know what? Let them know.
No, it's just that there's no quantity because they're limited. I see.
Yeah, I don't think that we don't need to let them know what the quantity is. Not that I'm trying to hide it or anything. But I believe the system will tell you if it is available or not. Yeah, this, as the producer said, the system will not allow you to select more quantity than available. So it will tell you. So if you put in 10 and 10 isn't available, you're not going to get it. I can't see the reason why somebody would order quantity, but well, actually I do. But I'm just assuming that we're all mainly collectors here, not dealers. But hey, if you want more than one, that's totally fine. Okay, great to hear that, Matt. It says, yeah, you can order a number. It looks like it is working. Fantastic. Yeah, that part should work. That's one of the basic functions of a web store, right? That you want to check out. And we did, or at least our producer Kyle checked that out. Make sure that is working. We actually did a test to make sure that it is worked to completion, at least to completing the order, and then after that, it's up to me to go ahead and process those orders. Right, so I'll be putting those in a tube, in a priority tube, and I fortified that because you know how the middle of a poster, there's a good chance that where if damages that occurs in the middle. So I fortify the middle. It's more work on me, but it's something that I do to make sure that the posters get to you as safe as possible. And I've been doing this for over 20 years, shipping posters. So I've got a good amount of experience on how to do that.
Will some of them be rolled or flat?
The metal posters are
Of course, they have to be flat.
flat,
metal, yeah.
but in everything else is rolled. They all come in the original packaging on how we got them from Diamond. And so
wow, so these are real, like almost antique retro items.
they are. Okay, if we can go to the next poster, they are.
This
retro.
is Joe. That was Jason Monroe. Skunk Nut said Daredevil poster done by Joe Quesada in his prime.
There you go. Okay, you know what? I was kind of like thinking that when I was looking at it. It has that feel, but I just wasn't quite sure. So thank you for clearing that up. Nice to see you, Dave, library kid.
Oh, so there's only 3 left?
Yeah.
So there's only 3 of the Joe Quesada.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
Okay. Right, so you heard that from, there's only 3 of those left. Okay.
Wow. So
most of the quantities that are there are 5 or less. There's a few that go over, but yeah, there's really not that much left. But the number of posters that are available, there's a wide range of posters that will be there. And like I said, I still haven't put up everything. I know that I've got some Phantom posters by Michael Turner, and it's the very, very first one they put up for Aspen Comics and for Phantom.
No, it's Fathom.
Fathom. Okay, Mom corrects me on that.
You keep saying Phantom all the time.
Okay. Yeah, well, it comes from my diving names.
Fathom.
That's how we. I don't know. That's how we pronounced it. But yeah. Okay, this is Ultimate X-Men here.
Ultimate X-Men.
E is for Extinction. Well, actually, sorry, not Ultimate. This is a new X-Men. Yeah.
I think Dave was asking, did I miss the Brian Boland?
No, you didn't miss the Brian Boland poster.
Maybe you're confusing with the Linsner.
Well, there is Brian Boland poster. There is a Brian. I think there's 2 of them actually. if you go to the store, the website, which was posted earlier in the comments, and JD can repost that again, just to kind of like refresh it, make it easy.
So this
Brian
one,
Bowen was listed in Monaco. Yes, Brian Bowen was listed, and I know it's there because I'm the one that loaded it up. That's correct for the Killing Joke, right? And I think there's another Brian Bowen poster in there because I kind of remembered. I believe there was two of them, two different ones, but I forgot what the other one was.
so this is another poster, like 11 by 17.
No, these are, if you go to the store, it'll tell you the size.
Yeah.
I know some, but a majority of these are like 22 by 24 or 24 by 36 or something. 24 by 36 or 22 by 34. Okay, most of them are 24 by 36. The official ones, you'll see a lot out there. The knockoffs, they're like 22 by 34. Right, and I think it's just a matter. It gets a little bit cheaper on the kind of paper that they're printing it on.
Do we know the artist for this one?
This one, I don't know who the artist is. I want to take a guess, but I don't want to.
Okay.
I don't want to say. So if anybody knows, go ahead and put that into the comments.
Well, FYI, guys, it says here we only have 3 of that, so that's a limited print, right?
It's not limited. That's just what I have left available. Okay. All right. Next poster. Okay, this is Gundam. For all you Gundam fans out there, Jason, I know you're big on Gundam.
I think that was one of the last best series for me. That one.
Gundam suit, yeah. Next poster. Gundam Wing Space. All right, now the pictures that I'm using are stock because I didn't want to unroll the ones I had because they're pretty clean. So this one, you can look at it. Looks like it's got like some wrinkles or waves on it. I guarantee you mine it's not like that. They're still fresh. Right. And I had these stored, the description of the post that they were stored in a dark, deep place. And it's actually true. I kept them away from the light. They were stored in a cool area. They were completely boxed and covered with no weights on them, so that way they don't get crushed. I like to take care of my stuff. So when you get these, they will be clean. There's not going to be that much dust on them like how you would find on some of the posters that have been sitting in a store for ages. Right? They're going to look really, really fresh. Next poster. Frank Wiley sounds right. You're absolutely right about that, Jade. That was a Frank poster for the X-Men one. Thank you for confirming that.
Okay, so I gotta write that down.
This is an Avengers poster, and this is a stock. Well, this is the closest that I could find to the actual poster. It's the actual art because it is from a cover, but the poster does have like Avengers on it. It's got like the title and stuff on there. And the artist in this one escapes me. I should have made a list.
So this is called.
I tried to include who the artist is on the store descriptions, which I don't have in front of me at the time. But I thought this was like a cool Avengers poster that came out then.
It says it's the Ultimates. It's not the Avengers.
Okay, yeah, the Ultimates,
Is this
which
the
is
Ultimates?
yeah it.
I'm confused.
Okay.
I mean, what really like just what is the difference between the Avengers and the Ultimates?
The Ultimates was kind of like a retelling of the Avengers in a different way, like in a different world, a different universe.
Different universe.
You
Thank you.
Okay. That's what it was. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
That's on one of my lists of things to read, but I haven't gotten to it yet.
I'm sorry. For me, I have it. The list here. It says this is called the Ultimates.
Okay,
So
but
maybe there's a mistake. I'm not sure.
well, there's a few Avengers posters on there.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, but you'll see it in the store because the pictures are included on there.
Okay.
So
Sorry about that.
no worries. Next poster. Oh yeah,
Whoa. What's
This is
that?
called,
6A.
this is a heavy metal poster
Oh.
with art by Simon Beasley.
Wow.
And I believe these are like 18 by 24, so they're a smaller size. She looks cold.
But
Yeah, like she's in space. It's called Space too. Okay, and
is it rare now?
it is these heavy metal posters are hard to find. I haven't been able to
Yeah.
locate them even as like knockoffs.
Because also in heavy metal, they're usually European artists, right?
Yeah.
So it's very rare. On top of that, to have an American. Simon Beasley is American.
No, actually, he's from France.
Simon Beasley is French.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if he like moved out here to like New York, right? But I know initially he was out of France because Image had a con out there in France back in the '90s, and some of my friends actually went over to Simon Beasley's house, right? And they had like a really, if you know Simon Beasley and how he is, they had a really good time over there. Yeah, how that spacesuit outfit works, I have no idea. Brian Hitch was on the Ultimate poster? Really?
I'm not sure. Oh
Interesting.
wow! So that is the Ultimates,
But yeah.
and it was Brian Hitch. Wow.
Yeah, and there is and you'll see, I think there's another Avengers poster in the store, the website. That is another Avengers Brian Hitch poster, unless I got the descriptions mixed up. But you'll see it in there.
Thank you, Scott. You're the best.
Jason. Yeah, next poster. Next poster is another heavy metal Simon Beasley. This is called Ring Warriors.
Wow, that's unusual because Simon doing like a fantasy like that.
Simon does a lot of fantasy.
No, but that looks more like a tame, like a real fantasy. Because usually, isn't Simon is kind of like a bit on the dark side, you know?
Yeah, not all the time, but he does a lot of the these kind of women and stuff. It is his own unique style. But I did find it hilarious that you got the doors down there looking all kind of clumsy, getting hit on with the arrows.
And the elf that's an elf chick, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
She's got the bow and arrow and the dwarves, I guess the dwarf elves down there. That's her
I think
protectors.
one of them looks like a goblin because the way the nose is really hooked. The one on the left.
Maybe.
But either way, it's interesting because it's like in the military formation that they will be the army, the shield, the body armors, and she will be the what do you call it, long
distance
range.
So she'll try to get the charging enemy up front, try to slow them down a bit. That'll give them time to reach them before they can go hand in hand. Next poster, please. Oh yeah, now this.
Wow.
This is an interesting poster.
That's so nostalgia, that style, right?
This was a Top Cow Jam, 2004, right? And I think it started when Jim Lee put out kind of like his jam poster, where he did a kind of a similar lineup with this, a Wildstorm one, which I happen to have that poster. It's my own personal copy, and I don't have any of those Jim Lee posters to sell.
This is Jim Lee?
No, this is
feels like Jim Lee though.
No,
David Finch-ish?
Well, there's a bunch of, I believe it's done by a bunch of artists, and they'll have the descriptions down there, like who the characters is and who the artist is. right? So that's why it's called the Top Cow Jam. It's all their
All the
characters that they had at that time in 2004, the main characters anyway, and they put them all on there. Right? But they generally had started a trend with that. They were giving them away free, and they were kind of like larger than 24 by 36 at that time.
Wait, this is like an exclusive San Diego con?
Well, I can't remember if this one was. Okay,
Wow.
I think it was. Okay.
So you have to be there at that time to get this.
To get that, okay. But what they eventually did is that they made it available to the retailers, so they could buy these and sell them, and that's how I got these.
I see.
Yeah. So this is a regular size poster, 24 by 36.
Yeah.
With all the Top Cow characters in there. One of their good sellers was Aphrodite. I think that's why they have her front and center there.
All I remember was in
showing a little
Top
tail.
Cow. For me, all I remember when I first arrived in America, when I saw Top Cow comic, one was Aphrodite and Tomb Raider. That's it. That was the only thing that was really highlighted for me that I saw.
Mhm.
But I don't know any of the rest, especially what's the guy on the left?
Wanted.
Oh, so he had his own series?
Yeah. Which spun off into a movie which we watched.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
that Wanted? That's that Wanted?
Yeah. And
What?
yeah. Their top books then was when they were kind of like brand new still, because he started off with Cyberforce, but then he came out with Darkness and Witchblade.
Oh,
Yeah, totally different from the comics.
so it's not the same, not even close.
Well, it's it's characters, but different story. Yeah, so interesting one. This is a good poster. It's one that I ordered mass quantity on.
Wait, is that Witchblade or what's that one in the center? Like a bikini metal.
Witchblade.
Witchblade was Top Cow?
Yeah, Witchblade was Top Cow. Darkness, The Pit.
Oh, shoot. Oh, I see it now because it's so small. Darkness is on the left.
Mm-hmm.
Who's that blonde chick on the bottom crouching down?
I think.
Fairchild? No, right?
I think that's. I want to say Eve, but I can't quite remember the name. Eva.
So she had her own series.
Yeah. Then you had these the licensed ones like Tomb Raider that's down there.
Yeah,
crouching,
definitely Tomb Raider I knew.
And Battle of the Planets girl in the top right.
I don't know that one.
You should know it because you drew her on a
Oh,
sketch
shoot.
cover.
Oh, she looks so small. I was like, that's a fairy. But that's not. That's BOP.
Yeah, Jason, you're right. This was a Killer Jam poster. I think this was either their second or their third. I forget how many Jam posters they came out with. But those Jam posters were always pretty cool to see all those characters. And it's a great piece that kind of represents the time. And it's a great piece to bring this to the cons. If you go to them, they have the different artists that have them sign. Yeah. Like I think I better stash one for myself too.
Yeah.
Because
Because those are like actually like different artists who are the top artists that represented the art, right?
it was the artists that worked on their characters. Each one was assigned like a different book that they could work on. Dale Keown on Pit, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Not saying he met Dale Keown, Pit creator, before it was released.
Yeah, and Pit is still pretty popular. It's amazing how much people still ask for Pit, and so, and with Dale Keown coming more back into the industry, it's cool to see his work again, because we liked his work on Hulk. If you guys had seen that, I really enjoyed that. And then he came over to do kind of like his version of Hulk, which was the Pit.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that you can talk about with the characters, the artists, on this particular poster.
It's very nostalgic.
So that's one that you definitely want to pick up if you can.
I really like this one.
Next poster.
Oh.
Civil War. Wow.
That's an issue. That's a comic, right?
Yeah, it is a comic. Most of these posters are based off on a comic series.
That's actually a poster?
And that is a poster. They made it's a cover that went into a poster, which was a route that a lot of the posters had. So you would see the art on the cover, and if they liked it well enough, if they felt it was going to be something that was worthwhile, they would put it into a poster.
Wow.
Or they would put it in a poster just to try and promote it more.
So they would make it look like just a large size of a cover.
Yeah. So now the poster that's actually being sold is it's not going to have the number 1 on there, but it has everything else, right, including the top white bar there. It says a Marvel comic thing on there. You can't quite read it on my screen, but that's on there. Okay, so the only thing you won't see is the number 1.
I wish they did. That's kind of,
No,
kind of cool if you think about it, right? You have a giant sized comic book staring at you, right?
well, yeah, I think people did it. One of the main reasons why they did the posters is because people wanted to have the art. They wanted to appreciate the art. So if they could have less of that on there, it was more appreciated. And that's the reason why we do like version covers now, is because collectors want to see the art in plain view without having the verbiage on there disrupt our view of it. Next poster.
Oh, wow.
This is a really early poster. It's either, I want to say 92, it's before 95 when this came out.
Wow. Scott Knott said Michael Turner was working on the Witchblade at that time.
Michael Turner. Yeah, he was.
So that was maybe a Michael Turner drawing on the.
Actually, I'm not sure if he was there, because by then he had Aspen.
Poster?
He had Aspen by 2004, and that's a 2004 Jan poster. Right, so by then he had already split. Now, what could have happened?
He said Michael
Turner did this cover.
The Sybil? The Sybil thing?
The Gambit and Rogue.
Gambit and Rogue?
Yeah, that's kind of different because it's more of a.
The style, I was like thinking that's like one of the guys who did, those guys, the Black Orchid series?
Dave Keown.
Yeah, it has that kind of feel.
No, not quite. Dave's colors
that's another
is more smoother than this.
But that strangely, like that broken up abstract style. I mean, I would never think this is actually Turner.
Man, if this is Turner, I got this poster price too low, so you can take advantage of that.
So this is Michael Turner experimenting a different painterly style, maybe?
It could be, because this is, like I said, this came out in the earlier 90s, right? So we know that Michael Turner made it big when he came over to Top Cow, and he started doing Witchblade, especially in the early issues of Witchblade. And that was before he got on to doing Aspen, his family character, which he took over to Aspen Comics when he split from Top Cow. But yeah, next poster. Here you go to the next poster, JD. Oh yeah. Now this is an interesting artist. There's a lot that you can talk about with this piece. This is by Stephen Platt.
That's Stephen Platt?
This is Stephen Platt. This is the cover it's a variant cover actually for Prophet number 4. I couldn't find the size, but this is actually larger than 24 by 36. And I got it priced fairly cheap on there, but this was a poster I banged on this. I ordered a lot. I got only like a few more left.
It's really detailed.
Yeah, and Stephen Platt at that time was really, really popular. He started off at Marvel. He made his big splash at Marvel doing Moon Knight. And he changed the look of it when he came because of his style, the amount of detail. He knew the anatomy well, even though you can see it here. He kind of like really pushes
Oh,
the anatomy.
I think we were wrong. Michael Turner did the Civil War's
Okay,
cover.
Okay, that
That makes more sense.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I think I had that down in my notes too. No. But so when he made a splash with Moon Knight for Marvel, okay, and I think it was Moon Knight's 55 that he started doing Moon Knight. That series wasn't like doing too well, even though it was kind of somewhat of a popular character. But when that issue came out and people saw the artwork in there, they were just like totally blown away. That issue skyrocketed way over cover price and became hard to get instantly, almost overnight.
So this was a cover?
No. This is when he was on doing Moon Knight for Marvel Comics. Okay.
Oh.
But however, Rob Liefeld decided that he wanted to bring him over to his Extreme Studios, and offered him the deal that he couldn't resist. Gave him his own series, and that's how he ended up doing Prophet for Rob Liefeld. And again, this is the variant cover for issue number 4, Prophet.
What's the story
about? And they made
about?
A big profit of that.
Really? Yeah. What is the story about? It's like another X-Men type of story? Like, I'm guessing because it's Prophet.
To be honest with you, I never read it.
Oh, I'm guessing because the title says Prophet.
Prophet is...
Maybe he can see the future or something.
Yeah, maybe. He's got almost like, at that time, Stargate was kind of still kind of popular and stuff. So he's kind of got like a Stargate thing in the background.
Huh.
But to watch Stephen draw was very interesting.
Really?
To listen to him talk is interesting as well, because the guy can talk and talk and talk and talk. And he will talk to you about drawing, about anatomy, blah, 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 and so forth.
Wow.
Next poster.
For me, when I look at Stephen Platt's work, I think it's best viewed in black and white, because he was a line artist, right? So his line art is incredible. So yeah.
Yeah. I know who this artist is, but can anybody else say who this artist is?
Okay, let me guess. I don't know. Just look. I don't know. Who's the artist? Okay, wait. So this is Justice League.
Mm-hmm. Kind of a nice poster. This artist likes to use this layout. I forget what it is. I think it's called that triangle. Yeah, but
triangle.
Yeah, he likes putting like the 3 characters there and creating like a triangle pyramid shape. So you have like one character in the center that creates the point, and other characters on the side create the other parts for this triangle format. But if you see a lot of his covers, artwork, he uses this format a lot.
Is he? What era is he?
He's current. He's still alive.
I know he's alive, but
he started off at Marvel. He went to Image, and then he's at DC. Very well.
I just realized something
well-known, legendary.
Disturbing, though. I just realized something disturbing. If you look at Superman, he's got like a red dot in front of his underwear thing.
Okay.
What was that?
Well,
what's that red dot?
It's showing that the light is hitting that area, and the rest is not getting hit by the light. Because that part of his costume is really red.
It's actually red?
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of embarrassing. I don't know. It's the super crotch. I didn't want to say it, but thank you, Dave, for saying it.
Jim Lee, there you go.
Jim Lee. Okay. Oh,
That's the answer
now
by
I see
Jason.
it
Okay.
because of the Batman.
Not just because of the Batman.
The face.
Well, yeah, Jim Lee likes to draw his faces. He has a particular way in how he draws it.
Yeah.
But also, he's very.
The pose is like Jim Lee. Now I look at it
Yes,
because
the
the
pose
guys
is very
they
Jim
always
Lee.
have this clenched fist, and their arms are thrust back. Like he does this pose a lot. So the torso, the neck is like going forward, and the arms are going back like this. Jim Lee does that pose a lot. Even Batman is doing the same thing.
Yeah.
That pose and that
Their
pose.
poses are always, the characters always like they're about to like spring forward.
He has his arms always like back, so his face is protruding, like his torso and his face is protruding forward, I think.
But there are several Jim Lee posters available in the store, so be sure to check that out. I think I got like 4 or 5 Jim Lee posters there.
They said if you draw a fist, you don't have to draw fingers.
Yeah, it makes it easier. Right? These are little cheats that you can do.
But Jim Lee is so good at drawing anyway. I don't think he needs to cheat, but yeah.
When you put in that much work, you want to.
Oh, Scott Williams always makes Jim Lee work look good.
Oh yeah, and there's a reason why Jim Lee
Ah.
secured Scott to do his work
Scott,
continuously.
the colorist,
Inker,
the inker.
yes.
Oh Christ!
Okay. Yeah, Scott is a very good inker.
Oh, the store doesn't have a search box.
That I'm not sure.
Yeah, because I'm actually let me look at.
But it doesn't take that long to go through it, Dave.
Oh, I see it more close up here.
And this way, you get to see everything that's there. We don't want to make it too easy for you.
But then now I have to search for the Jim Lee poster with the super crotch. So.
But yeah, Scott Williams, I was saying, is like a good inker. He did What If #7 for Rob Liefeld, doing the interiors on that book. What if Wolverine was the head of S.H.I.E.L.D.? I believe that it was, right? But if you look at that, to me, with Scott Williams doing the inking on there, I think that's the best Rob has ever looked. Okay. And that's going back into like 1980s something, late 80s. Okay. Next poster.
Wow.
This is from Udon Studios.
Udon Studio.
I'm not really sure of what the
All the Street
the
Fighter.
size is, but it is kind of close to 24 by 36. And this is art by
huge.
Alvin Lee. This is actually called Street Fighter Warriors.
Alvin Lee, dude, he is like almost like the founder of
Back in the day when Udon was doing well, this is early 2000s, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
2003. Yeah, it doesn't have to draw feet. That's how he avoids that.
Plus,
He likes doing those 3/4 body shots.
yeah, but also if you draw feet, it means you're doing a full figure, and then the figure looks small on a cover. So I can understand why Jim Lee did 3/4 shots or half body shots. If you want to really show like more detail of the, you know.
Could be. Yeah. Okay. All right, gotcha, JD. All right, here we go. Next poster. Okay, here's the Ultimate X-Men. This is Andy Kubert, I believe.
Yeah, I see a lot of mom's work here on the site.
Yeah,
it's
there's
really good, Mel. Thank you. You did all the work. Wow, it looks legit.
I threw in
Thank you, Mel.
several of Mark's posters up there. And once they give me the green light, I'll be adding in more posters. It might be about 20 or 30 more posters that I put in there.
I think the experience is is answering Dave's Ciron's question about search box. They're saying not yet, but there's basically just this poster there.
Okay. Yeah, so in the store, you're going to see other products that are going to get added in, comics, trades, and hopefully we can get even more merchandise in there. And what you're going to be seeing is inventory from various people. And and the cool thing is there's no special account that you need to sign up for. There's no fees. They're trying to keep the cost down as low as possible and make it good for you guys, affordable. So, yeah. The posters are rolled. They are in their original packaging as I received them from Diamond Distribution when I had ordered them at that time. They were stored in a deep, dark place. I haven't seen the light of day until now.
Wow.
So you're looking at 20, 25 years. They've been sitting well protected, well covered, no weight on them, so they're not crushed.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you get these, they're clean. There might be a little dust on there. Can't help that. But they're not going to be like super dusty where you've got like the sticky dust on there where you might be afraid to touch it. You're going to have to use gloves. You won't need to do that.
And some people, I bet, they won't even open it. They'll just keep it for their collector. Maybe.
Yeah, you could do. Some people do that.
Yeah.
And they'll bring it out and rotate it with posters that they already have. I know that's what I do. And Skunk Mound writes, I've gotten posters from Mel, and they are well protected. There you go. Thank you very much for that.
Oh, thank you.
What's up, Brian?
Oh, Mel, you got
Good to see you on here.
You got a lot of your guy friends coming. I like it.
Yeah, that's because we can talk comics.
Yay.
Next poster. Here you go. See, this is the one I thought that was Brian Hitch.
Oh,
Avengers.
That is a dope art. Like that is really dope. That is really, I like that one artwork there.
Good layout.
That says it's by Andy Kubert.
Was this? No, not this one.
Brian Hitch.
Yeah.
Okay, that's.
Next poster.
Brian Hitch is so good. You know.
Oh yeah. Okay, so this one
What
is.
that? It looks like a Frank Miller poster.
It is Frank Miller for.
Oh, it
everybody
is.
knows Dark Knight 2. Now, this is a really large poster. It's like a door-size poster, 24 by 77. Okay, 77 inches tall. Okay, this can be a centerpiece in your man cave.
Oh, that's literally a door.
Yeah.
So you open the door
Yeah,
and then there you go.
I think it's even larger than 77 because that's 6 feet. 5 feet is 60 inches, so that's about 6 feet 3 inches, 5 inches, 6 feet 5 inches. Oh yeah, that is about a door.
It's almost like if you have a wife or something, you're like, hey, can't enter. I'll punch your face. This is my cave.
Yeah, if you're going to
It's
MegaCon
funny.
next weekend, Frank Miller is going to be there, so you can hit him up for that. Get that signed. You can get it shipped to you in time. Yeah, he's a good one to get. He doesn't do too many cons. Yeah, so you got to hit him up where you can. You can draw. He can draw something pretty nice there. Do a remark in that gray area. Maybe you can add Robin over there.
I heard from a lot of people that Frank Miller is almost so like he's decrepit. Like he can't even when he signs he's shaking and stuff like that.
That's the reason why I'm saying that you got to hit him up as soon as you can. You know.
Is that just rumor? No.
No.
Wow.
Next poster. Yeah, and that's where you want to put your. That's a good place to put your posters is around your art room. We've got a lot of art in our house as well. That's hung up. and I've got like more pieces that I want to hang up once I get the time. Anyway, this is a Transformers Armada.
Wow.
I forget what the
That looks
size of this
just
poster
massive.
is, but it is.
Kinda
I believe it is bigger than 24 by 36.
Yeah, like they're coming at you type.
Yeah.
Really massive.
They wanted you to feel like you're in it. Okay, so yeah, you put this poster up and you stand next to it. It'll actually make a nice picture if you want to post that up. And there's another Transformer poster. Go ahead and see if we can go to the next one. Oh no,
Whoa.
I'm sorry. And I believe this is.
What is that?
This is Darkness. Frame
Wow.
image. Can anybody say who the artist is?
There's so many swirly black things going on. Like,
Yeah.
I'm trying to. First of all, the picture for me I'm seeing is small on the screen, so I'm not quite sure, but it looks very interesting.
Yeah, it's actually. I think it's a cool poster.
Very romantic.
I don't know about
Something.
romantic.
No, when I
It's
say
more-
romantic, when I say it's not really love, it's like dark gothic. Maybe that's the word I'm trying to look for. I don't know.
Hey, Kenneth, good to have you there. This is Darkness. It's almost like his version of trying to get like a Venom feel.
Oh, so
There you go, Jay.
Yeah,
you are
Silvestri.
correct. You are correct. That is Mark Silvestri.
that's because Silvestri does that swirl, like that elegant swirls a lot. Like it's very.
Right. Because if you see,
I don't know how to say it. It's
if
very
you see
feminine,
Mark's
decorative.
work, or at least the way how it was looked when it was finished at Marvel,
Yeah.
and then the way how it looks when he's at Image, when he started Top Cow.
Yeah.
It has a different look to it. And this is one of his, I think, when he got to doing this kind of style, he got better at it. And I think that just came with the enthusiasm that he had, that he had his own company, his own studio, and he was doing well.
Oh, but Jason said it looks like Pat Lee's artwork.
Yeah, I was kind of like thinking that, but I did the research on it, and it's pointing me out that it is a Silvestri. I believe this was a cover for a trade. And that's how I got
Oh.
it.
Hey, good news. A couple of your items already sold out. Woohoo! Thank you.
Really? Where's that?
If you go to the store,
Okay, yeah, I'm not going to
Yeah.
do that now, but yeah. Well, that's kind of cool. Let's see what that is. Yeah.
oh, we didn't even get to Bishop and Buffy, and it was sold
Yeah,
out.
we're not gonna
What?
get to a lot of that. Okay.
I was gonna say when I saw Bishop, I was like, that is dope.
I'm gonna have to like research this one a little bit more now because you guys are telling me Dale Keown.
So that's Dale Keown? No, huh?
Dale Keown. Yeah, but I'll look into that a little bit more. Verify.
Thank you.
What I found.
Yeah, thank you.
Next poster. Oh, here you go.
Oh,
Dun, dun, dun.
that would be a really good poster.
This is like the other poster. Let's go to the next one. Oh yeah, this is a big one. Come on, tell me, you guys should know who the artist is on this, right?
Okay. Oh, Alex Ross.
Is it?
Yeah, I love Alex Ross. That looks huge.
It
Is
is.
it like
It
10
is,
feet long?
It is a huge poster. And I'm trying to find what the size is right now. This is
24 by 58.
there you go.
What is that? 58 is what? 4 feet?
Well,
5 foot?
5 feet is 60 inches. So this is close to 60, close to
Wow.
5 feet wide.
I remember this
2
poster.
feet, 2 feet tall, 5 feet wide.
So this one, I actually asked you to keep one for me
Yeah, I
because
believe I did.
I hope you did because I love Alex Ross's work. But you do definitely need a large format to really look at it. And this is how old is this? This is like a retro print. So
Oh man,
20, 30 years old.
it's over 20 for sure.
So, like,
Transformers is patent.
dude,
okay.
guys, if you
That makes
ever
sense.
even like look at Alex Ross's stuff now, they're all like really expensive, even posters, no joke. But this is a retro print antique almost. Before he skyrocketed the price, and this is really one of a kind for me.
Actually, by the time these posters were coming out, when Alex Ross they started putting Alex Ross posters out, he was already very popular.
I know he was already popular, but if you see even now, they're considered almost like each poster, they treat it like it's hundreds of dollars. Like, I don't know how to say it. Like it's an art.
This
like
is
an art
not
canvas.
$100.
How much did you price these at?
Considering these are
Only $50?
Yeah, I got
What
this priced
the
at. I got this priced at 50. There you go. JD is saying from 2004, so that puts
That
it
is
at
literally 20 years.
Yeah.
20 years, dude.
Yeah.
Wow.
I do have several Alex Ross large posters.
Oh wait, is
But
this?
this is the first one that I put up. I haven't put up the others yet.
Can you please keep one for me, please? And
They-
yeah, we don't have much of this either. 3? But you know the thing is, that one, is that? I think that's folded.
no.
Because I've seen one Alex Ross poster they sold. It was folded like square blocks.
You'll see several posters like that are folded, right? So I know most of the viewers know this, but Rob doesn't, right? So the folded posters were given to the retailers.
Okay.
So they were included in their shipment. So they didn't want to roll it up. They folded them.
So it's a retail exclusive.
No. It's a free poster to the retailers, so that way they could post it up and promote that particular story. Okay. So, and in a way, it kind of promoted the posters, but that's kind of like how it started. Because as a retailer, we would put these promotional posters up.
Yeah.
And then customers would ask us, "Hey, can I buy that?" So they started making posters of that and then selling them to the retailers because we had requested, we got customers asking for that.
Oh, okay. It wasn't meant to be even sold.
For that time. Okay. But then later on, by the time we got into the 90s, right, they were starting to produce posters that we could carry in the shops that customers could buy.
So they only gave one copy to each retail, kind of like a display. It wasn't meant to be sold. And then people started saying, "Can I please have that?" So it became almost like a exclusive thing. We would sell them after it had been up for a while. Okay. So by then they've got little torns on them. They've got like tape marks on them, but people would still want them because of the art, and they were hard to get. Yeah, because they're given only to the retailers and only one.
Right.
Ah.
So then we started carrying the posters. We could sell it to them in quantity, and they became available.
But this is not one of that.
I don't believe
this one is not that one.
It might have been. I don't remember because there's like so many posters that have come down the line. Okay, I can't remember everything that they did.
Because if that is folded, that's even rarer. I don't know if that's a word.
But they don't want the folded ones. They want the clean ones.
So people actually want not the folded ones.
Right.
But collectability-wise, the folded one is more rare then.
Well, you can look at it that way. You can, if that's how you're looking at it, you could buy this where it's not folded and fold it yourself.
No.
Yeah. See, so that it doesn't work, and nobody wants to do that because you ruin the art.
So there's no way to validify that this is the folded retail copy.
The folded copies do not sell for more. Okay, they do not sell for more.
I don't know because I kind of see a crease. It looks like it's definitely, maybe my eyes are deceiving me, but either way, it's really interesting story. Thank you.
Yeah, I see what you're looking at as the crease. Okay, like I said, these are stock photos that I was able to use.
From somebody else's picture? Right. Okay.
So I use them to show what I have, but the ones I have are clean.
Gotcha. But either way, thank you. It was really fascinating when you said that.
And I have checked them out.
So if you ever see a folded Alex Ross retail one, can you keep that for me? Just kidding.
All right. Next poster.
Oh, Ryan said it's rarer. Are you making fun
Dragon
of
Ball
me?
Z. All right. So you got this. This is actually the only Dragon Ball poster I have that is going to be available. Okay.
After this, we take a break.
Yeah. So take a look at that. Go visit the store. Buy me out.
Yeah.
I'll load
Please.
more out, but we're going to take a little bit of a break, and we will be right back.
Oh, the Beasley posters are so
Comic Collectibles is a pretty straightforward show. You got Rex here, he sells the comics, and you got Rockin' Robbie, he knows about the comics. And finally, John, well, no one really knows what John does. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's a great guy, but he just keeps showing up. Come to think of it, I don't even really know how he gets in here. Anyway, awesome comics, rare books, rarer signatures, slabbed books, and amazing cover sketches by Ken Hazer and others. Simple formula, you want the comics, you buy the comics. To sum up, Rex sells the comics, Robbie knows the comics, and John, who might possibly be a ghost. I mean, seriously, has anyone ever seen him show up or leave? Comic Collectibles with Rex and John, Mondays from 6 to 8 Eastern on The Experience. Comic Culture and Sales. By this time in our journey, we had been on the trail of a very elusive creature for about 96 hours. But all the hard work is about to pay off. Oh, crikey, there she is. Oh, by the markings, I'd say this one's at least a 9.8. Oh, she's a real beauty. A true mint copy. Oh, this one will make a fine slab on anyone's display wall. Oh, she's a feisty one, though. Look out, look out! Mint Hunter Comics is the place to find that mint comic you've been searching for. Mint Hunter Comics, Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, part of The Experience.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for joining us. You're watching Poster Up. Right, so we've got the EXP Expo 3 that's happening this weekend. So there's a lot of interviews that you'll see, so you can keep it on this channel. Following us after this show, we'll be on for about another hour, is Bill Mouse. Right? We just had him on our own SketchUp show this past Thursday. Very, very fun guy to hang out with, so please stay tuned to that. And stay with us. We actually end the EXP Expo tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. We will have Stephen Prince and Dan Price talking about their Kickstarter comics. And Fun will be with us to join in on the art auction side of the show. And so, yeah, we've got a lot of things going on. Make sure you hit that follow button. That'll help us to increase our followers and continue to give you wonderful content like the EXP 3 Expo we've got going on this weekend. So, all right, let's see if we can get to that next poster. We had the Dragon Ball here.
Oh yeah. Dragon Ball Z.
Oh, and who doesn't want a Simpsons poster?
Wow, I didn't know you had Simpson.
Yeah, and there are actually several Simpson posters in the store. This is one of them. Very kind of like iconic. Everybody knows about Duff Beer. Next poster, another classic one.
I will not.
Bart at the board.
I'm not. There's so many things I want to read. That would be, as a poster, that would be the best because it's large and you can read all the stuff he says he won't do.
There's another Simpsons posters that you're going to see. That it's one of the more, I believe it's the most, one of the, I want to say the most popular poster coming from Simpsons that has all the characters, which is hard to get today.
Really?
Yeah, but it has all the characters on there that's ever appeared on The Simpsons. At that time when they produced that poster.
I really like that. I mean, now
next poster.
I really like that as a poster. Just that huge. Oh, that's really nice.
Name the artist on this.
It looks a bit like a heavy metal cover type.
No, this is Hunter Killer from Top Cow.
That was a series?
Yeah.
So this girl goes around literally naked like that and kills people? Naked?
Yeah.
Because isn't that,
Don't assume.
is she covered or is it a skin suit?
It's a very loose fitting.
I think she's not covered. I think her chest is exposed.
Yeah.
Really?
Or
That's her
barely.
costume?
Yeah. Well, you know, comics they like them skimpy.
That's very dangerous. If you are in a gun fight, you would put Kevlars everywhere.
Could be. This is by Linsner.
Oh, that's Linsner?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't know. It has that, like, first off, when I saw it right off the bat, that heavy metal vibe. And Linsner does definitely have heavy metal vibes because they do traditional art. So, really nice coloring, lighting, very beautiful. Although, what's going on with this? Oh, it says it's a skin tight suit.
There you go. Very skin tight.
What's the? Is she holding something on the?
I'm not sure if she's blowing or she's holding like a cigarette or something, but the way out of smoke, it's blowing. It looks like it's like a cigarette or something she's got lit.
And I love the fact that Linsner, like, he makes the guy really ugly to enhance, like, hey, she's really pretty, okay? Guys are ugly, girls are beautiful.
Well, they do that in a lot of next poster.
Oh,
I do have this
dun
here.
dun dun. Is that a medal?
This is a regular 24 by 36 poster.
Wow.
This is the one that I was talking about earlier. This is the very first Fathom poster by
Fathom.
Michael Turner, and it is colored by Siegenthaler.
Siegenthaler.
Okay, I don't think that's the right pronunciation. I always forget that. But one of the better colors in the industry still. This one is really rare. I ordered, when this poster got solicited in previews, I ordered a ton of these.
So that is.
It was like in the 500, 600
What?
range. Yeah.
Is
I ordered
that
a ton.
is that the main character? Because there's three girls.
Yeah, this is Aspen. Skin tight suit on Hunter Killer, covered by Michael Lindsay. Yes.
So that
That is
poster got my hopes up, but actually it's not nude. It's just a skin tight suit.
Yeah, but it looks. Yeah, but you're right. It looks nude, and
It really looks nude to
meant
me.
for that.
Yeah. But that is awesome. That's like the first ever. Is that the first issue that came out?
This is the first poster
The first poster ever came out.
from
Aspen Studio.
First poster of from Aspen Studios. First poster of a fan
Oh my god!
by
So
the
that's really.
legendary Michael Turner, and
So-
his stuff keeps going up. Even though he
What?
has passed away, getting close to like 20 years now.
So there's a huge significance behind this poster.
Yeah, Yeah, this poster is one that is worthy of having and keeping.
So it's like first edition of everything,
Well,
right?
it has its first marks on there, that's for sure.
I mean, it's like the first poster, the first everything.
Mhm. There you go.
Yeah, yeah. But
Jason
Wisconsin,
has
you
this.
have this cover, right?
Okay.
But do you have the poster?
Was this for issue 1? Because I know issue 1 had a different. We had a few covers for that.
Oh, so Wisconsin, you did buy the poster from Mel.
There you go.
Ah, maybe we should keep one. This is because this is really significant, right?
Yeah, I do have a stash where I kept the ones that I wanted. I can't remember if this was one of them because you can only have so many posters. Even with the posters I'm keeping, it's quite a lot already.
Yeah.
But
knowing you, because we're more of a collector, so we don't even open it. We just keep it intact.
well, I have the dream of setting up a man cave and putting all this artwork up in some shape or form.
Oh.
So we'll see. Next poster.
Hey.
This is Green Lantern Reborn.
Who did the art?
Well, see if you can name the artist
Let's do the
without
guessing.
going to the store.
Let's do the guessing game. I love this.
The artist who did this is a very interesting artist.
Is it Brian Hitch?
No.
Phalanx is in the background.
Right. Mm-hmm.
What kind of name is that? Why would you name a guy called Phalanx?
And you have to read the story to find out.
It's very.
It
Hey,
doesn't
embarrassing.
always mean that.
Okay. Is he a
But-
bad guy?
So these are
Parallax.
There you
Okay,
go,
that
Parallax.
makes more sense. I was like, Phalanx. Like, oh.
so the artist on this is who? Anybody guess?
Okay. It's not Brian Hitch, is it?
No.
Okay.
This let me give you that. This is
No, don't say it. Don't say it.
you're not gonna know. You don't know this guy.
Come on, man. He's one of those guys during the 90s, right?
He's still around. He came off. He did stuff in the 90s, but it just wasn't. He wasn't that popular. And even now, there's not a lot of people that know his name still.
Okay,
But-
what's his last name? It's his first letter.
Yes.
S?
You're not gonna know.
Uh,
You have no way of knowing because it is not a common name.
okay, who is it?
Ethan Van Sciver. So you don't even know who he is. Okay, so Ethan Van Sciver right now is popular for what series? He does a series called Cyber Fraud, which he puts out through Kickstarter. And his
Dude.
Kickstarters are killing it,
He can
hitting as
fly.
much as like 300,000. Next poster. Okay, I believe this is Michael Turner, Darkness. And I think this is the first poster they did of Darkness. Back when Michael Turner was coming into Top Cow. Michael Turner, Jason. And one thing, you see how skinny lithe the figures are. That's one way how you can tell it's Michael Turner. Generally doesn't draw them that thin. Next poster. Oh, was that it? Yeah, that could have been it. Boy, I didn't think we were going to go through them that fast. Well, we can start over, go through those, and see. We still got about like 40 minutes left. All right, so we're back to the first poster that we had. This is a metal print by Linsner, 11 by 17. Still in its original packaging. It's
Was
got a
that-
stapled label on there, so that's how you know it's never been opened.
A stapled label?
It's got a label that's been stapled onto the plastic that it's wrapped in,
Wow.
and it's got a hole on the top so they could like hang these on the peg.
Okay, so first of all, this is like how old? Because this is before.
The thing is that these metal prints came out later, but the original art was done much earlier, so I can't. It's hard for me to say when.
Because it seems like Linsner made this metal print before metal prints became hot.
Yes. Okay. And Linsner is not the one that produced it. It was produced by a company that was trying to do something different. I don't think they quite took off at that time like they did now.
Wow. So I was gonna say
And these metal prints are much heavier than you see the metal prints that are being offered today.
yeah, because I was gonna say this is like the forefather of before metal prints became. So this is like a really high quality metal print. It's not the usual kind you see that's a bit flimsy.
Right.
And because when I look at that, I think that's an art print. The quality of that looks really good.
Well, that's just when you see it on here. But
Oh,
these
that's from a stock photo. It's not the.
actually the
Did you
metal
take
prints I took the photos myself, which was
So
fairly easy to do.
So that's what exactly it looks like.
Yeah.
Oh my
And you
god.
see the what do you call that? The lighting on top, the reflection there.
Yeah,
That's because of the.
that's
It's
amazing.
hard to because it's covered in plastic, and I couldn't pop it out of there. I tried to take the best picture I could at that time with the lighting that I had, and but I couldn't get that light reflection out of there.
That's amazing because
Next poster.
that's a metal print, but it looks like a really high quality
Right.
print.
Yeah, this is the one I was talking about. That it was originally a door-size poster.
Is that? I always get confused between kabuki and shi, because they all like
This is sheet.
they all wear the mask, right?
Yeah, kind of. Kabuki has an actual mask that she puts on. This is painted on. She has hers painted on.
Okay. Is she also Japanese and
Yeah.
assassin type of story?
Yeah, samurai ninja assassin from Billy Tushi. I actually have a few she blanks because Billy Tushi was kind of almost kind of like started the trend for blank sketch covers in a way because he was bringing
Really?
these to the show every year and selling them and putting his artwork on them. You could get him to do that. And on the bottom of his blanks, they will tell you like San Diego Comic Con 2002 or something like that.
Do you know when you say she?
I did not show the amalgam poster, and I can't quite remember if I put it up on the store. But I'm kind of curious. How did you know there was an amalgam poster? Because I don't think I showed that anywhere.
No. Do you know what she means?
What?
Oh, so all this time you know what the character she is, but you never knew what she meant.
Well, I know what she in Japanese is.
Yeah. What is it?
P.
No, you can't say that. But another one, it means death.
Okay, death.
So
Very
you
good.
see her arm.
Stephen Data comes up with death. You
Oh,
are
thank you, Steve.
correct.
So you see the arm, the tattoo, the
Uh-huh.
kanji.
That's
It's
death.
death.
Yeah.
She.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah.
Very good. But I admired the
Oh, it actually you did put it up. It says it's
Okay.
$50 and there's only one available. What does the amalgam look like?
the amalgam poster. Yeah, I can show that to you later. But
Okay.
it's kind of interesting because the amalgam poster was an amalgamation
Yeah. I
of
got that.
Marvel and DC characters.
Oh.
So they would take a Marvel, I think like Wolverine. Can't remember if Wolverine was Batman. So they created a character that was like a Wolverine Batman.
Was that like one artist or all different artists?
Several artists because they created Dark Claw. There you go, Jay. Thank you for that. So Dark Claw was the amalgamation of Batman and Wolverine.
That actually was
So-
a series?
Just a one shot. It was it was something that Marvel and DC actually came together and was able to work out and do. It was one of the biggest project that between the two companies that they did, because they had several different characters that they created that way.
Because if you think about it logically, it's an amalgamation of so many different characters, and it's almost impossible to do only a one-shot story. It feels like it's set up for something really long, because how can you do in one-shot story, like 24 pages only, all the characters in DC and Marvel mashup? That's really
Each
difficult.
one had their own issue.
Oh.
Yeah. So
Okay.
there was one for Dark Claw, and I can't remember all the others, but that one sticks out.
So it is kind of like a series, but it's a one-shot series.
One shot for each character.
Ah. I'm guessing the most popular one is like Superman and Batman. No, sorry. They're both DC. What was the most popular one?
Dark Claw.
Dark Claw?
Oh, he was able to bring it up. There you go. There. That's the amalgam coaster.
Oh, that's Wolverine.
It's Wolverine, and he's got like the Batman cape kind of going on.
Oh, wow. That is cool.
And Dark in the top right.
What is that?
Doctor Doom, I believe,
No,
and
what's that
Darkseid.
Who's the chick on top? I thought it was Wonder Woman, but it's
That's
not, right?
one. That's amalgamation of Storm and Wonder Woman.
What?
She's got Storm's cape and the Wonder Woman costume.
Wait. Are you saying that they actually combined the characters into one
Yes.
character?
Yes, that's what we're talking about. It's an amalgamation.
It's not like Batman versus
No.
Wolverine.
No.
What the fudge?
They crossbreeded them.
So who the fudge is Wolverine crossbred with?
Batman.
What the fudge? So that's Dark Claw?
Somebody help me here.
So Wolverine became Dark Claw?
Wolverine and Batman became Dark Claw.
Oh my god, I would like to see that.
Somebody help me here. Yeah, I don't have one of those left. I'm not keeping any for myself.
That's Joe Matz the art?
There you go.
What?
So that's a super deal right there.
Okay, I'm curious now. Who did Superman mashup became one with?
Captain America.
Oh, that's boring. Okay. What about Doctor Doom? Doctor Doom is awesome.
Doctor Doom and Darkseid.
Okay, now that is badass. Oh, that is
I
cool.
believe that's who that is.
Darkseid? Was it? They call it Darkseid, right? Darkseid and
I
Doctor
always say
Doom.
Darkseid.
Wow.
There you go.
What about that guy? Who's that guy? Is that Cyclops?
Can't see where you're looking at.
Cheaper's like, Mark, you gotta read some of these.
She just needs to read more.
I think, okay,
General, there's a lot for
Okay,
her
Jay
to catch
Burns.
up on.
the only thing I'm really interested to read is now Dark Claw. Batman and Wolverine poured into one theme.
Spider Robin.
Oh, Spider Robin, really? Oh, that is actually a good one. Can you imagine Spider Robin and Dark Claw working together? That's like too powerful. That's really powerful.
Maybe, maybe not. Okay. Doesn't mean that they carry over their strengths.
Huh? I thought they
Because
do.
it's gonna. You could also I think the major ones, but it can change.
But I'm really stoked that Darkseid and Doctor Doom got mashed up.
Mm-hmm.
That would be like a really good villain. His enemy is Joker combined with Sabretooth.
There you go.
So they called him Jackal.
Jackie.
Aww.
Jockey.
Poor Sabretooth. I love Sabretooth.
Well, Sabretooth was never really a
But-
hero. So.
But you add a Joker persona? Oh man, I don't like that. That's a mad kitty.
All right,
I don't
let's,
like
let's
that.
go to the next poster before I go crazy. All right.
Thank you. That was really fun. It was really fun.
Like I said, as I posted, this is going to be a trip down memory lane in a way, going through all this. Right. So this This is a series I actually liked. Vampy from Harris Comics, and they were doing Vampirilla at that time, and they came out with kind of like a manga version of Vampirilla in a different kind of way. And she has these blade arms, which was being used quite a lot during that time in the comics, because you'll see other characters like Blood Rain from IDW that kind of had something very similar to that as well, which came out after Vampy. But yeah, you start seeing some of the characters in the game, in the gaming industry too, have this kind of weapon. So it was kind of like a cool thing to have these blades on your arm that you could use to cut and twist and whatnot.
Come on, let's logically think about it. It's not a very efficient weapon. It's better if you yield it, because the chance of that, the more you'll have more control, and the chance of that will break because you're just hanging by here. So that little tool that connects to the arm, that will just, if the enemy just swipes at it, you lose your blade.
It's actually stronger than that, because I'm pretty sure that it's attached by metal, and it's not really attached to the wrists. Right? But if you look at it, they're actually holding. There's a handle that they're actually holding onto, and these were designed after, they're called Kubato sticks, that were used, right, where the Kubato sticks could act as a shield for your arm, so you could use it to block.
Okay.
And then you could use it. It could spin, so you could actually use it to hit. And because they were made of solid wood, then they would hurt like a motherfucker. I mean, I'm sorry to say that. But they're Mom's a weapons expert. I trust her.
Yeah, if you expose the butt, it's not practical either. Yeah, but
nobody wants to fight. Who wants to fight in that kind of costume in reality? So.
Jay says, "I'm a weapon expert. I trust her." Jay, I have actually studied these weapons because I have to draw them, and I was doing some props, and some of them just did not. Like the fantasy one, like this one, doesn't make sense. But technically, in the Middle East, there was a weapon they used that did a function like that, and it would jut out from the arm and it goes swoop like a, what do you call, switchblade type, like it will go like this. So they did exist, but it wasn't like the best type of weapon to have. And but I know, okay, Jay, I got you, man. I think you're being sarcastic. Thank you. I got the joke. Yes, I'm not an expert. Very funny. Oh, I believe you 100%. Wow. Yeah.
Thanks, Jay.
Thank you.
You're not helping me.
No. He's actually being sarcastic. He's not.
I know that.
Yeah.
All right. So here's a Daredevil poster. And,
the mystery artist. Oh, gosh, I had it written down.
Say Jay. Was it?
No, it was somebody famous.
Quesada.
Joe Quesada. Yeah, Joe Quesada.
I believe I have this on there for like 25. It's a good. I think I actually like this Daredevil poster. I have. There's actually two other posters that are listed in the store. I think this is the better one. It's more of an illustrated poster. There's the cross with Daredevil is actually a very significant piece, because you'll see the cross in his series, in his stories very often.
Yeah, because he's a Catholic, right?
Yeah, kind of, yeah. And because he's got a relationship with the father, the priest. There, several of them.
Yeah.
30 years.
And
it's a good contrast to his character as being kind of like a devil type character. So
that is
plays
like
along with that kind of
dichotomy, strange dichotomy, right?
Yeah.
But I have a question, because since you're from the old school like comics and you read this a lot, so I'm actually wondering what traditional Western character, one foot in heaven, one in hell. Yeah. I'm actually curious, because in the TV series Daredevil, he never kills. Like nowadays, Batman supposedly never kills. But you told me that before, if you read the original Batman in the 20s or 30s, he actually kills and swears and stuff a lot.
Well, it's the way how they wrote comics back then was different. Like if you read
Like
Superman,
the original, right?
Yeah, the original early stuff. Like you see Superman, right? He's a really sweet, nice guy, polite, wouldn't hurt anybody, right? But when he rushes to get into the what would we call that? It was like a big thing. Gets into the telephone booth, if anybody knows what that is. Right? He has to go in there to change, right?
I remember that.
And then he steps out and he's on the corner surrounded by a bunch of people because this is a New York type setting. And it's just crowded with people all over the place.
Yeah.
And he has to push people away. And he's pretty rough about it. Says, get away!
Get out of the way.
And then he flies up.
Yeah.
So he's kind of like pretty mean about it. But everybody, that was the attitude back then, of your
macho
people that were in I forgot what the word I want to use. That were policemen, firemen. They're trying to do their job, right? And they want you.
They're more rough.
Because
and that was the ideal, right?
You were forgiven that you were trying to do your job.
Yeah.
Okay, whereas now they're really super polite.
Yeah, because it's like not etiquette wise, right? But I'm actually back to my question. Was Daredevil also like he used to kill in the original stories?
No, he
never killed.
Yeah.
Oh. So
I don't know if he's killed anybody now, but back then when I was reading it.
Love the moment in Superman 79 movie where Clark looks
yes.
at the modern open public phone and is like, huh?
That was catering to the fans. Yeah. It's just kind of like ridiculous now to have somebody going to a telephone booth and change. One, you're not going to be able to find one these days. It's very, very hard. Yeah, a lot of them were like back then they had like glass, and then the modern ones they're a little more covered, and a lot of them back then the older ones didn't really quite have a door. But yeah.
Yeah, I would be alarmed if it's a public person. You're suddenly walking and this man starts to strip. It's like, oh, whoa there, whoa.
Well, I think the idea is that when he got into a phone booth, even if you could see through, right, is that he could move super fast because he's got super speed.
Then he doesn't need to be in a phone booth. He could just be flying, and while he's flying, in 1 second he can rip his clothes off.
Well, man, that's kind of right now. What does he do? He still goes kind of like tries to find a private place, like an alley or a private room.
Wait, this guy is so fast. He can. There was a scene where doesn't he rotate the Earth with his spinning power because it's so freaking fast.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. Oh, there's so many things you can do with that power. My gosh. Yeah. No, he goes to the revolving door and changes into a suit.
There you go. And it spins really fast.
Okay, see, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay.
So that way he uses the momentum of the revolving doors that helps him speed out of there so he can fly up into the sky really quick.
So wait, also technically,
what if Clark Kent happens to step into the TARDIS? That would be interesting.
So
would it still just act as like a time travel machine? That would be interesting. What could he do with it, with his superpowers? Would it change? Would it augment it in some way? Make it even better? The TARDIS was like a telephone booth.
Is that from Doctor Who?
Yes, from Doctor Who.
Whoa, that's too much power, Steve. No, we can't give that to Clark. That's too much power. So he's looking for a place to change and goes into the police box. No.
Next poster. This is the one by Frank. Is it quietly?
Something
Figure out.
quietly.
Yeah.
Frank quietly.
Yeah. Love the new X-Men.
Okay, I'm gonna make a guess. That's of course Professor X, right?
Yeah.
The redhead's gotta be Phoenix.
Yes.
And that's her husband, Cyclops.
Maybe.
and that's gonna be Dr. Beast.
Well, the Beast. Not
The
Dr.
Beast?
Yeah.
That's Wolverine, and that's Storm.
White Queen.
What?
Come on, she's all in white. Storm's outfit is black. Hello, Irwin.
Hello, Erwin.
Papa Irwin.
That's Emma Frost used to work with them.
Emma Frost is the White Queen.
Ew. So this must be when she was kind of good, because she's kind of.
I actually
she was
wish.
bad and then she was good sometimes.
Cedric. I actually wish they kept White Queen as a villain and not really join the X-Men. In fact, I'm not really fond of that.
Yeah.
That they turn the villains into X-Men.
Like good guys
Yeah,
or something.
like Magneto, White Queen, and so
Yeah.
forth.
I want them to stay villainous. Because after a while, like, what do you fight for now? What do you fight against?
Well,
It's kind of boring.
luckily with the X-Men, they've created some other villains. You've got Mr. Sinister, Apocalypse, and so forth.
Well, who's the
Yeah, it happens every time a villain becomes super popular. They turn them into anti-heroes. Yeah, really
like,
getting turned.
yeah, but to be honest, like for me, the X-Men, the best villain that I enjoyed was Magneto.
Magneto was
Because
their.
his agenda and everything, like it was so I really loved because I grew up watching the cartoon that was always on show,
Mhm.
and that's how I got introduced to X-Men. And there, Magneto was a really good villain that I enjoyed watching. And why? Why are you laughing?
Just the thing that came up there. Please buy Mel's.
Oh, I like that. Poster up. Please buy Mel's Ochang. Yes, please.
Yes, Magneto is the best villain.
Yeah, but I didn't like it when Magneto started like. I found out that he was in a relationship with Rogue, and he's starting to be kind of like the good guy. It just feels wrong. I feel just wrong about it. It's kind of perverse, but oh well. He made out with Wasp.
In Secret Wars.
Ew. Gross.
Well, hey, some guys like gray-haired old men.
It's not about age right now.
I'm just making
It
fun.
just
of
feels
it.
like
Okay.
oil and water.
Next poster, please. It's Gundam. Who out there is a Gundam fan? Next poster.
It was too political for me. You really have to know a lot of
Space.
backstory.
Yeah. Jason, aren't you a Gundam fan?
I think a lot of men are Gundam fans, just in general.
They were really cool when they started coming out with this stuff. Rear Attack, Gundam.
It made me wonder, like, whenever I looked at this anime series and I was watching them, it was so political, and all these guys loved it, and I was wondering, are you even really following the storyline and the politics of it? Because if you really think about it, it's really dumb. But the second thing is, do you even know the details of the politics and the history? And then now I'm beginning to think I have a vague suspicion they're not even aware of these things. They just like the mechanical stuff.
Pretty much.
And that really disappointed me.
We wanted the toys out there. We wanted
It's so political. Like, is anybody listening to the story? And I'm wondering the whole time, why is it so popular? Because the story, if you really look at it, break it down, it's just like so weird. And then it's so popular, and I find out that I'm beginning to think it's the robots.
Yeah, well, we liked the robots. We wanted our own model kits of them, and Japan was really good at. They made these really cool figures that were at that time the best articulate in a way
Yeah.
for what they can, and then they were in metal. Okay,
So
which was really
that
cool
is kind
for
of
us
cool
to
if you
make
think
our
about
story.
it, right? The metal. So Mel, I was thinking,
Yeah, the giant Gundam statue in Japan. Everybody
Yes.
that's taking pictures.
you
of
showed
when
me
they
that.
go
You
there.
yeah, you showed me that.
I think there's going to be one. I think they're trying to do one in Texas somewhere, in Dallas or Houston.
I think I missed some of the comments, but it says Magneto is good because he considers himself a villain, but he believes he's doing good.
Yeah.
That's why he makes a good villain. Yeah.
Well, because it's the thing with him and Professor X is they wanted both the same. They had the same goals. It's just a matter of like how they went about it to achieve those goals, that they were aligned differently. So yeah.
Yeah.
All right, next poster. You got 45 minutes, but we got about like 10 minutes left.
Yay! Oh, Skunk knows that no, I'm not a Gundam fan.
Okay.
Okay.
Somehow I thought you were.
Well, I think every guy kind of likes Gundam. They don't hate it, you know.
Mm.
So I thought because of that, the guys who really are into Gundam, like, oh my god, you're so smart because you somehow understand the whole political line and story, right? And I'm beginning to think maybe not. It's just the freaking mechanics that they like.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. I don't think I have this one up. I've been actually when we first showed it.
Yeah,
There's
I was
another-
looking for it.
There's another version of this one. Right? So let's go to the next one.
Sorry, guys.
And we're back to the Simon Beasley heavy metal posters. This one is called Spaced.
Spaced?
Yeah, it's called Space. Okay. So somebody was telling me it was called Space not because she's in space, but she just has a great amount of space between, you know.
Yeah.
I'll leave that for you to interpret.
She looks very lonely. It's
Oh.
like she's the only human being
I
there.
don't know, lonely is the word. She looks scared.
Yeah, she does not look happy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Then she's got nowhere to run.
Yeah.
Um,
Maybe that's why she took some of her clothing off. Like it's beginning to be unzipped. Because she's like, there's no one except her.
yeah, bioengineered oxygen tanks that just go straight
Yeah. It's
into her
It's embedded
neck,
in her. Yeah.
and it gets air into her lungs.
Yeah, and her skin.
Yeah.
Like the vacuum space. Like no,
Mhm.
maybe she's on a planet.
Yeah, the zipper broke.
Oh, her
That's a-
zipper broke.
Or she just couldn't zip her up.
Or
It was just like way too tight.
because
Way too tight. That was the only suit that she had that was functional.
yeah, well, she's alone now. There's no one around her, and
Yeah.
she could care 2 cents about anything now.
Because see, there's a skull right there in the bottom, so we don't know if
Yeah.
that was one of her fellow astronauts or whatever.
And that looks like
Space submarines.
a maroon ship, so she crash landed something, right? Oh, okay. No, I don't think that's the case. I don't think it was designed to appeal. No, that's not possible. No. There's a definite reason why this is there.
And then we go to the next poster, another Simon Beasley called Ring Warriors.
Now, see that one? Every time I look at this, it just doesn't feel like it's a very nice, tame version of Simon Beasley.
Yeah. I don't know about tame, but
I mean, compared to his other, you know. I do like the small little creatures on the bottom, though.
and again, these heavy
door-
metal posters, they're 18 by 24, so they're a little bit smaller size than the regular posters. Check out the comic store. That's where you can get all these posters and a whole lot more.
And thank you guys for being here for Mel's first show. Woohoo! Thank you for the support, and thank you so much for if you guys even like took a look, browsed, purchased. Really, really appreciate it.
And be sure to stay tuned after this. Bill Mouse will be getting interviewed by producer Kyle, I believe, and you get to see him. We recently had him for the this past Thursday on SketchUp. Did a fantastic job out there. He's a big fan favorite of our viewers, so you get to see more of him, and we'll probably get him back on our show as well. And stay tuned tomorrow night at 6:00. We're going to end this Expo 3 with a special edition of SketchUp featuring Dan Price and Stephen Prince. And Fun will be on the show as well, joining in with the live auction drawing that we'll have. We'll also be doing some giveaways. I can go all the way to. Okay.
Oh,
All
so
right.
we actually have then 10 minutes left.
Yeah, we have like 10 minutes. Okay. Thank you.
Well, but anyway, thank you guys. You guys are really sweet. Jay Birds, like you guys, Skunk Snot, Ryan, Riley, like you guys really make this going right now. Otherwise, you and I were just talking to the air, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So so we've got a great weekend scheduled. Be sure to check out the website, the experience on YouTube to see all the wonderful programming that we have here this weekend. A lot of interesting guests that we're bringing in this weekend.
Oh, like artists?
Artists, writers, and so forth. All
Nice.
worth listening to. I'm listening to it, myself. I just got done listening to Don Wynn before our show, actually.
Uh-huh.
He was being interviewed by Chuck
Pinal.
Pinal.
Yeah.
Now, even though we hang out with Don a lot because he's here in the LA area like us, it was still great to go on there and listen and still get information that I wasn't aware of. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Erwin. Thank you guys for joining us. Let's go to the next poster, Boogie. Well, and here we have the Top Cow Jam poster from 2004. Like what we were saying before, this is a great piece to have to bring to the shows to get all the different artists on here to get them to sign this piece.
I think that Top Cow Art Jam is a very interesting piece.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Very nostalgia.
Very nostalgic.
It's like that's why people got into comics.
It's a good representation.
That style,
of even though it came out in 2004, it's a good representation of the 90s.
Yes.
How we experienced it.
Yes. I mean, my era, all the guys and girls, they wanted to draw comics because of that style. That 90s comics. It was considered amazing.
And see, because a lot of great artists came from that studio. Some that are still in the industry, some that are not. Kucha, who was doing Witchblade, very big band.
The artwork was amazing.
Dale Keown, Michael Turner, David Finch.
Yeah. I think you really had to draw very, very well.
Andy Park, who had a great run on Tomb Raider. One of the more consistent books that was coming out of Top Cow was Tomb Raider.
Yeah.
And I remember going to Andy's studio after the first issue came out, and he asked me, as a retailer, what's the best thing that he can do for his comic book? And that was an easy answer: just bring out the comic on time. Don't make us wait like a year or so. And he did a really good job of that, bringing that book out as close to a month every single time that he was on it. Good for him now that he's part of Marvel Entertainment and plays a big role there.
So it says the 90s was really big on thongs. It makes me wonder, do you guys miss it? Because you don't see it.
Miss it now these days. They
bring it back, Wong. That's funny.
There are artists out there that is able to carry some of that stuff. You see guys like Isaac Bell, Ebas, that draws in that way from the 90s. They're heavily influenced from the 90s, so you see that there. Next poster. Buy that poster. Buy me out on that one.
That's the one that's Michael Turner.
Yeah. And when looking at it now, it says, that is Michael Turner.
See, because for me, Michael Turner is most famous for his girls because he does very, very, very well.
Yeah.
But when he does the men, he does them also very, very well. It has a totally different masculine energy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Poison Ivy, please.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, thank you. I didn't do a thong there, but yes. Now
Yeah. I don't think we want to put a thong on a cat.
that is wrong. That is wrong.
And the thong squad, issue number 1.
That would be hilarious. The thong squad. Yeah. Yeah. And they're like, where's the armor?
We gotta do that just for laughs.
Yeah, and then you say, oh, they can wear thongs because it's bioengineered armor. Their skin is like Kevlar. They've got Kevlar skins now.
The thong uses nanotechnology.
No, the thong is the skin. The nanotechnology is embedded in all parts of your skin, so it becomes a Kevlar. Technically, you can walk around naked now. Yeah.
It's a +10 protection.
Exactly, it becomes a +10 protection. But that is
Kinda
a
like the
really,
sunscreen.
but that is a really very lovely piece by Michael Turner,
Mhm.
Civil Wars.
Good representation
Yeah.
of what is happening in the story. The line has been drawn. Whose side are you on?
That's a very romantic Captain America.
Yeah, well, he's in the center for a reason.
Oh yeah? Oh yeah, Civil Wars. Yeah.
Next poster. You're gonna probably look at a few more. And here's a easy early Michael Turner poster from the film.
All right. So should we wrap up the show?
We're gonna be wrapping up pretty soon.
I have no idea who did this art with this now.
Michael Turner, from what I was told, early
No.
days.
Really? You said Michael Turner was Civil Wars, and we were corrected in that.
And I was told this was an early Michael Turner. I think that's what Jason told me. Is that I can't
No,
find
Jason
this.
said he meant it actually the Civil Wars.
Oh,
not
okay,
this.
all right. So I stand correct.
It's very abstract.
Mhm. Well, I want to thank you guys for joining us. I had a good time going down memory lane and talking about these wonderful poster art. So if you haven't yet, please visit the store and see everything that we got. I'll be adding more. Order it up, buy me out. And, we'll see what else we can put in the store. But you'll see a lot more coming down very soon. We'll be adding more to that expand it. And stay tuned. Bill Mouse is coming up. Okay.
Woo-hoo!
I'm gonna go take a little break myself, and I'm gonna come back, and I'll be watching it. I'll be in the comments for sure. And stay tuned for our show tomorrow night at 6:00. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to JD and Kyle for having us put this on. You guys take care. Enjoy the rest of your
Thank
evening.
you.
Did you know that every experience show, including some exclusive content, streams on Twitch? Check it out, twitch.tv/the_EXP. Or just scan that QR code.
Symphonic verses, Nocturne's romance. A song of romanticized darkness, dreaming dead by sleep.
everybody. Surprise! It's Miss Jen. Sorry I haven't been in for this awesome event for all day long, but you've been in great hands. We've had some great interviews. I've been super psyched to see you guys having so much fun. And you guys got some excellent vintage posters with Mel and Mog. And I'm super excited because I get to now interview somebody that's from when I started in comic books. I am going to get to talk to Bill Mouse. Super awesome guy.
Hi, how you doing, Jen?
I'm doing great. Ooh, I like your setup.
Oh, thank you.
Great use of IKEA Klax.
I know, right? That's me.
Oh man. So am I right in thinking that you have been on with Mel and Mog recently, or you're scheduled to be on with them soon?
No, we were just on recently. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. They're amazing, right?
Oh, dude, we had so much fun together. It was great. It was great. We always have a good time. I actually met them in San Diego a couple years back, and I'm glad that we've been friends ever since. So that was actually a lot of fun.
It's so funny. I actually met Mog because I went to volunteer for the amazing Hawaii Con or Aloha Con 2 or 3 years ago. And I didn't meet them directly, but there was a palette of their work that had been kind of like had hung out there at the center for a year because they had to cancel the year before because of some typhoon.
Sure.
Well,
a typhoon would do it.
Yeah.
That's a good enough excuse. I'll let them go. I'll let you guys go for that one. I'll let you guys go for that one.
That's right. And I saw their work and I was like, I had never heard of Mog before. And I was like, I got to get to know who this person is. So it was just but weirdly, I found them through their work at a convention that they weren't in.
That's how it goes sometimes.
I think I found you through your work at a convention also. I think maybe
that's cool.
You've been on the convention circuit for a long time. I know I've seen you at San Diego. I bought art from you.
Yeah, I've been doing San Diego since since '92. Yeah, I think I've only missed 2 shows, minus the pandemic thing, that little event that we had that shut the whole planet down. Yeah, the blip. That's what it was. That was exactly what it was.
Yeah, I skipped the year when it wasn't when they did it at Thanksgiving because I go figure, I'm a retailer and Thanksgiving seems to be pretty busy. So
you see, I always tend to work when it's busy too. I mean, not just because of the freelance and stuff. Even when I first started right before I started in comics, I was drawing caricatures like at theme parks and things like that. I worked at San Diego Zoo. I worked at San Diego SeaWorld. That was kind of like my boot camp, as far as as far as art goes. And it's like if it was a holiday, that's when you work. That's when you really put in some long hours because that's when everybody else is out having fun and spending and doing fun things. So yeah, I totally understand that.
I have to hear a story from those days. So I'm sure that you saw and heard everything while doing caricatures. Did you have any really bizarre requests?
I've had some bizarre requests. I think, I could talk about it now because it's like 30 years ago, right? So it's I had somebody come in right when the park was about to close, maybe 2 hours left for the park to close, and we have booths strategically around the park in different areas, and this is an area where the traffic was basically kind of making its way towards the front of the park. It's basically towards the end of the day kind of thing. And the request was there was these 2 girls that came up, and her boyfriend was out at sea, and she wanted to do a cool mermaid, whatever kind of picture with her. But will you get in trouble if you draw it topless? Will you do that? She wanted to do a spicy little drawing at SeaWorld of all places. So that was, other than meeting William Shatner and pretending to be one of the security people walking next to him, making small talk. That was my craziest time at SeaWorld. By the way, that was the first time I ever had a long conversation with William Shatner. So I was working at SeaWorld, and I was coming back from lunch to go back to my booth, and I just kind of mingled because I knew everybody that worked there, obviously, and he just had friends and stuff. He's in a golf cart. He was doing some kind of show where they were going to do a little spot of him standing next to the dolphin pool with a microphone, doing like a segment for a show that he was doing at the time. And so I just mingled along with the security, and I had to call my friend who was at the booth, and I'm just like, I'm gonna be late. I'm with William Shatner. I'm gonna be late. So that was me as a troublemaking youngster trying to make my way into Star Trek through SeaWorld.
Do you remember the year so we can like narrow it down to the show he might have been part of?
I want to say that it was probably 91, 92. 93 at the latest, because I was actually getting into comics into 90. I got my first gig in an actual real gig that got me started in comics right around 93. It was a very compressed 5 years when I first moved to San Diego. Between 90 and 95, I just did so much stuff. But I was a 20-year-old kid. I had all kinds of energy.
I know that Kyle's probably trying to jump off his chair to try to say what show was on in 91. I'm gonna leave it to you guys. I think I know what was on in 91 that Shatner was part of. So you guys,
he wasn't doing his interview shows yet. Where the Raw Nerve, he wasn't doing that yet. That came later. This was another show that he was either doing. I'm assuming it was a show of his own, because he was doing like a couple different projects like that where he was. And this was a segment where obviously he was talking about something else, but the scenery of SeaWorld or having the dolphin tank, maybe it had something to do with, the whatever he was doing for the story that he was on. No, I don't think it was Rescue 911, dude. But I don't know. It might have been. It might have been about some kid that fell into a dolphin tank or something. Who knows?
I love the way he does those kinds of shows, though, where he's like he's got one now on streaming that's like the Unexplained or something.
Yeah, no, I love that he does that, because he's not a one note person. For me, he's my childhood guy. He's Captain Kirk. Forever he's Captain Kirk. But at the same time, he meandered his way into pop culture. And this is from the beginning. Him doing the smoking. The Rocket Man thing and doing he's done some cringy stuff that for some reason I still like. I can't explain it. But he wiggled his way into pop culture in a way that's just like, yeah, it's William Shatner. It's like, it's cool.
Hey man, if we can forgive him the spoken word song, then we're okay.
He's made it work. So, I can't, that's a work ethic that you can't argue with. It's my ship.
not TJ Hooker or whatever.
For me, TJ Hooker was kind of cringe. I couldn't watch him be TJ Hooker, because for me he was Captain Kirk. But for lots of other things, I thought it was hilarious. I thought it was funny. Some of the airplane humor kind of stuff that he got into. And the more straight he plays it is when he tries to be funny that it's kind of cringe. When he tries to play it straight, oh my God, he's hilarious. It's great.
Oh, you guys have got some really good stories in the background. I love it, Ken. That's amazing.
And then the song Ghost Screaming. Oh, so cool, Ken. Really? Oh, that's awesome. That is so cool.
Clearly, probably doing caricatures at SeaWorld, etc. wasn't your dream job. You probably did not start your life thinking that is the apex of my life.
No, as a kid, I always drew comic strips, and I always drew I always wanted to make up my own characters. I always wanted to do my own thing. I wanted, you always dream about drawing like an issue of Spider-Man or something like that. But that was more like a little bucket list item that you want to check off, saying I did that. I could brag that I did that because I do love Spider-Man, and it's like that would be a cool thing to do. But that's not the thing that I would want to do. Like that I'm known for. That's what I'm working on. There's the things that you wish you were known for, and then there's the actual reality of living through the nuts and bolts of it. So for me, like staying in the small press, I kind of feel like everybody kind of rock and rolled me out in the small press. I was kind of like a a decent sized fish in a very small pond, you know. And if I got into anything bigger, like I worked at an animation studio, working on Attack of the Killer Tomatoes for Saturday
Oh my
morning TV.
God.
And
That's
I was just like,
amazing.
oh, animation, that is so cool. It's like, so I got into it and it was a grind. It was really a grind. I worked on Mamato for like 3 or 4 months, you know, just making every single angle of Mamato so that way you can animate the character. And it was kind of a grind, you know. It's cool. It was a great experience. I'll never put it down, but it's a grind. And everybody that I worked with, they all worked on stuff that I love. There was guys there that worked on Batman the Animated Series. There was guys that worked on every animation that you could think of. Those guys were the ones that travel from studio to studio. Every time they'd finish a project, they'd have to pick up and move to another studio in order to work on the next project. You know, they worked on The Simpsons. They worked on lots of other things. And I only worked at that studio for maybe 6 months. But learning the grind that they go through, and they have to pick up and actually move to another city in order to keep on working. And I mean, it was great. It was such a great experience. But I always have the thing of I want to like experience it for a little bit, and then I just want to do my own thing. I want to do my own, you know, it's like that's always. I took organ lessons as a kid, and I started learning how to actually play piano and organ. And I learned just enough to quit. I quit. I left, and because I want to write my own songs. I knew just enough chords that I can have fun and write my own stuff. I didn't want to be stuck having to do like what they told me to do. So that was
Have you ever
always
gotten the awesome experience of having like a real, like an old church organ where it's in the walls and you feel it in your bones?
my a big church organ in our local church. Yes. An actual really big church organ? No, not yet. There's my dream is actually there's a church organ that they have in the middle of Balboa Park in San Diego. And it's right in the middle of like all these different museums and stuff like that. And it's an outdoor venue. It's like outdoor stage. And this thing has got the pipes are as big as a building. I mean, it's like they're so huge. And at some point, I'm going to wiggle my way into playing that thing for an afternoon, just having some fun with that. That would be cool. I'll play like 3 chords and be happy. I'm out.
What would you choose to play if you could? If they were like, this is your chance. You got a half an hour to play what you like.
I'm going to play everything that I've written up to this point.
Original content. Awesome.
Yeah, because I don't know how to play content that everybody else knows. It's like that's the thing. You know, if I go up to a piano, if I go up to I played tuba in a concert orchestra band. I did that for like 7 years, and that was actually a really cool experience. I stayed between the lines on that because you're really part of an ensemble. But if like, you know, if I go up to a piano and somebody asks me, "Oh, can you play this?" and I'm just like, "Nope, I don't know how." It's like I only know how to play my own music, so that's it. You know, it's like that's all I can do. I could play like the first 3 seconds of "Jump" from Van Halen. You know, just to kind of show off like 3 chords. But other than that, like I always play stuff that I've written myself. And then the only way I remember it is by continuously playing it, because I don't know how to write actual keyboard music, actually to write it down, to keep it, to save it. I mean, luckily I could probably play it into my program now and it'll write it for me. It just writes music to what you play, you know.
But you still couldn't read it, right?
I still couldn't read it. It'll be for future generations. It's like, yeah, this is some stuff Bill played on weekends when he was bored, you know. So, but that's kind of like my work ethic for most things. So, and I met a lot of most of the friends that I've met in comics were either in Chicago or San Diego, like some of the bigger shows. Mm-hmm. And it's, you know, it's so cool. They work on big projects. I'm not going to name their names because I'm going to tell them, I want to tell you all about how they complain, you know, so I'm not going to name them. But they work on big projects, the kind that you dream about, you know, and, you know, big Marvel DC projects. And they're just like, oh, I just want to do my own thing. And I'm just like, well, I just want to draw that character that you're working on for like a little while. So that way I had the bragging rights that I worked on it. And, you know, it's just the grind. Art is fun, but at the same time, we're making a living at it. And there's an aspect of it that does turn into a job. You know, it's a job that you love, but it's still a job. There's still deadlines. There's still, you know, you still have to monetize your time, that sort of thing. So,
Mhm.
even when you do things with your friends, you have to somehow monetize it in order to make it possible, or or else we just can't afford to go out and do it because we all still have to eat, we still have cars, we still have families.
That's the
The
truth.
things have to be maintained. So you just
Yeah,
can't run out.
you're a little bit sad about not being associated with those big, like Marvel and DC properties, but
And
I mean,
and
there's
I
a
would
lot of
love
people
it.
on this planet that you can say
Mhm.
their name, Bill Mouse, and be immediately Zen Intergalactic Ninja and your ex.
Yeah.
Like most everyone on those comics
Mhm.
at all will know your name in association with those. So it's
I'm
like, man,
I'm
awesome, man, you've made a
I'm, I'm
career.
very
People know
I,
that.
I'm very fortunate. Zen has been like that was a very fortunate turn of events to be a part of Zen. So I'm forever grateful. And actually, we're working on a new Zen book right now. I've been working with Steve and Dan for the co-creators of Zen. I've been working with them for 30 years. I mean, it's like on and off on different projects, and so I'm glad that there's kind of like a full circle us coming around and working on it some more. And I wouldn't have had a lot of my own characters published if it wasn't for Zen, because I introduced them in issues of Zen and then spun them out into their own thing. So yeah, it's been great, and I'm glad that people do recognize the name.
Mhm.
You know, I'm a kid working from home, so it's nice that that's happened. So.
What do you? So you've been around for a while, and you've kind of seen how
Mhm.
the comic book world has changed over the years.
Sure.
But what do you see is one of the biggest changes between, say, the 90s and now, in how people approach wanting to have their work made and getting
This
it
is
done?
this is a different. We live in a whole different world right now compared to when I started. When I started, the way that you get into comics, the way that I got into comics was I was constantly available when somebody else would drop the ball. It's like, oh, this guy flaked out, or I can't finish this project. Can you help me out? Yes. The answer was always yes. And because I was present, basically just because I was there and because I was present, I was able to get into comics that way, helping people out of a bind, essentially. But the way that you're supposed to get into comics, which is the way everybody had, most people get into comics, in the 80s, 90s. I want to say early 2000s, but I think things started to change. The internet started changing things.
Big time.
To not sound like an old man, the interwebs, they changed it all. It's like
1996 was
yeah,
the very beginning of the inkling of what that was going to look like.
yeah, so but you'd go to a show, you'd bring your portfolio, you'd show it to as many editors or as many people as you could, hoping that they would either shred it to pieces so you can get better, or somehow they would maybe introduce you to somebody that you might get an opportunity to get a small job, and then that would lead to more work. Nowadays, like in my daughter's generation, my daughter's 26, and her generation, she's like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna start putting out content. First of all, I'll put out content for free on like Webtoon, so I'll gain a following. Then eventually I'll collect all that up into a book, and since all those people like my stuff and they got it all for free and they're fans, because they're following you, oh, they'll turn around and they'll buy my book. Or there's so many different avenues online to actually gain fans that you can technically not go to a show, if depending on who your audience is, or where you're at, where you live, that sort of thing. I mean, we go to shows. I find that if I don't go to shows, I become invisible. People forget that you're there. It's just like, oh, okay. It's like, but when I do show up to a show, it's just like, oh, I remember you, from this, from that. Okay, cool. It's like that. But if I skip too many shows, I tend to think that it's like, oh, okay, he must have retired. He's nothing new's coming up. You have to go where people are. So going to shows, and even though I just said that
It
you don't have
matters
to,
what show. Does it matter what show you go to, or is it just like
it
pick four?
it does. And I'd like to go to a few big shows, because the big shows, that's where everything's happening. You go to New York Comic Con, you go to San Diego Comic Con. But I tend to get a lot more. I mean, for me personally, it's like everybody, your mileage may vary. You know, it's like everybody's going to be different. Their fans that like their particular things are going to be different. But I find that you know, if when I'm going to a show, the smaller, more like medium-sized shows that are more focused on people collecting actual, you know, comic book. They're there to collect comic book art. They're there to look for comic book artists. They're there to look for. Whereas like the really big shows, maybe there's a large percentage of the attendees that are really there for the Hollywood stuff. They're there for, you know, there's all these 80s and 90s TV stars that want to get some autographs, and by the time they get to you and they find you, they've kind of run out of money, you know, getting their autographs, which have gotten like, you know, pretty expensive compared to the 80s. You know, I'm not saying that it's not. Yeah, it's not. I'm not saying it's not worth it, because I get some autographs myself. You know, I was super excited when I got like Michael Rooker's autograph. You know, it's like, I got to get Yondu. It's like, he's right there. I got to go. You know, it's like, you know, I met Flash Gordon. I met, you know, I got to meet my guys, and so it's you know, whatnot. You know, it was worth it to me to pay that much. So I mean, I'm not saying it's like too expensive, but it's expensive compared to what it used to be. You know.
You find your art style evolving over time, or do you
very much
you like your jam?
It does evolve. It's like I look at my old stuff and I'm just like, oh, people were paying me to get better. They were paying me to practice. They're literally supporting me to practice. Hey Bill, 20 years from now, you'll be worth it. It's like, because I was drawing maybe 4 or 5 books a month back when I first started.
Oh,
I mean,
gosh.
I was just pounding through, and I was excited. I didn't feel like it was a grind, because most of those books I was writing myself. A lot of the books were like for Parody Press. Dunchin and I both co-founded Parody Press, and he was our publisher, and he's the one that steered the ship for Parody Press and got everything. So I got to sit, you know, at my table and think of funny stuff and draw it. You know, it's like, so I was spoiled.
Did you do the tax?
I did do the tax.
I love it. My favorite parody.
Thank you. You know, my inker on that, Mike Taylor, he's phenomenal inker. Oh my gosh. And he's gone on to do so many other things. He's a very successful person. But I was very happy that for some projects, I was really happy that I had some really good inkers and good people working with me. A lot of projects I just had to pound out myself. Which is great, because I'm kind of a control freak anyway. So it was good. The 90s were kind of magic in that way. And if you look at the artwork from some of those 90s books, and you look at some of the stuff I'm producing now, it's just like, well, just looking at it practically, it's just like, because I'm actually putting in backgrounds now. I'm actually putting in detail, and I'm actually putting in, you know, back then I was just drawing real fast and look. Draw it fast. Look, you know, it's like, so I was super excited the whole time, but I was drawing way too fast.
Well, probably it helps a lot if you're the person that's also writing it, because you don't have to consult with what did you mean by this panel, or kind of think of like envision what you're going to do, because you already know.
Exactly. It was exactly my wheelhouse. It was exactly what you know, like you said, I wasn't consulting anybody. It's like the only things that would happen is if I drew a sexy lady a little bit too sexy for some of the books that are meant to be general audience books.
That was the 90s.
Yeah, it was the 90s, you know, and if they pulled me back on some of those books, it's just like, okay, I get it. Yeah, I see what you're saying. It's fine. I'll put a cape. It's fine. It's like, it'll be okay. So it's cool, and I've gotten to draw a variety of things. Like I've done things from children's books. I've done things that are general audience, which is always like the mainstay. That's kind of like the spine that holds everything together. And then I do adult books too. So it's, you know, adult themed books anyway. So it's a lot of those that I do are the same characters from my general audience books. It's just that they're crazy. They go nuts. It's for the big kids.
There you go. Do you have a favorite storyline that you've ever done, for either like that was written by somebody else that you got to illustrate, or that you came up yourself and got to actually illustrate and make it this what you wanted?
that's always a hard question to answer. Like the thing you want to say always is that, oh, the latest thing is always the best thing. It's like it's always, because like you keep on growing as an artist. It's always you're always putting your best foot forward. So I'm always thinking that the latest thing is always the best thing. I kind of travel with that mentality. I have stories that are sentimental. They're more sentimental to me because they're like the first stories. Like the very first gig that I got was X-Files, and it was a very corny, funny, simple, one-dimensional kind of book. Very quickly drawn. I mean, but that was the book that started everything. Don Chin, our publisher at Parody Press and at Entity Comics, he was the writer. That's how I met him. He just happened to be the writer for that book. It was for Eclipse Comics. My friend Bob Hannon was he was actually the person who got the job to draw the book, but the deadline that they set for him was so impossible that he's like, I don't know what I'm going to do. Right. It's like, so I ended up penciling the book, and he ended up inking the book. And then of course, they had a letterer and different parts of the team. And that's how we got our first book. I mean, we literally churned that book out in about a week, and we stayed at his apartment. Yeah, we stayed at his apartment. Me, my then girlfriend, when I was a married man, from that life that I had lived before. She was with us. His girlfriend, our friends were there. But basically, we stayed at his apartment for 1 week straight. Like it was a marathon. Like it was a marathon run trying to get this thing done. So I would pencil a page, I'd pass it off to him. He'd start inking, pass it off. So pages were flying all over his apartment for a week solid. So it was crazy. It was crazy. I don't have that energy now, but if I gotta, I gotta.
Kevin, I don't think we're on early.
Oh no. Oh, my friend Kevin. Kevin, how you doing, brother? No. I have a Saturday show that I do myself. I've got my own live stream that I do at 10 o'clock. So
what's it about? Tell me.
Well, I work on whatever artwork that I'm working on currently. So right now I'm working on Nira X Dark Seas #2, and I'm also working on another Nira X book, which is kind of celebrating her 30th anniversary, even though it was last July. So I'm putting together kind of a pinup book of all of her rogues gallery of villains, basically saying they're all capturing. Every single page is a different page of them capturing her and making her kind of suffer in a funny way, but saying happy birthday. That's how they're saying happy birthday to her. So I've been working on those pages, and sometimes at the end of the show we auction off some of the artwork that I'm either working on in the moment, or if I happen to have some other artwork that's already finished, and that's the way it goes. It's like an hour-long live stream that we do every Saturday at 10 o'clock. I call it the weekly mouse.
I think that's perfect, because then for people that are interested in kind of like the process for laying out a page and an image, and
yeah, exactly. I like being able to show the process, because that's what I like to see from other artists. There's a lot of artists that I follow. They have they have speed paintings, or they have speed drawings of what they're doing, or like cool videos, but it's all sped up. And it's like sometimes like something as simple as when I'm drawing panel borders with a metal ruler. Just the fact that I have to actually wipe off the ruler before I put it back down because there's ink on the ruler. It's like little things like that. If you're an artist that's coming up and you're just wondering about the process, you're just like, oh, you do have to clean off the ruler. It does get dirty all over the place. It's like little things like that you skip over when you're just trying to make entertainment. Which I still love the entertainment. I still love the speed paintings. I still love watching them. But it is kind of cool seeing, like, if you don't skip over some of the little mundane parts that you don't think about it, you don't talk about it, so.
We save people from messing up their own art.
Exactly.
To drag it across for the next line.
Oh my gosh, yes. Like, and just the way that you're drawing, because right now, even like, setting the ruler down flat on the paper, that cork that's on the back, if you set it down on some not even wet ink, it just has to be slightly humid ink, it's still going to kind of drag around the page. And so those little work ethic, little work habits, little things that are kind of like autopilot, so you don't really think about putting them in your videos, But if you're doing it live and you're going through the process in real time, it's like, oh, this is like a thing. This might make it, a little tip to make it more helpful, and that's kind of stuff. I love learning that kind of stuff of how other artists work, what their little process is and stuff like that.
And people probably have this moment where they're like, oh, there aren't just magic elves that come and make the boxes on code.
Exactly. It's like, no, man.
Point.
Yeah, this page was 10 hours of pain. That's what this page was.
Right. It's like, there's a reason why we all own a whole bunch of correcting whiteout.
Exactly.
I mean, other for making snow. But.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that like they make like even Posca, the Posca pens, they make a couple of different kind of white paint pens. I got some Molotov ones too that actually the Molotov ones are actual acrylic paint, which is kind of nice, but they got like different size tips. So that way, if you just want to draw into the black, of the drawing, or you just want to put in some, so I got a bunch of different size. I think where's my, the workhorse is I got a big whiteout pen too. That's just like for big, the whiteout always does the trick. There you go. Yeah, one of these guys. Yeah, little office whiteout. One of these little Presto guys. But they have the little, like the little ballpoint pen. Yeah, the little ballpoint pen tip kind of to it.
No, that's awesome.
Yeah, I like working.
So what else are you working on? You've got the Near X stuff working. Do you have any other projects in the wings?
Yeah, there's our two big Kickstarters to kind of get this year going is Near X Dark Seas. And that's going to launch on February 18th, I want to say. Yes, it is February 18th. And then Zen Bounty Wars #1 is going to be a 4-issue miniseries, and we're launching that on March 21st. So those are the two things that are really going to keep me busy, kind of like leading the year a bit.
Are they both Kickstarter platforms?
Yes.
Or?
Yeah, they're both Kickstarter platforms. Our publisher Tom is getting the Kickstarter ready for Near. I don't have a link to share with you like at the moment, but if you go to his Facebook page, or if you go to my Facebook page, I'll post up the link. He's got a link for it's like a temporary little web page where you can at least you could put your name on a list, kind of thing.
JD's magic; he'll find it in like 2 seconds.
Yeah, there you go.
Like,
yeah, is Kevin EIC Dotery. Is the way he's EIC, like editor in chief. It took me a second to figure out too. I had to ask him, but yeah, he should have the Kickstarter page, or he should have the pre-launch page up in hopefully like early next week. So that way, at least the pre-launch page is active for a week or two before the campaign launches.
So for your convention circuit this year, when people want to come see you in person and shake your hand, where are you going? This year,
and I've got the list on my website at billmoss.com. I saw my little name tag there. Just in case you don't have to write it down now. It's just on my website. It's I'll be going to Hampton Comic-Con, which is in Virginia, and I actually have to look up the date myself. I have to go to my own website and look. Oh no, there it is. I got it. February 24th, Hampton Comic-Con. Tidewater Comic-Con is in May, I believe, and San Diego Comic-Con in July. So those are the. I'm really scaling back on the amount of shows that I'm doing this year because I've got some catching up to do. So I got to be a responsible artist and catch up on all. I've got a stack of commissions that I've been running behind, so I gotta make do on my promises.
I think that's some of the behind the scenes stuff that people might not know how hard it is to do. Like if you're taking time out to go to a convention, then you're missing out on doing your daily work. Exactly. And then if you're taking in commissions while you're there, you're also adding on top of that pile of things that are hard. I see creators all the time saying that they spent all night awake in their hotel room trying to
for sure
have it.
Exactly. And it's like, and you don't want to give. Like the list that I have now it's been behind schedule. My daughter was pretty ill this past year, and she's doing great now. So don't feel bad or anything. She's doing great. Doctors helped her out. She's all hooked up and she's back to work and all that good stuff. So everything's happy, but everything's behind because of just being sick and taking care of her and this and that. So that being said, yeah, it's a juggling act when things are perfect, but when things actually fall behind, it's like a domino effect. And then you don't want to. I kind of feel bad if I go to a show and I'm doing new artwork for people that walk right up to the table and ask for a quick sketch or something like that, and I know that I have somebody on a list somewhere who's been waiting for months for a piece and they've already paid for it, and so I got at some point I have to be like, okay, let me scale back, let me catch up on this part, and then we can go ahead and move forward instead of trying to kind of like reverse engineer it as we go along. So I appreciate everybody's patience. Everybody's been so cool. I try to answer everybody's email when they're wondering like where things are, this and that. So everybody's been super nice, and nobody's mad, which is good.
Yeah, I always encourage people because there's this like weird trend to be like just angry online about just anything.
Yeah,
There's
that's been
nothing
going.
mad about to find something. I'm like, please don't take it
Yeah,
out on people. It's just
everybody's mad
fun.
about something. Every movie that comes out is horrible. Everything is bad. So it's like, okay, I get it. We're all stressed out about stuff, but the way I deal with stress is kind of like the opposite. I try to look at the glass half full. Kind of, I'm trying to think of what are the things I'm actually excited about. What are the things that are actually going good? So I deal with stress kind of like from the other angle. I don't really. And just like, we do our live stream and stuff like that. And it's always positive. And I try to always keep it positive. There's no reason to throw in all this negative stuff to bring it down. It's not really that kind of party. So
all right, so do you get any time at all to partake in other people's creative work? Are you reading anything right now that you
I'm not reading anything right this second. No. Like the past few months have all been about writing and prepping for the books that are coming up and commissions and taking care of my kid, my 26-year-old kid. My fully adult kid. But she's awesome and she actually helps me a lot. And she's actually been in the industry herself for 13 years. So she's she works for some of her, I call it her day job work, is for a company out in LA called Storyboard. And they do graphic novels for people who are writing screenplays or using that screenplay graphic novel as their pitch material, as opposed to just giving somebody just a script. They're giving them an actual finished printed graphic novel. So she colors, she does a lot of coloring for them. And they're like 150-page books. They're like big projects. So
mind-blowing to think that we went from a place where kind of comic books were the ugly stepchild of entertainment, and now it's so cool that people are like creating them to be able to like show a deck.
Exactly. It's almost like people woke up to the fact that, like in order to film a movie anyway, they have a storyboard artist, part of their staff. They're essentially creating comic books. In order to, their director of, their cinematographer, their director of photography, whatever, they have to look at the storyboards to see what it is they're going to do, what they got planned out to do. So why not create an actual finished graphic novel? And so yeah, I'm glad that people view these projects like that now. That it's just another art form. It's another media, to consume.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Bill. I love getting to hang out with you. You're one of my heroes. I started in
thank you so much.
92, so like you're the first.
And the same ballpark, Yeah, that's awesome. That is so cool. It was really good to talk to you today too.
It's so awesome. Everybody, please do click on all of those links that we shared with you, and make sure to have it all ready to go when the Kickstarters get live. I will just give you a hint. Even if you don't want to support a Kickstarter, you're just a camp. It's not in the cards for you. You're real tight on money. Just the sharing it or clicking on that you want to be notified when it comes live pushes it up so that other people can see it. So you can do the good deed by just saying I like a thing.
Exactly. That really helps like so much, and it's free to do that. And I know it takes a couple extra clicks, a couple extra minutes. So I really, really appreciate everybody for doing that. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah. All right. Thank you so much. You guys stick around. We have another awesome interview coming back to back right after this. Stay tuned for more EXP Expo 3. Thank you so much, Bill.
Bye-bye. See you.
Live from New York. What? Oh, sorry. Live from Cleveland? It's Friday night? It's Friday Night Live! With Nancy McCann. And Ricky. And sometimes Carlos. And featuring boxes and boxes of rare comics. Unique collectibles. Lots of smiles and conversations with new friends. Friday Night Live with Comics Unlimited. Friday night from 9 to 11 on The Experience.
What's up, the internet? Producer Kyle. I am back. I've had dinner. I feel like a whole new person after doing 6 hours earlier today. And I'm here for the long haul tonight for the next 3.5 or so hours. I want to thank Miss Jen for interviewing Bill. I want to thank JD for stepping in and running the show, and for Jay for stepping in and running the show starting here in about 20 minutes. Guys, we couldn't do it without you. Welcome back in. I'm excited to talk to our next guest because, as I mentioned earlier, I love when guests are recommended to me by people I trust. And our next guest, John Holland, came to me through Honest Henri from Chicago, who I trust. And if Henri says you're good people and you're a good indie creator, I want to talk to you because that's how I meet new people. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome in from Diebold Comics, John Holland. What's up, buddy?
How you doing? How you doing? Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. It's good to meet you. So let's start here because I like I just said, Henri was like, hey, you should talk to this guy, John. He's in this indie creator group that I'm in. They're all great people, and I think you'd really enjoy it. So tell everyone and myself a little bit about what you do and who you are and how you came to be in comics.
Whew, that goes back for quite a few years. The first comic I think I ever. Oh, I'm sorry, my dog is sitting underneath the table.
Okay, well, we have to meet the dog now. Like, that's the dogs and cats, man, rule the internet. So we're gonna have to meet the dog at some point.
Yeah. Oh, you believe me, you will. Whenever I get on the computer, she starts jumping all over the place. But so basically, back in the probably late '80s, early '90s, back when the black and white boom started, I did some work for Fantagraphics in their Critters anthology. One of my first things that I had published was in the back of Bill Loeb's Journey. I don't know if anybody remembers Journey, which I think was one of the best comics ever produced.
I have original pages for Journey hanging right through that door.
Oh, that's so
Bill
cool.
is one of my favorite people in the world. I see him 8 or 10 times a year at conventions, and we just sit and talk for hours.
Oh yeah, Bill's the nicest guy in the world. So I actually worked with Sam Keith on it. This was before Sam Keith became, well, here comes the dog. Look.
Hello.
She's just a little over a year old, and that's too much energy for me. Stay down there. So we did a backup, I think it was a 4-page backup in the back of Journey, and I had something in Critters at the same time. And Critters was like a series that I did called Lizards, and I did probably about 6-7 stories in the back of that, which that series has really lived on. I went late in the last couple of years. I've republished it myself. I've got some copies of it I can show. This is one of the copies of it. So I'm up to issue 6 of it right now. I'm actually starting new stories. I've republished all the old work and took up to about issue 5, and now I've started new stories with it. There's a newspaper called A Kid and a Comic that has been coming out. Well, I've been taking the old Lizard stories and kind of cutting a lot of stuff out and just getting it down to the very basics, and that's appearing in the newspaper. And then Ben Dunn from Antarctica Press is bringing back an old title of his, Furlough, which was a funny animal story. Well, he's going to start reprinting the Lizard stories in that. So that's those stories have held on for quite a while and continued to go. And I'm continuing. I did one new issue of it and planning to do more issues. I've just kind of got too busy with other things right now and haven't got back to the Lizard stories. So from there, I kind of went, like, I did some stories in Kitchen Sink's Death Rattle. I did some work I adapted the Harry Harrison's Death World novels for Adventure Comics. I did the Christmas issue of Innovation's Quantum Leap comic. So I did a lot of stuff back for a while, and back in the 90s. And then I kind of took a break for a while. And when I came back, I've pretty much been doing more self-publishing. I've self-published now under Diebold Comics. When I first came back, I was kind of self-publishing under no title. I was just putting the comics out and really not having a title for but I figured I really needed something for everything to fall underneath, and created the brand, the name Diebold Comics.
I like it. How did you? So I have this fascination with the black and white boom era, right? And part of it is because that was really the age where I had been going. I grew up going to the comic book shop. I feel like I went to the comic book shop, I was 3 weeks old for the first time, right?
Yeah.
But the late 80s, early 90s, I don't remember a lot because I was very young, but 93, 94, 95, I was old enough to really kind of understand what I was seeing in the comic book store for the first time, right?
Yeah.
I was 5, 6, 7 years old, somewhere in that range, kind of old enough to recognize, oh, I like that art, I don't like that art, that kind of stuff. And so I love that era of comics. And it's why I collect Journey. And it's why I collect, other than the fact that I love Bill, but it's why I'm a Turtles guy. It's why I'm into this era. So how did you get paired up with Dennis Kitchen and with Bill Loebs for doing Journey and that kind of stuff? How did you meet those guys and start working with them?
With Bill, it was through Sam. Sam had met up with Bill, and they were talking about doing something. This was back before Sam, I think, had anything published. So this was before he did any work for Comico or, started working for Marvel or anything. And Sam and I started, we used to have this was back before cell phones. So we probably had like regular long distance phone calls, like at least once or twice a week, because we were working on a bunch of different projects. And then Sam knew Bill and then kind of hooked us up. And then I had a couple short stories that I had given to Sam, and Bill liked them enough, and he just put them in the back of Journey. We did one, and we're going to do another one, and the second story never really did get around to getting done. But we did 1 4-page in the back of Journey through Bill, and like with Kitchen Sink was just basically just just sending in a story. It was the first story I sent in, I think, was with Dave Garcia. I don't know if you remember PandaCon. If you ever seen PandaCon, he was in an issue or 2 of Turtles, and then it was a black and white comic. And Dave was the artist, and his wife Monica Sharp did the writing on it. And I had hooked up with them through. There was a magazine at the time called Comic Scene that came out, and they had an article in there about fan, like there was some type of organization that like you could mail in, because this was even before the internet. So you basically, it was all through the mail, and they hooked writers and artists up, people working together. That's how I actually met Sam, and through Dave. And Dave and I had a story, and I sent it to Kitchen Sink, and Sam actually inked it, and they took it. And then I was working with on Lizards. I was working with an artist named Ron Wilbur, and we worked on a story, and that went to Kitchen Sink. And then the third story was actually another story that I had worked with Sam. It was a story Sam was working on, and had the kind of the genesis of it, and had sent to me, and I wrote it up, and then he drew it. So, and Kitchen Sink was pretty cool, because at one point they were short a story. One of the issues, whatever story was supposed to be in it, and the editor at the time got hold of me and said, "Hey, do you have a story we can send?" And I just happened to be finishing up one of those stories, and it sent to him, and it appeared in the book.
And that's one of the things that when I talk to people who got to work with Dennis, and I only met him a couple of times, in a professional setting.
Yeah.
But that's one of the things people said about him, is that he was willing to give people a shot, especially when he came down short, right? Like, he's like, I need 6 pages. Who's out there? What do you got?
Yeah.
And let's give it a shot and see what happens.
Dennis so much. I worked, and his name just went right out of my brain. The editor of the book at the time, I kind of, that was all my interactions was with the editor.
But I that's probably true. It's probably for the best too. having met Dennis, but he and Gary Reed and those guys of that era who were doing that, that was kind of their MO, right? Is if you had a good idea.
I did a book with Gary too, through Caliber too. So actually the book through Gary was The Lizards from Fantagraphics. Mm-hmm. After doing about 6 or 7 stories of it, I decided I wanted to do a full length story, and I got hold of Gary and talked to him, and we decided, he published Lizard Summer Fun Special. And Gary was like one of the nicest guys in the world. I mean, working with him, we actually had a few things planned up that just never got off the ground. But Gary helped it start. He started a lot of people in this business.
There is not a small chance that the experience wouldn't be here if not for Gary. At least I wouldn't be part of it. I sit on the board of the award, the Gary Reed Independent Creator of the Year Award, because cool. Gary fostered in everyone who loved comics a further love of comics, and gave everybody a chance. So, like I said, that era is really interesting to me, and the fact that you were there with guys like Sam Keith and some of these people at the genesis of it is really fascinating. And that was a time where you couldn't crowdfund. Making stuff on your own was a very different demon back then.
Yes.
So when you said you break for a while and came back to it, how had things changed? Especially for someone who's been around and kind of been doing it on this level for a long time. You've seen a lot of progression. So how have you seen things change, and how are things different now?
Now I find it's a lot harder to get work from publishers. That's one of the reasons I went the self-publishing route. Back then, and to be honest, the black and white boom, there was a lot of stuff being published. Publishers were like throwing stuff at the wall to see what stuff would stick. So there's a lot of stuff that was being published that was not very good, and it was easier to
own a lot of it, yes,
to the market at that time. But also, it's gotten a lot more expensive. Back at that time, every artist that I worked with, basically we worked as a team. Neither of us, they came aboard, they did the art, I did the writing. If we made money off of it, then we would, we'd have the way we would split the money. But basically, there was no paying the artist ahead of time. And I'm not saying that's bad. I mean, nowadays, the artist wants pay, and I understand, they spend a lot more time on it. but that adds a whole bigger expense to the issue, plus, self-publishing. I published the book, I pay for the printing. I pay, I just actually retired last year. So I had a pretty decent job. So it was easier to pay for all this stuff. I was able to afford, I didn't have a lot of bills. I'm single. So, most of my money went into this, all my extra money went into creating the comics. So it's, now it's getting a little more tough because, now that I've retired, I don't have that income to fall back on. Now I'm looking at doing Kickstarters. I haven't did a Kickstarter yet. And, I'm looking at doing the Kickstarters and trying to, see what we can do that way.
It's interesting that, you talk about in the old days, you would kind of be a team of creatives and then you'd have your breakdown, right? Your split, whatever it was. And now artists want a page rate. And, all of that I think is a product of just the changes in the way the industry functions. Yeah. But the thing that struck me is it's a story I hear. It's incredibly common these days. And we're talking about guys who are working for Marvel and DC who are still like, yeah, I go every day to my office job and I'm an accountant and then I come home and write or draw my books. And they're working for the big boys. And this idea of having a vocation and then having an avocation, doing your day job to fund your avocation and hoping that your avocation makes enough money to support itself at some point is a very common story. And as someone who's done it that way for a long time, what are your thoughts on this idea of crowdfunding and Kickstartering and that kind of thing? Is it something you're excited about? Is it something you're trepidatious about? How are you feeling as you approach you said you're going to do one soon?
Honestly, I'm scared to death of it. Mainly just because, it's just, you don't know how it's going to go. And there's so many, because I haven't did one before, there's just so many questions, how much do you ask for? How much do you charge for shipping and handling? How much do you do this? There's a lot of questions, a lot of what ifs involved that any one of them could throw off, your funding, and you don't get funded. We actually, the artist that I'm working with this Kickstarter on is Travis Smith, and we actually brought in Bradley Golden, who is the editor of Second Sight, who has a pretty good track record with Kickstarters. He's part of our team, and I feel a lot better having him there because he's done it enough times and he succeeded enough times that he knows what he's doing. So I feel we've got a pretty good chance of this Kickstarter, and we've been putting some artwork out and some advanced stuff out on this that's coming up. We're going to try to do a Kickstarter in March, and we've got a really, really good response. So I'm feeling pretty good about this, and hopefully it's going to, make enough money for us to continue it.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, are you working with, there are several different, comics experience with Andy Schmidt, and then Tyler James Vogel has a series, and you mentioned Bradley Golden is a great partner to bring in on something like that. He really does understand that crowdfunding world. Tell us about the project that you're going to be kickstarting. What is it? What's the name of it? Where, what kind of story is it? That kind of stuff.
It's the project we're doing is called Death Rain, and it's kind of going back to the 90s. It's done in a lot of like the old Image style. The artist is drawing it. He's really big, he got into comics at the time when Image, was just starting, and that was some of his favorite comics. So basically it's set up in a world where humans are being transported, like just entire cities will just kind of like appear from Earth onto this world, and it's just full of monsters and demons. And there's like 4 characters that are there to protect the humans, and it's going to be a big action comic, a lot of fighting, a lot of action, and hopefully some characterization and a little bit more than that too, to drive the story forward.
When you go to break a story like that, a kind of a sci-fi futuristic story, I suppose. I don't imagine it takes place in 2024.
No.
I imagine it's a little futuristic.
Yeah.
What is your process like? Were you inspired by watching these shows like Westworld or whatever that are set in the future, or do you draw inspiration from that kind of stuff, or do you just kind of have the idea and sort of noodle with it until it kind of turns into what you're looking for?
This one was more inspired by Travis. He actually came up with the idea for it, and he did some work. He actually just drew some of the characters up, and they got a really big response on Facebook, and we started talking about it. So we just it's been kind of a collaborative effort. He kind of has an idea of what he wants to, see in the book, and I'm just taking that and when I was younger, science fiction was like all I read, back in the day. I mean, I don't read science fiction quite as much anymore, but I used to like, Isaac Asimov and Harlan Ellison and all those science fiction writers back at the time. That's all I used to, that was the only thing I read for years at the time, with science fiction books. So I take a little of that and just, kind of, like you said, noodle it around. Take some of what, Travis and I have talked about, and then just, we're just moving that on and seeing where we go with it.
I love the idea of having the artist come up with the concept and the concept art, and then bringing in a writer and kind of fleshing out the idea that way. We've had a couple of people on today talking about that's kind of how they've done it, right? Started with sort of a character design and then wrote a book around that.
Yeah. This is actually one of the few times I've did that. Usually I come up with the idea, and a lot of times I'll write the whole script up and then just send it to I'll find an artist, and now I'm at the point where I know of quite a few different artists that I can say, hey, would you like to draw this? And then, send them the script and go from there.
Yeah, certainly. But it's kind of the opposite of the Marvel method, right? It's kind of the opposite of what so many people expect comic creation to be, where it's writer comes up with idea, tells artist what to draw, artist draws,
Yeah.
Do you find freedom in that? Because it's not like you're carrying the whole of the weight.
It's different. I'm having to get, like I said, I'm used to writing the script first, and usually finding the artist and sending it. I'm enjoying doing it this way. We're getting to the point where I'm going to just, basically write up the whole script. Right now, I've written up about 10 pages of it that he's working on, so we can get the Kickstarter started, and then I'll just finish the script and we'll go back and forth with it.
In that sort of collaborative process, are you finding the work to be easier or harder, or or is it just different? And on the same note, like why is this the book you chose to kind of venture into this realm of kickstarting with?
Travis and I have been working, trying to get some things for about the last year. We've been talking a lot, and we've thrown around a lot of different ideas, and we're going to do this, and then we decided, nope, that didn't work out. Then we're going to do this, and this is kind of like the project that seems to have gained a lot of traction on social media, as far as Facebook and where we've posted it. A lot of people have really seemed to like it, and we just decided, all right, let's go with this, because we were going back and forth with so many ideas. We had to do something. We had to pick something, and we figured the only way we really were going to get this published was if we did a Kickstarter on it. If we just went that route, because we both wanted to. Because I've been wanting to do a Kickstarter, and we just thought this is going to be a good project to do it.
Very cool. It's been our when you do these events like this, you tend to see ongoing themes and throughout people's answers to things. And one of them today has been finding the right partner, working up the project, and then finding the right time to do the project. There's, the publisher Distillery was here earlier, and that's sort of their MO, right? Giving creators a platform to tell the stories that they've never felt at home bringing to any other publisher, right?
Yeah.
And so you talking about having wanted to crowdfund, having wanted to do something, and then finding the right partner, finding the right story, and going that direction with it is kind of inspiring that way. One of the other books that you sent me as a promo book is a book called A Girl and Her Dog.
Yes.
And I loved the cover. It just felt like sort of an old school, almost manga style comic book in the slice of life sort of cover, at least. Yes. Can you tell me about A Girl and Her Dog?
It's not based on the Harlan Ellison story. That's one that, more people ask, have you ever heard of A Boy and His Dog? And I'm like, yes, I'm a big Harlan Ellison fan. I've got every book that he's ever written. It has nothing to do with, the title did come from the story. I will admit that, but the story has nothing to do with the Boy and His Dog. And it kind of came to me. I had a friend that she lost her dog. This was about maybe 2 years ago. Her dog, she just lost her dog. I lost my dog before my new one about 3-4 years ago. And it's just kind of after when I was reading, when she lost hers, I just started thinking about it. And basically the story is just about the bond between this girl and her dog, and, how strong a bond is between, the person and their pet, and how this bond actually survives even the death of the dog. And it's not a horror story. The dog doesn't come back as a zombie or anything like that, but the dog does show up after the dog dies, because unfortunately a pet's usually not going to be around for the life of your whole life. And whenever she's like in a really bad situation, the dog, or even a good situation, the dog happens to appear and just comfort her. And and it's funny that the artist on this book, Hernan Gonzalez, is an artist I've worked with on a few things, and he's more known as a horror artist. Another book I'm working on is Alma, which is a horror comic, and in this he really goes a lot different, and it's it's more of a bright type of artwork for it that I think fits the comic very well.
Yeah, Hernan Gonzalez is a name that I'm very familiar with. I've followed his work in the horror genre. I'm a huge horror fan. I read anybody who watches the Experience regular knows that Kyle reads a lot of horror. If somebody goes, hey, this book is messed up, Kyle's the guy to read it for review. So I was going to ask about Hernan on that, in that sort of, it's very not his normal style. And I was going to ask about that, but I think it's cool to see him have worked in something different with you. We're coming down. We're in our last 10 or so minutes. So what I want to make sure we do is talk about where people can follow you, where they can support your work, how they can support your work, and I've made this joke several times. How can they give you money so that you can keep doing this stuff?
I've got my site that I've went back and forth. I've had a website. I tried to do a Patreon. I've tried to do all these. Basically, I settled on I have a Ko-Fi site. It's ko-fi.com Diebold Comics. And basically that Ko-Fi site does everything. It has tiers on there, so you can subscribe to it. And for like $10 a month, you'll get looks at upcoming projects, scripts, everything that you can think of, a lot of extra stuff. For And even for the free part of it, I put a lot of stuff into it. I try to keep it where, bringing people in. But it's got a shop on that site. It's got a blog on that site. Basically, that site does everything right there. And then I've got the Facebook page for Death Rain, which people can go there. They'll see a lot of the artwork we're putting up. We'll let them know when we actually launch the Kickstarter. Just a way to kind of keep in contact with that. After Death Rain, I'm actually going to be doing another Kickstarter for Alma, which is another book that I'm working with Hernan on. Which the tagline for that is, "What if Buffy was a 72-year-old grandmother?"
Sold.
So yeah, it's when I published up like a couple hundred copies of this to do for conventions, and almost every time when I give them that tagline, the book sells.
Yeah.
Even people that don't know who Buffy is or have never watched Buffy. I don't think I ever came across anybody that doesn't know who Buffy is. They may not have watched it, but Buffy's become such an iconic character that everyone knows who she is nowadays.
Well, it's true. We need to organize an exclusive cover or something. Meemaws versus vampires. It's kind of what it sounds like, the idea of Meemaws versus vampires.
And then I'm actually working on another book with Hernan. That's, if you do go to the Ko-Fi site and you at the $10 level, we're going to put 2 pages of it a month, is vampires versus zombies. So, and then once we get enough of that, those pages out, then we'll put that out into a comic book.
Perfect. Fantastic.
Yeah, I'm always working on more things than I can keep up with. I'm probably working on about 5 or 6 different scripts and characters right now.
How do you transition from one to the other? Are you able just to kind of say, okay, I'm doing this script today, this is what I'm working on, or do you bounce back and forth, or do you wait for the mood to strike you for one or the other?
Usually a lot of times I go back and forth, especially like if I'm writing one script and I get to a point where like, all right, I'm not, I need to think about where I want to go next. Then I can just, pull up another script and start working on it. That kind of helps me not get it writer's block, because I go back and forth. Now I've been lucky. A few scripts I've done lately that I've actually knocked out in a day, like Alma. I just basically sat up to write it, and it just went out through so quick that I was done with it in a day. I mean, scripts usually don't go quite that quick.
Right. You talked about your Ko-Fi, you talked about your Facebook page. We're doing the crowdfunding. Is there any place else that people should be looking for you, that people should be following you? Are you convention appearances, that kind of stuff?
Last year I did a lot of conventions. This year I'm cutting down a little bit on them. I'm doing a lot of because it ran up a lot of expense last year. I actually went to Heroes Con last year. I traveled. I'm based right outside of New Orleans, and normally my convention circle is like anything within about a couple hours drive. Last year I went like to Florida, to South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, and I plan to do a few more like that. I think I'm going to try to do Dallas, a convention in Dallas this year. I'll probably do one in Tallahassee coming up. I have Coast Con in Biloxi that's coming up March 2nd, the weekend of March 2nd. So I'm still going to be doing conventions, but probably a lot more local, and then spread out just to do. I'd like to do Heroes Con again, but Heroes Con was an expensive convention. Just the hotel and the table and the drive.
Yeah, you find the bigger
people. It's expensive. It's hard to when you're selling a $5 comic, it takes a lot of $5 comics to make your money.
Yeah, and the bigger the convention, the more expensive they always are, right? Like, Heroes is not a small show, so it's in a bigger convention center, so tables cost more and hotel rooms cost more, and it's certainly a thing.
Yeah. It was nice because it was a comic book convention. I've done some fan expos, and they're all right, but it's so much catered to the movie stars and the TV stars, and the comic book got people kind of, they're the ones that they, after they've spent all their money, then they come looking at us, you know, and then they don't have a lot of money to spend.
It's true. And unfortunately that's the direction some of these conventions are going, if for no other reason than it helps to cover their costs a little easier.
Oh yeah.
Let me ask it this way. If there is there an IP, not one of your own, that's out there in the comic book world that if you were asked to take it, to write it, you would drop everything to do?
Oh, I mean, I would, you know, if Marvel or DC came to me and said, "Hey, we want you to write for us," I would, you know, I would say yes. Probably the book. I would have said the book I really want to write more than anything, but right now it would be so intimidating because it's had so many good art writers and artists on it. Is Daredevil. Daredevil was the first superhero comic that I really started collecting back when it was. I think Roy Thomas was writing it and Gene Colan was drawing it. But you know, since then you've had Frank Miller and Brian Michael Bendis and Ed Brubaker and, you know, Chip, and all these people have just, I mean, they've created such a character with it that it would be very intimidating to try to, you know, follow in their footsteps. But that's the comic that, you know, like I said, that's the comic that got me into Marvel. You know, that was I started reading that with issue 50 and, you know, and just went on from there and read every issue after that. Actually, there's a comic I really would, if is Defenders. One of my biggest inspirations is Steve Gerber. I mean, I love Steve Gerber's writing, you know, and that's, I think, because almost everything I write has some humor in it. Even when it's like really serious, I drop some humor. And Steve Gerber was always that type of writer. And his version of Defenders was like awesome. I was like such a fan of when he wrote Defenders.
Yeah, no, that was a hell of a run. Steve Gerber is not someone I think gets the kind of credit they maybe deserve. Let's plug the links one more time. ko-fi.com/Diebold Comics. And then on Facebook, search Death Rain to follow that page as well, so that you get the Kickstarter.
I have a Diebold Comics Facebook page too. So and I have
Diebold
Instagram,
Comics as well.
Comics. Pretty much any social media site, if you type in Diebold Comics, I'll pop up somewhere.
Yeah, just so guys, it's really important to us that you support these creators and you support what they're doing and that kind of stuff. So even if, you know, you don't have the dough right now to run out and buy John's books or to run out and do that kind of stuff, go find these page, follow them, share them out, spread the word. You know, the making a big noise is as good as dropping a big dollar sometimes.
Yes.
So it always helps to make sure that people know about these creatives and the work they're doing. So do all of that, and at the same time, head over to Ko-fi and, you know, subscribe to some of those tiers and help fund this stuff on your own. Last question I'm going to ask you, and unlike some of our other hosts and stuff, I love to ask people a question they can't possibly be prepared for. But they're not heavy questions. So, you walk into a deli or a sandwich shop. What is your go-to sandwich order?
Oh, I'm a very simple person. I'd probably like turkey. So like I said, I'm a very simple person. I don't, you know, I'm a hamburger and hot dog type person. I don't, you know, so when I get sandwiches, it's like turkey or ham or usually something pretty simple for me that I know it's hard to screw up.
Hey, you know what? That it's probably safer than some of the options that we take every day, right?
Yeah.
So remember, guys, Ko-fi, ko-fi.com/Diebold Comics. Search Diebold Comics literally everywhere and support John and the work that he's doing. And then when the Kickstarter launches, hit the share button and hit the back button. support the Kickstarter. It's always great to see somebody do their first one and get a big hit. So hopefully we'll hope that for you. We'll throw that out in the ether.
Thank you very much. I hope so.
Yeah. So thank you, John, for being here. Thank you for being part of the EXP Expo 3. It's always great to meet somebody new and somebody that I can follow now and support their work on my own, which is the thing that makes me happiest about being in this business. So thank you so much for being here, John.
Thank you for having me. I enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. You know how to get a hold of me. Hit me up when the Kickstarter launches and we'll have you back on and we'll promote the heck out of that for you.
Awesome. I appreciate that.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Thank you so much. Guys, we will be right back in just a minute here on the EXP Expo 3 with another new person for me, but someone I'm very excited to meet. We've been talking through the internet for a couple of days. Aron Pohara will be joining us. So stick around. We'll be back in just about a minute's time.
There's something for every imagination at your local comic shop. Visit comicshoplocator.com to find a store near you.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back into the EXP Expo 3. I am producer Kyle. We are well underway here today. This is part 2 of day 1. We have 2 parts tomorrow as well. So make sure you tune in for that. My next guest is Aron Pohara. We're just going to jump right into that. We're going to bring you on screen here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in Aron Pohara.
Hey guys, how are you doing today?
Very good. So, Book of Lyaxia. Is that how do you
Lyaxia. You got it.
Lyaxia. I have a short box of an exclusive cover that I did with some friends of mine way back when on this book, and I've never known how to say the title. and as we talked, that's like my biggest anxiety is that I mispronounce the name of something that someone worked so hard on. So give everybody the pitch on Book of Lyaxia.
So, easiest way I can tell you this, think of Game of Thrones meets gods. Different mythologies. So you have Greek, Egyptian, Norse gods all living together on the same realm. And they're basically fighting for the dominance over the realm. Story follows 2 brothers as they're essentially trying to find out who started the war between them and how to end it. And basically this whole mystery unravels behind them to figure out exactly how they fit in this entire thing.
Yeah, it really is. Mel says it's an epic story, and that's why I was so keen to jump in on the exclusive cover when we did it again way back when. I think this was during COVID, maybe.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, it was. I love the scale of the story. Right, it is not a small world that you are building.
Yeah, and that was kind of the funny thing. I would say that the story that I'm actually writing right now is a prequel to the original script that I wrote. And this story right here, what you're seeing in all of these issues, was written in 7 pages in a flashback.
Oh, that's so cool.
I just blew your mind in time.
Right. Okay, so 7 page. Yeah, I don't. As a person who is only an okay writer and has no other real talents, the fact that that's how you did it just rendered my brain a little bit jello-y. Like I don't exactly know what I'm like. Let's go back even further than Book of Lyaxia now that because we have the link in the comments, bookoflyaxia.square.site. You can click that link right there to go buy it. Go buy it. You won't be disappointed. It's a great book. Let's go back a little further though. Tell us your origin story of coming to work in the world of comics.
Sure. So funny thing is, as I'm going to discuss a little bit later, I actually started reviewing comic books for a website called Be the Nerdy, and I was essentially doing the reviews, and I was doing the shows. I was buying scripts from the writers. I always kind of had this story and kind of this whole mess, if I want to call it that, in my head, but I didn't know how to actually approach it. So essentially, through purchasing the scripts and figuring out how to actually address the script writing for the comics versus, say, writing a novel, which is what I originally was doing, I just thought that it would be best in a visual format. And I think it paid off because I got some really, really talented people working on the book, and they really brought my, vision to life. And it was just essentially it was through, experiences at the cons and talking to people about the idea for, a couple of years. I was, pitching and giving them like small snippets of what I wanted to do. And they were like, yeah, you should do it. You should see if you could do the comic book. And I actually had to do a director's cut of the first issue because I got some feedback that it needed a little bit, fleshing out, which is understandable. I never wrote, a comic book script before. So I went and, I got an editor. This was all me self-editing the first issue because I wanted to see how it's going to be. But then for the director's cut, I got the editor and just kind of flashed things out.
I like that, but so you started off sort of as a journalist and a reviewer.
Essentially, yeah.
So you came to this, and I'm gonna be as blunt as possible, knowing what's good and what sucks.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, and generally, I'll say this. I didn't want to do. I don't mind writing or reading, superhero stuff, but that's not what I wanted to do. It was always in the back of my mind that I wanted to tell this story. I have a couple of other stories, like I have a horror story that I'm writing right now, and a sci-fi book that I'm gonna, do after that one. But this was like, I want to finish this. I want to finish this, and then I can, dedicate my time to some other things before I come back to this again. But
when you sat down to you said you'd had the idea for Book of Lyaxia for a while, and that you had kind of talked to people about it and kind of shopped it, so to speak, around to kind of get feedback on the idea and kind of flesh it out. When you sat down to finally break what became the final story, or not the final story, but the story that's out, how did you approach that? If because you'd lived with it for so long, I imagine there was some level of like, killing your darlings here to get to the final product. So how did you approach that?
That's a great question, and that's what made it very difficult because I wrote it as a novel. I had like 7 to 10 different chapters, and I was gonna finish it as a novel. But then I started reading the first chapter, and there was a scene where these ancients are basically talking about these events that are happening, about these gods that I'm actually introducing in this book. And I was like, I think this was going to be a good, starting point. And I just, instead of rewriting stuff that I already had on paper and just doing it in that format, I was like, but let me just go and create this whole new level of it, level 0, so to speak. And that's what became of Book of Alexia. I just kind of sat down and thought that was the best starting point.
And when Book of Alexia crossed my plate, it was with Second Sight.
Yes.
Are you still there? Are you still working with them, or have you transitioned into self-publishing or something else?
Currently, I am self-publishing, but Second Sight was good to me. I've done many conventions with them, and I have nothing but respect for those guys. And that's it was just time to move on, and it was just the decision that we both made in the end.
Oh, absolutely. And that's, that's the story that Second Sight tells with a lot of their creators, right? Is we worked together and we worked really well together, but the right move for the comic was to sort of, branch out and go the creator owned route or the self-publishing route. And I think when that's happened, what we've seen, at least what I've seen, is these books come back stronger from that time. And are you having sort of that same kind of feeling where that was a good moment? It kind of got the name out there, got your name out there, got the name of the book out there. And so now that you're self-publishing, maybe you have a little bit stronger legs?
Yeah. I mean, it definitely helped out. I was at MegaCon, a couple of years with them, pre-COVID, and then COVID kind of happened. Hopefully, with the COVID kind of behind us, not really behind us, but kind of behind us.
Right.
It's gonna become a little bit easier. My first issue, actually, I was like, the first issue came out, I believe it was end of 2019. So I was like all psyched. I'm like, okay, 2020 is my year. Let's do this. I'm gonna go all out, and everything shuts down for like 2.5 years, and I'm like, okay, let's do this.
Right. You got to pivot, in that situation. And Mel is in the chat going, you're going to be at MegaCon next weekend.
Yes, correct. I will be at Artist Alley 1274, and I will have all of the books, including the trade paperback that I just printed out, which essentially has the first 5 volumes of the book, which is essentially books 1 through 4, and then Hades chapter, which is kind of like a prequel. But I will also have a book 5 that literally fresh off the printers. It's Thursday. It's going to be at MegaCon next weekend. So super excited for people to read that. That's 52 pages of awesomeness. So
yeah, I always love when you have somebody who's like, look, I just picked up from the printer and brought it straight to the convention. They crack open that case and it has that smell, of brand new, fresh ink. And nobody's read it yet. So when you pick it up on Friday morning of the convention, you're the first one to read it. Like, that's such a rush.
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting. I can't wait to see what people, this was Kickstarted, number 5 was Kickstarted, and I had definitely had feedback, to say the least, about the ending of 5, which is essentially a penultimate chapter. If you read the chapters, each chapter has like its own cliffhanger and stuff like that, but chapter 5 is like, it's the ultimate cliffhanger because it's the final one. And I always wrote it that way, and when people saw that, they were like, you're insane. I'm like, yeah, they're my character.
The thing I love is the way you described it is like, that is the cliffhanger of descriptions of cliffhangers, which has me really excited for number 5. So John Spilius, if you're watching, I need you to go to his booth and get a copy and send it to me, because I'm not going to make MegaCon, but I'm sending one of my ninjas to get one for me.
Fair enough.
What was your experience like on Kickstarter for number 5? Did you enjoy it? Did you find it stressful? How did it go?
I mean, Kickstarters, they're their own beast, right? So some elements of it I really enjoy. I mean, I love creating the actual, pages. I love, interacting with fans. But as you know, during the Kickstarters, you have those lulls. So it's either you get to a certain X amount of, funding, and then you just kind of like plateaus for a while. And it's like that plateau, you're trying to make it as short as possible. And that can definitely be stressful. But overall, it's definitely fun. I've never tried Indiegogo. I never tried. I think there's another one out there now, but I've never actually given them a shot. Now it was just Kickstarter. But overall, it is it's definitely a fun experience.
Yeah, I think it's a I don't know why my phone would make that noise. There's a level of intensity with crowdfunding these days that I think really does help the books and help the creators who do it. And at the same time, I think that same level really sort of drives the interest in these books, right? This sort of, I don't even know what to call it, right? But it's an intensity in the Kickstarter world because there's so many projects. So
Right.
as you look to the future, is Book of Lyaxia continuing beyond number 5, or are we going to pivot and go a different direction?
Well, this was always meant to be a 7-issue series. So with Hades being essentially a chapter 0, chapter 5 being chapter 6, there's one more issue. That issue is currently in production. It's gonna be bigger than chapter 5, so we'll see. I'm still kind of playing with the ending. It's written, but you know how it is with a creative process. It's always like tweaking until I need to stop tweaking, and I need to stop tweaking like 3 months ago.
Hey, that was me last night going, I've got to stop making graphics for this event. I needed to have this done hours ago so I could sleep before I have to interview people. But
Right.
I
No,
definitely
hear
get
ya.
it.
So, but it's like I said, issue 5 is like 52 pages. This one's gonna be close to 68 to potentially 72 pages. So, to kind of give you an idea, the first 5 books that are in a trade paperback are gonna be essentially similar to size in the last 2. The last 2 are freaking epics of their own nature. So, can't wait for people to read them because it's gonna essentially, it answers everything. Like, I made this into a mystery on purpose. A lot of people are like, you're leading me onto a path, and I'm like, they're like expecting answers like right away, and I'm like, trust me, they're coming. I know what those answers are, but I can't tell you. You're gonna have to wait until it's ready, until it marinates, as they say. So it marinated, and people have thoughts.
Well, but I will also say this, that's the benefit to self-publishing, right? Is you can publish on your own schedule.
Right.
You can kind of, you can wait until a book marinates, or you don't have to constrain yourself to 22 pages or 34 pages or whatever. You can use as many pages as you need to, I guess, in multiples of 2, but you can use as many pages as you need to tell your stories, right? And there's nobody who can say anything about it. And it makes the story stronger. And it makes everything feel more complete. So when you talk about these last 2 volumes being epics, was that always the intention, or was that just the way the marination process worked?
It was always the intention. So the first five books was essentially, I called the first 5 books Volume 1, Volume Alpha. And then the second volume is Volume 2, Volume Omega, which is going to be 5 and 6. And the whole story is Alpha and Omega, which, again, I have
Makes
a lot
sense.
of, yeah. So that was always the intention. The length of the final one was definitely changed a little bit, not by much, but a little bit. And but it was always intention for them to be epics, and because there was just so much stuff, and I wanted to. I didn't want to rush the ending, if you know what I mean. Like,
I do.
we can talk about movies or TV shows and even comics that sometimes rush the ending, and I didn't want to feel that. I didn't want my readers to feel that.
Game of Thrones. Right.
Revenge of
Rushing.
the Sith.
Well, we're not gonna Star Wars we're gonna keep over there, but I will bash Game of Thrones and The Sopranos for rushing their endings.
Fair enough.
Far be it for me to question George Lucas, but I will question George R.R. Martin.
Well, he hasn't finished his books. God knows if he ever will. So,
right, he's definitely not rushing the ending. I guess it's true. Is there a project after issue 6 for you? Do you have another book that you're kind of thinking about, or a story you're kind of working towards or working on?
Yes. So I'm actually in production right now. I don't have a title for it yet, but it is a horror story. I'm actually gonna dabble a little bit in horror. I've always wanted to write a horror book. It's one of my favorite subgenres, that and sci-fi, and I couldn't decide if I wanted to do a sci-fi or horror first. It was kind of like a, coin toss for me, and it was horror. As somebody approached me and they wanted to do the book together with me, so once it's ready, once we can discuss more, trust me, it's gonna be all over the place. It's gonna be awesome.
Nice. I always like having something to look forward to from creators that I like and creators that I'm following. When we talk about you came from, sort of a journalism background, a review background. I know you also do on YouTube reviews of, television and movies and stuff. And, here on The Experience, we do shows where where we read comics every week, and we do reviews of those, minute-long reviews of comics. And so what does having looked at so much with a critical eye bring to the table as you start to approach not this project, but the next one?
Oh man, you're gonna put me on the spot, aren't you? Okay. Well, I mean, even with this project and the next one, I mean, it's such a hard question. Sorry. No, essentially I want to see not only what the fans want and what people want, because ultimately, I want to appeal to the masses, but that's not what I'm writing stuff for. I always write for myself. I want to create what I want to read. I want to, create what I want to watch. So that's always been my mantra, people be damned. So it's, I'm not gonna be there and be constrained by what people want and don't want. It's more of there has to be a balance, but you can always see what doesn't work in certain media, right? So if a certain editing process doesn't work in a comic book or a film or TV or whatever, you can adjust that aspect to make it better, not so much the storytelling or anything like that, because ultimately it's a completely different beast than even writing for DC or Marvel. They have huge editing teams, and they're constrained within certain vision. You can't do everything you want to do, but you can't just come in there and be like, hey, I'm gonna write Batman and I'm gonna do my own Batman, and they're gonna be like, yeah, this ain't happening. Batman ain't doing this. It's gonna still be constrained within that editing team. And that's always going to be the difference between being fully, independent versus somebody that's within those big studios and stuff like that. Does that
Yeah,
answer your
absolutely.
question?
Yeah, it does. Everybody, in the comments right now, there is a link to Aron's YouTube channel. After you hit like and subscribe and all that stuff on our channel, head over there and do the same on his YouTube channel and hit that share button and share out, that channel so that your friends can go over there and subscribe as well. That is as important as anything is sharing. Not to say sharing is caring, but sharing is giving people a bigger megaphone is always super important. So please do that. Is there, you just kind of mentioned the big editing teams and the kind of the DC and Marvel model, but is there a character or something at one of those studios that if they called you up and said, hey, we want you to write this, but you got to drop everything you're doing, that you would jump at the chance to do?
Probably two characters. One of them already mentioned, which is Batman, and the second one would be probably Titans or Teen Titans, depending on what variation of the team they're doing. I'm a huge fan of both, so if they told me that I can work on those characters and put my own flair to it at least a little bit, I would definitely love to do that. Probably.
Having read Book of Iaxia number 1 and 2, I'm gonna have to pick up the trade when you when I see you, or when I get a chance, because I need to read the rest of it. I feel like Titans would be a great fit. Kind of operates on the same scale.
Right now.
Right now. Okay.
Right now.
That's all right. I see you. I see you. Other than the YouTube, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. I mean, I would love to do Titans. I mean, they're ever since Perez run back in the 80s. Even the Jones run, I enjoyed quite a bit. Right now, this newest run is probably my favorite of the recent ones. I enjoyed the John Boy run for a little bit that he did it. The rest of it just kind of felt like they didn't know what they wanted to do with the characters. They were just kind of there. But this one, I think they're finally giving them a voice they deserve. Because, I mean, they're almost as old as Justice League, for God's sake. So
it's true. So other than heading over to the your shop link that we put in the comments and the YouTube channel, where are some other places people should go to follow you, to find out more about what you're doing, and to support your work?
Yeah, I mean, hit me up on Facebook. I'm on X, Twitter. I'll call it Twitter till I die. It's called Twitter.
Right.
I'm on Instagram. Just look me up by my name. You will see it. It's actually my last name, first name, because it got hacked the first time. And somebody wanted to hack my account. I don't
you're
know
the
why.
fourth or fifth person this weekend that's had their X account or Twitter account hacked. So it's why I think so many people are leaving. But it's, if Pohara Aron on Twitter.
That's on my Insta, yes. The Twitter is gonna be Book of Iaxia. Just look that up and you will see it. I also have Blue Sky account that I just opened up, but I'm not fully active on that just yet. I'm kind of still prepping the account, but if you wanna look me up there, it's also just my name. So
yeah, Blue Sky is, I think, I spend more time on there interacting with comic books than I do any other social media now. Because so many of the comic book community abandoned the other platforms for it because it wasn't the hellscape that some of these other places have become. There's not nearly as much division and derisiveness and anger over there. It's just a bunch of people like, hey, I drew Spider-Man. Here it is. You know, oh, also I'm working on Spider-Man. So like, yay, you know, that it's like everybody over there is just kind of supportive, and it seems like a good place for now. So
No, sure.
What's your sort of, I'm trying to figure out a way to ask this question that makes sense to anyone other than me. And that question is where do we go at the end of the Book of Lyaxia series? You've given the pitch for kind of what it is and why people should read it, but after issue 6 comes down of the original plan for 7, is it a universe you'd like to go back to every once in a while, or is your ending, which you're still tweaking, sort of final? And here's what I mean.
Ultimately,
Are there spin-off series? Are there other ideas you have in that world that you might visit as one-shots later?
Yes. There's plenty stories left. Like I said, this is essentially the beginning of the beginning. This is a prequel to the original story that I actually wrote in the novel. So I'm gonna reintroduce those characters, and even in Book of Lyaxia, even as epic and as big as that book is, I wanted to limit the amount of, mythology characters and pantheons in a book, so it doesn't become too overwhelming. That's why I kind of focused on 2 or 3 pantheons as separate families and stuff like that. But ultimately, I definitely wanted to add more pantheons. I wanted to add like even Christian pantheon and Aztec pantheon and Hindu pantheon and all of the other ones, and they're all in there, and they're all there in the background doing their thing while this is happening. And I'm slowly introducing them, even if you read Hades, you will see some of the characters from those other pantheons kind of there in the background doing their own thing, and they show up at the end. And it's the ending is essentially, I can't spoil it.
No.
No,
Right.
no. I know. But the ending basically leaves it finishes one story. It finishes the story of the brothers, but it finishes it in a way where it leaves it, open for additional stories and stuff like that. So this was always meant to be a story about these 2 brothers and how they actually live it in this world, and what they have to do to preserve the peace, or achieve the peace. And that was essentially the story of the first 7 books. Where it goes from there, we have so many other characters to play with, and I love them all. So
Are you committed to sticking with sort of known pantheons, or have you thought about kind of going the Neil Gaiman's American Gods route and visiting some of these lost pantheons that people maybe don't know about?
oh yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, I originally, I like I said, I mentioned the Aztec gods, the Mayan gods that are gonna show up. Also, I want to introduce like Chinese and Japanese mythology. I want to introduce like Native American mythology, even Slavic mythology. A lot of stuff that it's out there, people know about it, but it's not really represented in media at all. Like I can see it. It's if it is a book or anything about mythology, it's always Greek, Egyptian, Norse.
Right.
It's those 3, and I kept those 3 in my own book because I thought that it would be good starting off point, but especially with how dense the book was, I wanted to kind of have the familiarity starting off point for the characters, even though I put my complete spin on it. I mean, you read the first two books, so you can see it's not anywhere what you would think
Right.
Greek mythology is. It's those characters, but they live in their own separate world.
Yeah, no, and I think that's what makes it cool, right? Is that it's familiar but unfamiliar at the same time.
Right.
And the reason I kind of ask about mythologies and pantheons people don't necessarily know about, there's a book coming out at the moment from Dark Horse that is steeped in Inuit mythology.
Okay.
And I have in my family, I have Inuit relation, and I've never heard this mythology. And I'm going, how is this something I've missed? And I reach out to that aunt and I go, hey, what's the deal? And she goes, it's not something we talk about. Like, it's kind
And
of it's kind of lost in its own culture.
And there's a lot of that, right? So if I actually, even before I started writing the book, and I went and I got different books on the world mythologies and like lost mythologies and lost heroes, and just I wanted to kind of get a grasp of all of them. And I settled on these three because, again, wanted to kind of have that familiarity. But I have the characters that are in the background that are from those other mythologies. I kind of name drop them, show them for like a panel or two, just to kind of say, hey, here they are, they're here. I can't really fully introduce them into the story yet, because if I had like 15 mythologies in 6 books, I'd be still
It's
writing chapter 1.
No, it's true. And each book would be 600 pages.
This is true.
I'm looking at you, Neil Gaiman's Norse mythology comics. Anyway, let me ask you this. You mentioned Slavic mythology, Slavic pantheons. I'm very excited because that's not something that's frequently visited
Right.
in the comic book world. When you do research into that kind of stuff, are you ever shocked about what you find and say, oh, this is something that I never thought I'd find? I've got to include this now.
Well, I'm originally from Croatia, so I am Slavic, so I'm familiar with it. I read it before, as childhood stories, which now when I think about it is probably why it turned out the way I did.
Hey, as a Middle European, my own self, like, in my ancestry, it's true. It's why we're the way we are.
Right.
So I just wondered if you found anything that you went, oh, I had forgotten about that guy.
Well, I mean, the character that they keep mentioning in John Wick, Baba Yaga and stuff, that's one of the big creatures from Slavic mythology. But if you read about the actual character, you're like, yikes. And
Right.
that would be an awesome horror book, right? You could actually do a horror book on Baba Yaga. I'm not doing it right now, but I may.
Yeah, hey.
That's not the book that I'm working on, but now it gave me an idea what we were talking about. But a lot of these characters are, a lot of those unknown ones. I'm not sure about, you mentioned Inuit one. I read about him a little bit, but I know Slavic, I know like even Hindu, even like Japanese and Chinese mythology. They're steeped in not just culture and the demographic vibe of the nation, but also so much nature. And Slavic especially, they're very, very steeped in nature. And I think that would be very interesting to kind of explore and do something with.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I rant.
No, you're good. I'm just thinking about a Baba Yaga comic now, and how I think that's cool. And I'm also thinking about, I sit on some retailer panels and things, talking about, just the business of comic books, and how sort of the former Soviet bloc and that sort of, again, Middle European, Croatia, Slovakia kind of area is a really emergent comic market. And there's a desire for American style comics in that area, in, the native languages, the languages that they speak there. And so I wonder if that is something that you've considered for, maybe doing a translation or doing a release that way for that area with the kind of the stories you're working on.
Yeah, I have. Honestly, I have kind of been looking into the kind of publisher, and they're emerging markets, but there isn't a lot of publishers and stuff that actually deal with comic books specifically,
Right.
in that area. So it's been a little bit difficult. Book of Laxia is translated currently in Japanese stuff, so it is in Japan, so that's pretty cool. I always wanted to get it in Japan, and it's pretty awesome that it's there. So
that is cool. So, all right, guys, we have the link for Aron's YouTube channel over in the comments. The link a little bit above that for the Book of Laxia store. Just search for Aron Pohara anywhere on social media, Book of Laxia, all of those places. And hit follow, hit subscribe, hit share, all of that kind of stuff, and support Aron for everything he's doing. I want to ask you here as we run out of time. I ask everybody a couple of questions they can't possibly be prepared for. And you heard the one question in the last segment, so I'm going to ask you a different one. And that's this. Is there a band or someone that you would like to go on tour with and run their merch table? Like, who is your favorite band, and what would you like to do with, like, if you could work with them?
my favorite band I would like to go to a tour with. Interesting. Wow. Well, I'm gonna say Maneskin.
I like it.
Maneskin would be awesome.
They're dope. I just discovered them not that long ago, and the back catalog is huge. So
Yeah,
I'm very into that, and I like that a lot. So
they're just unique.
very cool.
Yeah, each song is like different than the other. It's just like they're kind of like free spirit. Like if you look at some of their older videos, even like stuff in Italian that they do, you can play that stuff on the MTV and Palladia or whatever it's called right now. It's not gonna fly.
Yeah, it's true. So, all right. I appreciate you being here. Thank you for being on the show. Thank you for being part of the EXP Expo 3. Aron Pohara, everybody, go out and pick up Book of Laxia. If you're going to MegaCon, booth.
It's going to be booth Artist Alley 1274.
1274 in Artist Alley next weekend. So I expect you all to make sure he sells out, okay? I'm watching. So make sure that happens, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Guys, we are going to take about a minute break, and we are going to be back with everybody's favorite Monday night show, The Devil's Advocates, with myself and Bronze Age Nerd. So we will be back where we will be answering your viewer mail questions while I try to remain conscious 13 hours into my workday. So we will see everybody next time in just a minute here on the EXP Expo 3.
To be continued. 3 little words that hold the secret to the next great story. 3 words that will thrill you, confound you, give life to new possibilities. Every variation of To Be Continued is a promise A promise of adventure. A promise of excitement. A promise of unseen wonders and unexplored worlds. A promise that every issue you read makes you a part of a never-ending journey. And behind every page, there will be an unopened door waiting for you. This story to be continued at your local comic book shop. Visit comicshoplocator.com today.
What's up, the internet? We are back.
What is up, Kyle? Are you up?
I'm not. I'm barely alive. Welcome into the EXP Expo 3 part 1, day 1, part 2, the final part, the end of the first part, the part that everybody here is used to. Me and Bronze Age Nerd talking about things on the internet.
Lovely. Absolutely great to be here.
I have a question for you.
Oh, yeah, sure, man.
What are we playing on the TV behind you?
So I'm multitasking. Right now, I'm in the middle of a Fortnite tournament. No, my wife, the Copper Age Babe, is playing Fortnite in the background.
Well, I think she just killed somebody because she's dancing. So congratulations,
yeah.
Copper Age Babe.
That's all for you, Kyle.
She
I
says
appreciate that.
Yeah, okay, you can hear it. Great.
So this is our viewer mailbag segment where we answer questions that you all have sent in. And talk about things that maybe we wouldn't normally talk about on the show. So here is my hope. I am flying blind. I'm hoping that Chris has a better plan.
Don't worry, folks. We got you covered. Hey, before we get super into the show, though, I know I just posted in my Discord and shared it to everybody. Also in the EXP Discord, which, by the way, go check out the EXP Discord to go become a member. I shared the topic, which is kind of a variety hour, is kind of how I have it pictured. There's going to be some viewer questions, and there's going to be some interaction. We might even be able to open the phone lines.
Yes, if you give me a couple of minutes here,
Sure,
let me
no
click
rush.
the buttons to get that going here.
Absolutely no rush, but I have some stuff prepared and some fun activities too. So a couple of them, but here's the thing: if you're watching and you joined and you're a regular viewer of mine or of the Devil's Advocates or here on the XP, do me a favor. Let's get some more people in here. Why don't you go share the show out to some of your friends? Go to your Facebook groups, go to your places where you talk comics online, or hit up your buddy through text message, share that link. Let's get some more people in here to talk about some of these things. It's going to be more fun if we have more people in here hollering at us. Hey, we got Collector P said, hey, earlier we got Psycho Phil in the house. That is awesome. JD is asking for some entertainment. No, nay, he is demanding entertainment.
I'm not entertained.
So that is exciting. So real fast, though, I know you've had a full day of streaming. If you guys are just joining in and you are one of my viewers, this has been going on all day. We're actually wrapping up the show. We're closing it out. This has been the EXP Expo 3. So you're going to look forward to these as kind of an annually or mostly annually event. What was the highlight of the day for you, Kyle? Like, what was the coolest thing you had happen?
I got to
like
eat
what
dinner.
jumps out.
Getting dinner is pretty good. No, I'm kidding. So the thing about these events is, for me, they're always this like 3-week marathon of very little sleep and a lot of work. And
yeah,
I love it because I get to talk to people like Aaron, who was just on, and John before that, and earlier Frank Martin, who you put me in contact with, who are people that, now I know Book of Lyexia. I mean, hell, I've read the first couple books and I'm a little pissed at myself. I missed the trade, and I'm going to correct that in the next 48 hours. And so I knew Aaron, but I had never spoken to him.
Yeah.
And I know some of Frank's work, but I'd never spoken to him. So getting to meet new people is always the thrill for me, right? Because
cool
comic book people are my favorite people.
Yeah.
Right. That I've worked with musicians, I've worked with movie stars, I've worked with all sorts of folks. X, that was a pretty good day. That was a pretty good trip this morning.
Interesting. I thought was that on stream?
I went live after I picked up my dinner this morning. On my way here, just kind of tell everybody what was happening today and kind of give everybody a heads up. It's true. And one of the places I had to stop, we've had crazy weather here.
Yeah.
And my car got covered in mud last night as the road cleaners came through. So I had to go through the car wash this morning. And
okay.
I was quite over, and they're waving me into the car wash. And I'm going, crap. Okay, we're going through the car wash, guys.
All right.
But it's one of those getting to meet people and talk to people I don't often get to talk to, right? Or that I haven't yet talked to, and finding out what drives them into this. I'm gonna be frank, crazy world that we live and work in, right? Like the world of comics is not for everyone. And so you've got to be a certain kind of person to decide this is what you want to spend your life doing.
100%.
It always fascinates me to see that. And I got to talk to Trish Forstner and Tone Rodriguez earlier. And I've been a fan of Tone for a long time. Yeah. And I made the joke to him, and I don't think he necessarily heard me or got it, but that Dan Wickline and I are three variants of the same comic. We all kind of look the same, and we're all about the same size, and it's this, we like three different variants of the same comic. But at the same, like, that was cool, and I love talking to those guys. But I love Matthew Rosenberg and I talked for 15 minutes about sort of obscure punk clubs in New York and, the punk rock scene there, and talking to Declan Shelby about Old Dog, which was one of my favorite books of last year. And, this kind of getting to really drill down into the stuff that makes me happy. Thank you, Chuck. But then getting to bring Chuck on and pair him with Don Wen, who, Chuck and Don are buddies. And, it's a friend of a friend is a friend of a friend.
Yeah.
And when everybody comes together, it's great. Like tomorrow night on SketchUp, well, Dan Price from Bigfoot Knows Karate. Dan was somebody I wanted to get on the show. And I thought, rather than just him talking to me for an hour or half hour or whatever, let's put him in with Mel and Mog and let's create.
Yeah.
We have an interview with Greg Weissman tomorrow morning, who created the Gargoyles. And like, we're going to talk about Keith David, right? Because like that voice.
Oh yeah.
We're going to talk about, the draw to animation and that kind of stuff. So again, it's the conversations and it's seeing the through lines, because no matter how disparate the projects are we're all working on, there's stuff, right, that goes through everything. Be it like a lot of people today talking about finding the right home and the right partner for the right idea and waiting for the right time and honing the project and building the project and cleaning it up until it's perfect and then releasing it.
That's a very like underrated aspect of comic book creation, is that people are like, oh, it's just a great idea, or it's just a good writer, it's just a good artist. No, it has to happen at the right time and place, and it has to be with the right publisher or the right self-publishing situation. And it's interesting. That's awesome, Crizella.
Yeah, thank you, Aaron. It has been a blast all day. I will say this: the thing that maybe got my motor running the most today was talking to Sean Edgar from Distillery.
Okay, cool. I didn't get to catch that one. I'm looking forward to watching that one on the rewind. That was one of the ones I was most excited about.
Yeah. Now, and I will say this, and this is not a knock on Sean. Sean's job is to do this.
Yeah.
It was a lot of here's the solicitation copy.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what this book is. But at the same time, Sean was really great at sort of saying, here's the solicitation copy, but here's why you should be amped for this thing.
Okay.
Right. Like the fact that the book that Jock is doing there is something that he's been working on for over a decade. And just waiting for the right opportunity. That's a dude who calls Image and says, I want to put this book out. And they go, yeah, okay, whatever. We're not going to question you, right? But he waited for the right partnership with the right publishing, with the right mentality to take this story to and set it there rather than just putting it out.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's really awesome.
You know, or the fact that the book that Becky Cloonan and Sulu Lote are doing together is something that they've been working on and refining. And for, you know, a long, long time together. And how it's, you know, it's kind of in that spicy book realm, right? But it's a spicy book comic. And how they've taken great care to make sure it appeals to the people who read those kind of Harlequin romance, you know, Fabio on the cover kind of books, but also to dudes.
Yeah.
You know, there's something there for everybody in Somna. And, you know, the Western, the Blood Brothers Mother that they're doing, that's Eduardo Riso and I can't think of hold on, I think I have it right here. That is Eduardo Riso and it's been so many hours, man.
It's okay. It's okay. I don't remember off the top of my head either. But
Ryan Azzarello. God, how can I not think of Ryan Azzarello? This
maybe you don't like Wonder Woman. I don't know.
No, I it's 10:15 here, or I'd crack another one of these dudes to keep my brain running. But like the concept there is so interesting and unique that that's the one today that really kind of, all right, I see you. You know, now my motor's running. Now I'm amped. And I'm going to see you guys in a few weeks in Pittsburgh at Comics Pro. And I'm going to be able to sit with them and be like, I want you to know what this meant to me and how excited I am for the product you're doing. And how, while I know it's a hard road to be the new kid on the block in the publishing sector, right? Especially when you have guys, you know, you have things like this Ghost in the Machine or whatever it is that Image has now.
Yeah.
And some of this other stuff where it's been a little more, you know, a little more established publishers to come in on the scene and say, hey, this is what we're doing. And, oh, by the way, we're going to do this digital thing that's unlike anything you've ever heard of. And, by the way, you know, we talked about Distillery when we first started the show. And we've talked about them several times. Finally kind of getting a clear answer on what it is. And how the digital product is not the same as the print product. So you're not segmenting your market to digital and physical. It's a different product with different opportunities.
That's an underrated comment.
That is a very underrated comment. I would like to think it's that nobody wants to spend $250 a vowel when, you know, Pat Sajak is sitting there staring at you. But, you know, that's just me. But no, the fact that they're offering exclusive covers, exclusive content, exclusive opportunities like in the real world for their digital customers.
Yeah.
You know, you're a digital customer, come to the convention and we'll have a print for digital customers only that you can get signed.
Got a good point, Jay. I think there might be an EXP Distillery crossover in the future there at some point.
Hey, we use vowels. E is a vowel.
Yeah, but you save money on the rest of them.
Can I tell you a I'm not kidding kind of story that's going to sound like I'm kidding.
Sure.
When we founded the experience and we were sending our initial emails, kind of starting this thing, I kept spelling experience wrong. Because
like E before I or something, or what are we talking here?
Yeah. And so the EXP part came from, hey, look, can we do this in a way that's easier to spell? And then at the same time, the company name is the Comic Book Shopping Experience. Like, bro, ain't nobody going to use that. We need to shorten this down. How short can we get it and still have it be unique?
Yeah.
So we went to the experience, but there's like Comics Experience. There's the Experience comic shops that are Brian Hibb's store out in California. There's, a ton of these. The word experience is all over the place. So we had to even shrink it down more and be like the EXP.
Right.
It's a whole thing, man. But that's why that's like that.
Hey, so real quick, I think we should get to our first viewer mailbag question. That is one that I think is very good for us to talk about, maybe in a teaser fashion, because I think we're going to end up talking about this in a longer form video at some point, because we do have other topics to talk about tonight. But I'm going to paste that into the chat so we can highlight it. This comes from Psycho Phil over on Discord. And the question is, once it actually populates up in here, sorry, things are running slow.
No, you're good.
How do you manage / track your collection? How do you store your collection? And the second part of that, we can talk about that a little bit, of course, but the second part of that is what we're probably going to maybe talk about a little more in depth in some ways. But the managing and tracking your collection part, and I don't know, Kyle, for all I know, you don't track your collection or manage your collection. Maybe you do a spreadsheet, maybe you do an app. I don't know what you do, but I think this is an interesting topic to talk about the options out there, at least.
I have an independent accountant come in and track my collection.
So, like, when you buy something, do you update them, or how do you handle that?
So, my collection is kind of different than your average collection. So, I want to start off by saying what I'm about to recommend you should not do. My collection is the collection my grandfather started in 1960.
Right.
My father continued, and then I picked up. It also includes remnants of the inventory from my store and the inventory that I use for conventions and online sales and stuff like that. So the total collection is actually multiple collections sort of mashed together.
Yeah.
So for insurance purposes, every few years we have an independent accountant come in and do an inventory. And
that's fascinating.
The reason we do it is, one, so that there's no question on what exists in the collection and what doesn't. Because
right.
Some of the books we have, the AF-15s, the Fantastic Four ones, stuff like that, they're books that are frequently not what they claim to be.
Yeah.
So having an independent person come in and say, they actually do have this book, they have it in this quantity, this is its location, sort of eliminates a level of question that our insurance company often asks, right? The other thing we do for some of that is we have in the past brought in graders from CGC to go through, especially the major keys, the massive keys, and say, they're approximately this grade. We're not actually grading these books, but they're approximately this grade so that a value can be determined for insurance purposes.
Without actually encapsulating them.
Right. Because they're not worth encapsulating. They're worth encapsulating, but they're like no grades or a 0.5 or things like that. That it's just like, I'm not going to spend the money to encapsulate this book. It's already in a safe deposit box. It's not being handled. It's not deteriorating. It's getting its bag and board changed every 6 months. It's, that kind of stuff that it's being taken care of.
That's interesting. So I got to ask though, so that process there, it just kind of is super interesting to me, as somebody who does not have a collection anywhere remotely near that kind of level. So did you reach out and contract a CGC grader on the side, or did you go through CGC? Or okay,
that part of the business.
Okay, is that your dad then, or
yeah?
Okay.
The last time it was done, he arranged it. And my guess is that he called the CGC and said, "Hey, this is what we need to do," or that our insurance company facilitated.
Interesting.
That right? Like,
because I wasn't even aware they would do something like that. I figured they would just be like, "Sure, do you want to drop it off or send it in?" You know, like we'll do that, and I can see them doing it that way. But for them to come out, that's pretty cool.
Well, I mean, we've done it. We've usually done it in conjunction with them being at a convention nearby.
Right, that makes sense.
They're at Motor City Comic Con or Fan Expo Cleveland or Mid Ohio Comic Con or something where we can get them.
Okay.
You know, it's, hey, can we pay for you to drive over, put you up in a hotel, food, all that kind of stuff, and you do this?
That's cool, man.
Yeah, it's don't do it. We probably won't do it again until State Farm makes us.
But at the same time, like, just, you know, when you say with the AF-15s we have in our collection alone, like, folks, we're probably talking about this collection is probably worth it. I mean, there's certain collections out there that are, you know, just think for archival purposes or for preservation purposes, like you want to have that kind of work being done to it. So it makes sense with what you're talking about having over there.
But I would say this, it's a bigger pain in the ass than I think it's worth at current. Right now, again, if State Farm says we need you to do this, I'm not going to argue because I want my insurance coverage, right?
Yeah. But
at the same time, I'm not looking forward to it if we ever have to do it again. It's a nightmare. That said, on a week-to-week basis, I use a number of different things. The full collection is in a database that I built on the computer that operates very similar to CLZ.
Okay.
I like Comic Space. I really would like to move everything into Overstreet Access at some point because I really like the work they're doing there.
Same.
However, there isn't enough money in the world to get me to do that work right now. Like, the number of books that I'd have to put in just make it not worth it. When they have a CSV import feature, I will consider it.
They do.
Well, when they have, I know they do now, but like so I'm considering it. But it was one of those, that's been my standoff point, right? Is like,
no,
you got to export this from something else into your system.
I've been in touch quite a bit with Sean over there at Overstreet Access. You guys have seen him on my channel before if you've come onto some of my live streams a couple times, and he's a good dude. I'm actually going to be starting a project here very soon where I'm actually going to go through I have everything pretty much in CLZ. And I have tried to start the process of importing to Overstreet Access. The problem is I've never bought a collection before. I bought one collection last year, and buying that collection kind of screwed everything up as far as databasing goes. And then also was very bad over about a year and a half I was actually started selling comics, which I'd never done before either. And I was bad at removing things that I sold, and I was bad about putting things in that I got. Right. So essentially I have kind of a worthless database because sure, the things that I know I already knew in my head anyway, I'm sure those are all accurate because I never would have removed those or changed them. But a whole bunch of my collection is inaccurate. So I'm going to start going through, I think, like maybe do some late night streams or something like that. You know, after the kiddo goes to bed, I'll start some streams and just kind of start digging through a box and, you know, maybe kind of fine tuning some alphabetizing and then putting things in. I'm going to put it in CLZ and in Overstreet Access.
Right. So beyond that, CLZ is a great app.
Yeah.
X.
I don't know if X is saying like CLZ with a surprise tone or CLZ is in like a curious tone, but let's just assume it's curious tone, and curious tone is CLZ stands for collectors with a Z at the end. And it's basically a database software that does a lot of stuff for you, as far as like bringing in the cover for a cover match, that kind of stuff. It's very, very interesting software, especially if you pay the extra money to incorporate it with cover price and get values added to your collection. If you're interested in that, if you're not, don't spend the money to do it. It's pretty easy to maintain, except for when it doesn't work well. Let's put it that way.
Right. So the stuff I have in CLZ is the stuff that I sell. Right. It's the stuff that is in and out. Right. So it's the inventory from the store, the inventory for the conventions, and that kind of stuff. The stuff I have in the other databases is stuff that I cannot sell without multiple permissions. Like
running it through the committee of owners, basically.
Right. The family collection.
Yeah.
So they have the two different databases. They are combined in one big database on my server. So that way, should something happen to one or the other, I can still go pull that information.
Makes sense.
And replicate it. Then, and this is where I'm going to get real dumb. And it's work I did largely during the pandemic because I needed to do it for my mental health. But also, it really has made life easier when I need to find something. Every book, regardless if it came with a barcode originally or not, has been assigned a barcode. And those barcodes are associated with every line in the database.
Wow.
Right. So if I need to find a book, I can pull up a barcode. Well, each of the boxes has a corresponding barcode too. So it's in box this and it's book this. So if I go to that box, I can find it in that, I find that, and then I can scan the barcode and it takes it out of that collection if I'm selling it.
Interesting.
Yeah. And it mainly just became, it came out of the need for an RMS system.
Yeah.
Right. When COVID happened and I closed my store, I lost my RMS. Because it didn't make sense for me to pay for this big expensive point of sale RMS system when I'm doing 6, 7, 8 conventions.
Yeah.
Right. I'm not going to spend $10,000 a year on this thing for 8 conventions. So let me come up with another system. And part of that is I needed the old books to match the new books, right? New books all had barcodes. So I needed some way to have one system that fed it all.
Yeah.
So again, that's how that works. And so when I need a book, my scanner tells me, or my document tells me where it's stored, which box it is. It's box 13. Scan the barcode. Yep, this is your box 13. Here's your, you're looking under A. Here it is. Scan it. It comes out. Now I can ship it or I can sell it or whatever I need to do.
That is super cool. So, I mean, that would also, I know you probably aren't interested in doing this based on conversations I've had with you in the past, but if you wanted to, that seems like it would make it super easy to do like an online comic store because you could just import your database. You'd have everything.
That was the intent.
Yeah.
That was why I did all this work. And then the experience happened and all of it kind of just became a secondary item.
Yeah, back burner kind of stuff.
But I'll tell you, it gives me a lot of peace of mind.
Sure.
Because again, I don't know where these books are. So if I need to go find a book because we're doing something for Mission 22 or whatever, I have to go through the whole process. And as an ADHD kid, it keeps me in line, right? Like, I can't screw this up intentionally, right? It's stupid proof in that regard. So in terms of storage, I have some metal. They're not the nice Metro racks that other people use and some of that kind of stuff, but they're just some PVC, really high quality PVC racks with some metal supports in them from Home Depot.
Right.
That are in this room and that room that have long boxes on them. At the house, everything is in short boxes. In the climate controlled storage facility, everything is in long boxes. And then we have a safe deposit box that some stuff lives in.
So is I assume you mean the climate controlled storage, is that the bulk of the nice collection then, essentially? Like the premier collection, or whatever you want to call it?
No.
Okay.
I'd say probably 25% is that. Most of it is inventory.
Okay.
I keep the expensive stuff close by.
Well, the real reason I was asking is because I'm curious with, climate control storage, that's a lot of long boxes. How are those stored? Like, do you have those on the same kind of racks you were talking about? Okay.
Exact same thing. I've got a 30 by 30 storage unit. That's just floor to ceiling, those racks, basically.
Okay.
And then in the middle, when I had built a custom table for my store, which was, 3.5 feet tall. You put long boxes. It's 2 long boxes deep.
Mm-hmm.
So you can put one facing out on either side. And then it can go 3 long boxes high with pull-out shelves.
Yeah.
So I've got books in there as well. But everything is stored in traditional white comic long boxes and white comic short boxes, except for the active inventory, which is in the black plastic boxes, and will be converted over to the fabric fold flat boxes here this year.
Oh, JD, you're my hero, man. I idolize you for that. I wish I had that kind of self-control. Maybe not that number, but like that philosophy. I like that.
JD is the master of the Spartan lifestyle.
I can respect that.
In strict counter to that, I am Tom Haverford. Things are forever. So no, it's
that's funny.
Again, part of this came out of I had no options, right? And part of this came out of necessity, and then some of it came out of, I'm going to be honest, mania.
Mm-hmm.
At the beginning of COVID, I had lost my business to the COVID, and I was trying to figure out how to stay in comics. And I went through this sort of manic period in, April and May of 2020, where I was 14, 15, 16 hours a day just going through this stuff. And it was my whole, data entry was my whole life.
Yeah.
Because it was something I could control. It was something I could do. And it was something that didn't involve me seeing other humans. So it worked out perfectly. And is it overkill? Is it unnecessary? Yes. Would I be just as happy if my books were still in white boxes with little tabs that say A, B, C, D, and that's how they were sorted? Yes. But that is the world I live in anymore. So.
The reality is, the Venn diagram circles of people who would do something like that and comic book collectors are very much almost like a complete crossover. So you're not alone. That's actually an interesting topic, honestly, is what it is about comic book collectors that makes so many of us interested in organization and, what you call OCD. Okay. Yeah.
It makes so many of us a little bit unwell.
Yeah. And it is a fascinating thing because it's definitely true. Actually, sorry, I missed one comment here from JD. When you move apartments as much as I have, you look at purchases like, I'm going to have to lift all this at some point. Yeah, that's actually the chief reason why I sold the bulk of my collection a couple apartments ago was that I got tired of that, and I got tired of storing comic books. And, it definitely is a realistic type situation. Absolutely, Kyle. So Kyle's taking a quick little break here. So I am going to kind of keep going on that topic for a second. So for me, like I was going to mention, what I'm getting started doing is I'm going to be doing the series of streams at some point. And it's just because I figure I've got to sit there and do this work anyway. I don't know how long it's going to take because I'm going to do it in chunks. But I finally got things in a more organized kind of situation. So I'm probably gonna do a series of streams where I seriously just sit down with my, I start with the zeros, like, number 0. If there was a comic that started with 0, that's where it would go through all the numbers and then A. So I'm gonna start with that number box, that numeric box, and I'm gonna update my CLZ database and my Overstreet Access database. maybe at the same time. Like I know I can import, but it's just going to be easier since I'm doing it anyway. I think it's just going to be easier to just do those in real time. And I'll try to like share my screen and share a shot of what I'm doing. And again, that's probably gonna be a series of a bunch of streams, just because I'm gonna be doing the work anyway. And I figured might be fun to kind of hang out and talk and stuff while we're doing it. And I could just do like a box or two at night or something like that, and then move on to the next thing. But it is going to be an interesting thing to do for sure. So yeah, I don't even have a good estimate of my exact number, Phil. So I'll talk about my storage. I showed this off in a video maybe about a year ago, but my storage is kind of more along the lines of I started out with some of those BCW drawer box houses. So I've got like a 4x5 grid of those. So that's 20. And then I've got I picked up a filing cabinet, which is like a legal size 4-drawer filing cabinet. And that's like the end of my alphabet. And then I have some stuff in the middle that's kind of like in a couple stacks. And my goal is to get it down to the point where it's just the BCW drawer boxes and the filing cabinet, and eventually just have it in like 2 or 3 filing cabinets and have that be it. Like that's the goal. So definitely can relate to that 1 in, 1 out philosophy as an idea, but not so much as a reality.
Still, in terms of how many books are we talking? I'd have to pull it up to get you an actual count, but I know we're near 6 figures. We're near 100,000.
That's a lot.
But some of that you have to remember are I have a whole short box of TMNT 100s. Right? So some of that, because it's inventory, is not really, it's 100,000 individual pieces, but it might only be 60,000 books, 60,000 individual issues.
Gotcha.
Right? Like it's a different sort of, because some of it's inventory, it's kind of hard to answer how many books, right?
Yeah.
And again, because that inventory fluctuates, I could go to a convention in a couple of weeks and that number drops by 1,000, drop by 500, drops by 4. Just depends on how things go. So,
and for me, like I think the number with the collection I bought, which not all of it is in one place. I have some of that in my storage unit, which is not climate controlled, which does leave me worried. But I've done my best I can do with the space I have. And the majority of it's not there, but I would say probably about 8,000, probably somewhere in that ballpark, and that's more than I would hope to have in a year or two.
Personal collection is a lot lower number. It's probably 10 or 12.
So that's actually a good question. So the way you were describing that made me wonder. So if you went to a convention and picked up 10 books or something like that, just for example, and they weren't necessarily like, they were just things that caught your eye or whatever, where do those go? Do those go in like your collection at your place? Do those go into the storage unit? Do those go in the... Yeah. Okay. So it just depends on like the reason for, like, is it just to read, or is it something that you're doing to support a friend, or is it something for investment or something?
Right. Have you ever noticed that I have this blue sheet right here on my desk?
Barely.
I have to move my pretzels.
But where'd the pretzels go?
This here. Because in this file currently, under this sheet currently, are the yet to be inventoried pile. What do these things have in common?
They're all Turtles books.
They're not all Turtles books.
I'm just kidding.
There are a amount of Turtles books here. We definitely have some Mutanimals. I mean, some Jean-Claude Vallée. You know, stuff like this that I've picked up just in random places that aren't anywhere yet. They live right here in this corner of my desk, and they get covered up by this sheet. So they're out of sight, out of mind while I'm on the air. And so when I have some downtime, they'll get dealt with.
Right on.
And then again, part of the way that the mania kicked in is I built a system in my computer that tells me where they go.
Yeah.
So it really isn't up to me where they wind up. It's they need to go in box 13, under heading number 12 or whatever, and then it's the fourth book back or whatever. And it just it takes the thinking out and keeps, again, it would be so easy for me to screw this up because I've met me. I had to build systems that won't let me screw it up.
Yeah. I can identify with that. That is interesting. Yeah. And this is where it gets weird for me too, Phil, because 5 years ago, everything was PC too, but now it's like I've got stuff I bought because I picked up this collection and did I want the majority of the collection? No. Did I want part of the collection? Yeah. Did I want to sell part of the collection? Yes. Did I want to use part of the collection to help do some charity events? Yeah. But I because it's in different buckets now, I can't call it really part of my personal collection per se, like even though technically it's mine, I own it and everything, but yeah, and then I have a whole slew of comic books that I've bought basically to, look, you're digging through boxes of comic books and, you're grabbing something that you're going to love and hold on to forever. And for me, the way I buy comic books or I look at them is I also see a comic book and I'm like, man, that's like 20% of what it's worth. I'm going to buy that too and hold on to it for when it's the right time to sell it. And so I have a chunk of my collection that's kind of like that too. And the long-term process there has always been for me that sell that later on and then use that to acquire bigger comic books that I normally would not be able to afford. So it's all just goes back into the hobby essentially.
When I bought my store, the first thing the guy I bought my store from told me is he goes, "You no longer have a personal collection." And I go, "Well, that's not true." And he goes, "No, the thing you're going to come to understand is that if you have to make a bill, that personal collection stuff is for sale. Right? If you've got to, pay rent, that personal collection stuff is for sale. Whether you want it to be or not is an irrelevance in the face of you have to keep your business running."
Yeah, exactly.
And when your business is comic books, it makes it very easy to sell that personal collection. Now, I will say this. When it came time to either spend a bunch of money at the beginning of COVID or close, I could have sold a piece of the collection, spent a bunch of money and kept the store afloat, but I closed. So that tells you how I feel about those things, right? But what that also did is it even more muddied the water between personal collection and everything. So I no longer refer to things as personal collection or not. This is my collection.
Yeah.
There's a part of the collection that is joint owned and there's a part of a collection that's solo owned. And the joint owned stuff is much harder for me to sell. The solo owned stuff, I can do what I want.
Right.
So it turns into this sort of miasma of column A, column B, and then column AB. So
I like it.
Yeah.
Phil, did you have any more specific questions around that topic? Like I said, there is part of this that we're going to be addressing later on. Like, and we could get into it, I guess, but things like, how you alphabetize and all that kind of stuff is fascinating to me. And if you think there's just one answer, you'd be surprised because there is multiple ways that people do it. And not when I say alphabetize, I don't just mean literally the alphabet too, because it could be by publisher, it could be by, by character, by creator,
alphabetical, by title, by year.
By title, what do you mean by year? What does that mean?
So one of the boxes is 1990, and it's A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And so it's all the Amazing Spider-Mans are under A, and they're alphabetical by number by year.
That makes
sense. So
sense.
if I'm looking for a Spider-Man that came out in 1990, I go, okay, that's here.
Yeah.
Again, Mania.
That is completionist type territory, in my opinion, which is always a scary thing to think about with comic book collectors, especially today in the world of 100 variants per issue being regularly normal.
Yeah, well, and I will say this: if you were to ask a mental health professional, they would tell you that I should be medicated and perhaps in a room with some padded walls. With the way that I've handled this comic book collection. So,
but the good news is that you could pad those walls with comic books because there's plenty of them.
Right. Between the comic books and the soundproofing material I have in this room, it's TJ,
to answer your question, I have not done anything like that, and so there's two ways I could take that. The general way I've seen it done is people literally cut the spines off the books and then bind them, and there's no way I could do that. Unless you mean some like a portfolio type thing that you can flip through with the comics in it or something.
An interesting caveat to all of that I just spelled out is I have some comic book store folios that I keep certain things in. Like I have the Green Arrow quiver stuff.
Okay.
It's in one of these store folios, but they're signed by the entire creative team. So those are kept separate from everything else because if and when I decide to do something with those, they're going as a lot.
Yeah.
Right. I don't want them in any way getting split or separated to the point where I can no longer offer them as a lot.
Yeah, that's it. So at one point I actually had all my signed books separate from my regular collection. And I liked that for a while because to me, I get books signed for very personal reasons usually. Like if I get a comic book signed, it's not, oh wow, now this comic book is worth $50 more. No, because in actuality, most signatures, I would say, lower the value. That's not really what's true. It lowers the market of people that are looking for that book now. So if you're doing it to sell, it's a weird thing unless you are doing it and getting it encapsulated at the same time with like a CGC witness or a CBCS or something like that. But anyways, the point is I had all my signed books, like I have a lot of convention signed comic books, or I met somebody somewhere and I wanted the book signed, and I had those all separate because I like to kind of look at them as a sub collection almost. But the problem is that as time went on and I got some books that are more integral parts of my collection signed, like a G.I. Joe comic book signed by Larry Hama, some of the big books in the run that I didn't have extras of or something like that. Or same thing for X-Men and having some Chris Claremont signatures or whatever it is. I didn't really want to have those separated out. So I actually ended up recombining them all back into kind of the majority of the collection. But I kind of missed that. I miss being able to kind of just look at all my signed books at one glance kind of a thing.
Yeah, no, like I said, it all turns into, am I going to sell this thing or not? And that's why those are separate, right?
Yeah.
They're also the only things I have signed by Kevin. So, my Kevin Smith signatures are all the same place. So.
I thought you meant Kevin Eastman. So
no, oh god, I have a long box full of stuff signed by Kevin Eastman.
Wait, how much stuff do you have signed by Kevin Smith? You have the Quiver stuff, and then do you have like Daredevil or
just Quiver?
Okay.
I would love to get other Kevin Smith stuff signed, but
that's funny. By the way, shout out to Palm Beach Comic Presser, doing some good work that I'm seeing over on my Discord. I'm actually going to probably send some books off to him pretty soon. Yeah, I'd love to have the Daredevil.
I'm looking for a presser, Bronze.
Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, no, I've actually enjoyed trying out a few different ones now to kind of see the differences in results and stuff like that, and which kind of books they like to handle and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, Kevin Smith, it would be interesting. I have like some of the original like Clerks and Jay and Silent Bob, Oni comics and stuff. And then I have the actually one of my favorite runs is his Daredevil run with Quesada.
Yeah, no, I have a weird thing. And maybe this is something to ask about. When you go autograph seeking, do you have any rules for autograph seeking? I have certain rules.
Yeah, I have some. You want to hear mine first, or you want to tell me yours?
Well, for instance, I've had the good fortune to be able to work with Kevin, even though maybe not as directly as I would like, or probably should have, through his company and through our friend Ming.
Okay.
I've done some video production work for them and some of that kind of stuff on a freelance level. So I will not use those connections to get books signed.
Yeah.
Right. As much as I'm sure no one would care if I said, hey, can I send you my Daredevil to have him sign? And I'm sure they would go, yeah, who cares? Fine. You know what I mean? Like they don't care. If I were going to send them 100 books, they'd get pissed. But like 1 book or 2 books, they wouldn't care. But I will not use those connections. So it has to be a in the wild situation.
Right.
Stan Lee, for instance, I'm not going to wait in line for Stan Lee. I was never going to wait in line for Stan Lee. But there were other opportunities to get Stan Lee to sign things through other companies, through other parties. So I always did that kind of stuff. My rules are I don't use these connections that I have for the business to get autographs. I act as a fan when I'm getting autographs. And then I have to decide, is it worth my time? Or can I go and with the same time I'd be standing in line, bless 4 or 5 indie creators with that same amount of money? You know, and that's usually the way I go.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I've got some rules around it. Like my hardest rule is probably, and there's some exceptions to this rule. I don't want a celebrity to sign a comic book, generally speaking. And by a celebrity, I mean a actor or a few other things around that.
I made one exception to that rule. I have same rule.
Yep.
I did have Vincent D'Onofrio sign a first appearance of Kingpin.
Okay.
But I also had him sign my copy of several movies that he was in, and my Law and Order Criminal Intent DVD box set.
Right on.
He's one of my favorite actors, and so I went and bought a copy of the first appearance of Kingpin.
Yeah.
Separate from my other copies, just for him to sign.
Right. And that's the kind of thing. So like, for example, the one like blatant exception I have is I think it's Dr. Aphra 19 or something like that, or maybe it's 21. It's the Sprouse variant covers for Star Wars. It's the first appearance of Bo-Katan on a comic book cover. And I had an opportunity to have my friend Skeff get that signed by Katie Sackhoff as a birthday present. And I thought that was cool because, first of all, it's a $5 comic book. It's not like I'm, and your story is cool too about it. But that's the kind of thing. It's like my personal copy of the first appearance of Kingpin is not going to get signed by Vincent D'Onofrio. Now, if I go and buy a copy to do it, it's a different story. And that's the same thing for this. Is I had other copies of that because I pre-ordered it when it came out because I thought that was cool. But that's a character I really like. It's an actress I really like, so I was willing to let her do it. But there's like a handful, like the photo covers, completely different ball game. If I did want somebody to sign a cover, that's their photo. That's them. That's totally fair game for them to sign. If a celebrity has like some kind of hand in the creation of a comic book, like for example, I can't remember her name right now. The young actress that plays Miss Marvel, I was obviously writing Miss Marvel, like things like that, right? Like, those are different exceptions, of course, obviously. But there's another kind of weird one too, which is, I've always wanted to have Robert Downey Jr. sign a Demon in a Bottle comic book. I thought that'd be kind of interesting kind of thing. Like there's a few things like where the character is so entwined with a celebrity. I would make the exception maybe for some Nick Fury books, the Ultimate Nick Fury signed by Samuel L. Jackson, for example, stuff like that, right? Because that character is 100% based on him, and then he ended up being that character in the movies. I think that's cool. But again, it would never be my primary copy. It would never be like my only copy of a book like that. So that's kind of where I draw the line. As far as what you're talking about, it's a weird one for me because I would never leverage a connection to specifically send something in to get signed. If I was going to be at a convention and I knew somebody, or I knew I was going to be in the same room as somebody because of something I'm able to do, which is not very often, to be perfectly honest, I might bring, like if I went to a con and Vincent D'Onofrio was going to be there, I might bring something for him to sign, just hoping I'd end up in the same room as him, even though I didn't buy the experience the whatever they call it, the signing experience or the celebrity experience or whatever. I don't often do those. I did those a few years ago, or like maybe 15 years ago now. But a celebrity or something like that, even a comic book creator, in a lot of circumstances, I want to meet them more organically, and I don't want to have it be like just a paid interaction. There's some exceptions to that, of course, but I'm more turned off by that than I think a lot of other fans are. It seems like. So
I'm with you on that though. It's such a weird thing. I'm not an autograph guy.
Yeah.
It was when I was young, and I still am with sports, ironically. I like to get autographs at baseball games and football games. It's that, and that's fun. If I go to a card and collectibles show and there's some old timer I really like, I will buy a baseball or a card or whatever and have them sign it, because I still like that stuff for the nostalgia.
Yeah.
But for comic books, I don't. I will say there's one book that I have, and it's sitting on my desk, and I'm waiting for the opportunity. I have a Titans 1 from 1999, signed by Mike Carlin, Mark Buckingham, Devin Grayson, Wade Von Grawbadger. I don't know if Greg Wright, who lettered it, signed it, but it's signed by everybody that I want to have Neil McDonough sign. It's the first appearance of David Dark,
right?
Who is my favorite non-Penguin DC villain.
And Neil McDonough did a fantastic. Like, that was the only good thing about that part of Arrow.
Right. No, I love him as an actor.
Yes, he's really cool.
Love him as a person, like the things that he's involved in, the things that he supports. I love that.
That's cool.
So an opportunity to hand him some money and say, "Would you please sign this book?" is something that I would like to do, just so I can say, "Look, I love the charity work you do, and the talk about your faith and all this kind of stuff that you do. I think it's really important to see someone who appears in the Arrowverse who is more than just a action star being an action star."
Yeah.
And so I would pay for the opportunity to have a conversation, even if it is very short and one-sided. So.
And that's the thing, is like, there's what I like autographs for the most part. It's for me, it's either, I know some people are very much like of that vein, where they don't really love autographs, and I get it. For me, I do like them, and I like them mostly for a memento of the experience of meeting the person. So I would not, and this has happened, and of course it'll happen again, probably, especially at conventions, depending on the circumstances. The circumstance of, hey, here's $10. Can you sign my book? Thanks. Okay. Have a great con. Bye. If it's that interaction, that is like, it's the worst possible outcome in one way for me, because I want it to be more of like, oh, hey, I love your work on this. Hey, can I ask you a question about this character, or the way you drew this, or what your inspiration was, etc. Some kind of memory exchange at the end of it. Hey, cool. Could I get a signature or a photo or a selfie or something like that? It's something to remember the experience, and kind of, I'm so excited in the moment that my short-term memory is probably not going to convert that very well to long-term memory. So it's kind of an extra way to remember that for me. For example, I will tell you that we talked about this on the last Devil's Advocates a little bit. Strange creator interactions, we'll put it under that heading. I had a ridiculous meeting with Frank Cho. And it was one that came to me like right after we went off the air for that one, because I was just like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I forgot about that one. I don't know what it was. I really enjoy and love Frank Cho's art, and I have for a long time, but I would not say like I'm a super fan or anything. Like, I mean, I'm a very big fan, but not like, he's not my favorite artist of all time. He's amazing. He's super talented, but he's not in that top upper echelon tier that like Jim Lee was that way for me, for example. For some reason, when I met him, I turned into a gibbering idiot for about a minute and a half, and I don't know why. That does not happen to me very often. Even when I've met other celebrities and other, situations and athletes and musicians and all kinds of stuff, I'm usually excited, but I wouldn't say I was ever that excited. For some reason, like I bought stuff and forgot it at his table, walked away, and his staff had to be like, "You left this here," and I don't know. It was just a weird experience. Maybe it's just because he's so cool. Maybe that's what it was. He's a very cool dude. But yeah, that's kind of one of those things. It's just a memory thing for me. The other exception is there's a few comic books that mean so much to me. Maybe it's the artwork, maybe it's the creative team, that I don't know what it is, but for some reason I want to have them signed. And in those cases, it's not even necessarily something that has to happen in person. I would prefer that. But like the CGC in-house signings, I've sent away a few books on that because I love the story, or I love something about it so much that I want the creator, or one of the creators, or more than one of the creators, to touch that comic book and, for lack of a better word, anoint it with their signature. And I think that's a weird thing that's very specific for collectors, but that's one of the beauties of collecting, is some collectors love that and some collectors just hate it. Just like anything with collecting, they hate slabs, or they hate autographs, or they hate Mark Jewelers or newsstands, but they love the other thing, right? Like it's one of those personal choice things.
Go back a topic. I do have a short box. It just says Mark Jewelers.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all of my extra Mark Jewelers books. So like I have 6 and 7 copies of some of these X-Men Mark Jewelers books that I'm like, I can take them out of the regular inventory and put them somewhere else. Like, so just so you know, I mean, I do really get very differentiated.
Then you and me need to talk about some of those, because I have a good string of Mark Jewelers in my X-Men collection, and I'd love to add more at some point. So especially if you have 6 and 7 copies.
Maybe we can we can send them into CGC and then crack them and then replace them with Jewelers books and make a fortune.
You know what? This is content right there too. Like, that's the beauty of it.
Sorry, I couldn't not.
No, for sure.
Too dumb of a thing to not make jokes about.
Well, that actually reminds me. Well, probably should. I see you saved a comment here. Maybe we should address TJ's comment here. My rule is kind of, I look to get the writer to sign a book, since that is the real sign of personal interaction with a book creator. I look to either get a piece of art or a sketch from the artist. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. I don't necessarily, and again, it's all personal opinion, TJ, and I love that you have yours. I kind of disagree with that first part, depending. I don't think that a writer is like the creator of a comic book. Universally, there are actually times where I think that's 100% true. But I think the artist has a big chunk of that. But I like how you wanted a sketch or something from the artist. I think that's cool.
I think I don't think he's trying to diminish the artist's role in creation. I
don't think so either.
That's what else is a writer going to do?
Yeah.
Yeah, you sign a book they wrote. Like, so that's the only way to prove that you interacted with that creator. Whereas getting a sketch or a piece of art, especially if you're getting a remark or something, is the sign that you interacted with the artist from that book. So,
and that's where I was going to go, is a remark, because I don't hope it didn't come off that way, because I do understand TJ wasn't being disparaging toward the artist in the creation process. But when it comes to like the dream, like especially for a modern book, not necessarily for a classic, vintage comic or something like that, in my opinion, but for a modern book, like having the writer sign it and then having the artist do like a quick remark in a signature is chef's kiss. I mean, that's pretty cool. I say not on a vintage because for some reason remarks on vintage books bother me. There's some exceptions, and I mean vintage is in like Silver Age or older. Bronze and newer, I can kind of get behind it, but seeing like a Wolverine remark on a Hulk 181 or a 180 is kind of cringy to me too, I guess. So maybe not all bronze books, but that's just, again, personal preference.
I don't necessarily have a problem with a remark on a vintage book. I have a problem with a remark on a book that detracts from what's already happening on the cover.
Yeah, I think that's maybe it for me, because a lot of remarks to me are they stand out quite a bit. And in some cases, that's like, especially if there's it depends on the cover. if there's a big chunk of like negative space, like characters are jumping out of a pink background and there's a big, corner of the comic book that's just this pink blank space, like, hey, awesome, throw a remark in there of one of the characters, or my favorite remarks though are ones that are unique, as in it's unique to that character or it's unique to that cover, where it looks like they're interacting with the cover somehow, or something is kind of 3D happening because of it, or the character's popping out of a building that was in the background or something like that. The ones that are boring to me, even though they're still cool, but they're just bland to me, are the ones that's like, here's a quick side profile shot of Ghost Spider on a Ghost Spider comic.
Right.
Cool. I mean, it is still cool. It's just not special.
But that's why I do so much of this stuff, right? Where it's the blank covers.
Yeah.
And then find an artist who didn't work on the book and have them draw their take. Like, I would much rather do that than get a remark from somebody who worked on a book. They've already done their bit. They've drawn it.
I guess for me, the other part of where I'm coming from with that is it's going to be a lot more difficult in most cases to get an original artist on that comic book to do the remark on that, and I'm using the term vintage. Hopefully people are okay with that, kind of Silver Age book or early Bronze Age book or something like that. Because unfortunately a lot of them aren't around, or they're not willing to do art or something like that.
You can't have Jack Kirby do a remark on a Jack Kirby cover.
Exactly. And I don't know if I love Jim Lee. Don't know that I would want Jim Lee to do a Wolverine remark on Hulk 181. I mean, okay, maybe I do, because that's pretty cool, but that's the kind of thing, like, I wouldn't want Joe Madureira to do one, right?
Well, let me ask you a question, and this is an interesting question, and maybe it might be an easy answer. I think there's a difference in era. I mean, he can. I just don't have the technology to make it happen, Phil.
No.
I have less of a problem with a Jim Lee remark on a Todd McFarlane cover, or a Todd McFarlane remark on a Jim Lee cover. Yeah. Or pick a couple of artists from that era, right? Like
all the contemporaries.
Yeah. Well, and they're dudes who have notably worked together.
Right.
Right. Having Mark Silvestri remark a cover that Brian Haberlin did.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel weird to me. Or having Rob Liefeld remark one of their covers doesn't feel weird to me, because they are sort of a gang of people who are together in the pantheon.
I love Jay's comment, though. Oh. There you go, Jay. You broke Kyle.
You're remarking Alex Ross. You're wrong.
Funniest remark: Chris Claremont drew a small Enterprise firing on the title page of Debt of Honor. That, by the way, that's actually, just going back to your comment from earlier, TJ. That's one of my favorite things, is when the writer does a remark. To varying degrees of success. Especially if it's on an Alex Ross comic, right, Kyle?
I don't even like letting Alex Ross sign Alex Ross covers.
Ooh, you're gonna hate one of my books then.
I'm not saying he shouldn't sign his own work. I'm saying I don't like letting him do it. If I buy it that way or it comes to me that way, I don't care.
But in my defense, I think it's the perfect one. I had him sign. Well, I bought it that way. I have a signed Alex Ross on a timeless 1 in 100 variant, which those comic books lend themselves to a signature much more greatly. I think you'll agree.
I have signed Uncle Sam's, like, by Alex Ross, that I got from Alex, like, that are cool. And I have a problem with taking an Alex Ross book to Alex Ross going, Alex Ross, sign this Alex Ross book. But that's just a weird function of working for the guy who runs his business.
Let me rapid fire 2 at you for that one. How about the Marvels or Kingdom Come? Would you be fine with either of those?
Did they come to me signed, or did I have to take them to him?
Just let's say you had an opportunity to get one signed, and it was totally cool with him, and it was free or something like that. Just like, yeah, you want me to sign that?
Again, it's
Okay.
do I have to take them? Do I have to interact with Alex Ross while he's signing the Alex Ross books?
Let's say you're just in line, and he happens to just. I guess you wouldn't be in line, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Never mind. Different. I was just curious. Those are 2 of the books. Like I kind of agree with you because
I love those covers, and I would love to have signed copies of them. I am not good with walking up to Alex Ross saying, "Alex Ross, sign this book."
I get what you're saying now. For me, it's an interesting one because you named that, and there's certain artists or certain comic books that I don't want signed, and I don't really have like a hard rule on what that would be. But I was thinking about it. And it's like, yeah, most Alex Ross covers are not something I'd want a bunch of scribbling all over because they're so good the way they are that I don't want something over it. I feel that way about a few other artists out there and a few other covers out there. That's kind of what I was saying earlier. There's some comic book covers that are just not meant to be signed because there's no good space for it.
Right. So I will say that used to be my position on J. Scott Campbell too.
Okay.
And that's since changed. Again, it's some of this for me, you have to remember is business relationships, right?
Yeah.
I have to maintain the fact that I have to work with these people. And that if I'm a fanboy, it makes it, they all know that already, right? Like it makes it a little more awkward when you go to them and say, "Hey, I need a favor. I need you to come on my little web show and promote this thing that you're doing."
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, can you sign my copy of Kingdom Come?
Right.
Or, hey, you remember when you signed my copy of Kingdom Come? That was fun. Would you come on my show?
Yeah. And that's the thing about, like, I think you and I have some of that shared DNA in our makeup of what we are and our professional personalities, because there's a lot of stuff like that. And I know how it is to be hit up all day by people wanting stuff, and at a certain level it's flattering, of course, and at a certain level you expect it. But then, like, if it's somebody in your professional circle coming to you that way, you feel differently about it. So whenever I'm interacting, even generally interacting at cons these days, I'm a little more, I try to approach it from a different angle than most average fans do. I guess is the best way to put it, because I don't want to come up and necessarily fanboy all over somebody.
Right.
But
well, it's why I do so many private signings, right? It's why I reach out to these guys and go, "Hey, I see you're coming to C2E2. I'm going to be at C2E2. Can we arrange an hour before or after the show? I'll buy dinner, whatever. I'll pay whatever your rate is. Can we do a private signing? And I will bring the stack of stuff I want signed to be signed."
Yeah.
Right. Hell, it's why I have so much Kevin Eastman stuff, because I've done 4 private signings with Kevin. It just makes, makes it easier.
Yeah.
Then it is, hey, I'm approaching you on this on a professional level, setting up a time so I'm not taking away from the fans.
Yeah.
And we can work out maybe a little bit of a different rate, because I'm willing to pay you 100 times whatever this rate is.
Yeah.
So if you're charging $50 a book at a convention, can we do $20 a book? And I hand you $2,000 in $100 bills?
Yeah.
I
mean, that's something. It's going to be a more approachable experience for the creator that way.
Right.
Yeah, it makes total sense. Well, that's that topic. I think there's a couple other things I want to do while we still have some time before the end of the show. One of them is, I have no idea how this is going to turn out.
Mm-hmm.
This could be hot trash. So I'm excited to see how this works. Let me share something here real fast.
And wait for the tea.
This is some random website I found before the show that lets you do a superhero ad lib. This is a Batman ad lib.
Was that programmed in? Oh my god! Oh,
This could be terrible. This could be awful.
design.
Oh yeah. No, that was a huge part of why it shows it.
Huh?
Absolutely. I mean,
Did you
look
build
at
this
it.
on Cities?
Oh, I hope they did. Hold on, let me fire up Netscape Navigator real fast.
I went to Ask Jeeves and typed in "Find Superhero Almanac Batman ad lib," and it sent me to Alta Vista.
It's great. It's great. No, I did two things. One of them is I searched for, and I do have something pulled up on another tab, and that's comic book trivia.
Palm Beach. This is from 1993. I can hear this the 24 baud modem right now.
But hold on, real fast. Okay, chat. This is where I need. This is the one that I need your help on. The first thing we need is a name of a person in the room. Asking me or Kyle to pick a name of the person in the room is a little silly. So I'd like you fine folks out there, pick a name of a person in this room. That could be me. That could be Kyle. That could be Jay. That could be somebody in chat. I don't care. But throw that name up there. And if I see a lot of responses or somebody gets that really fast, I'll put that in there. In the meantime, Kyle, from you in the top square, I need a verb ending in ing.
Torturing.
Oh, I wish it had been
torturing.
Okay.
Also, I'm going to throw out a vote for a name.
Okay.
Because there are 3 really great names in the chat. We have Short Circuit, we have Skunk Snot, and over on Instagram, we have Idiosyncratic Pulp. So I'm going to throw those as suggestions because they're all great names.
They are all great names. In fact, if people want to nominate themselves in chat, I am cool with that too. Let's see. All right. And then from you, I'll handle the next couple, but from you, Kyle, I also need a verb.
It.
All right. A plural noun. I'm going to go with moons. And you should be thinking of one too, because there's 2 here. I'm going to think of an adjective.
I have mine already.
I want to think of a good one. I'm surprised nobody has IG chiming in over there, because I'm not looking at the IG chat. I'm surprised no one's popped in.
Nothing on IG right now.
All right, if nobody says anything in the next minute or so, because I know there's a little bit of lag, it's going to be Skunk Snot, because I love that he's just talking and not even talking about what we're talking about. So that's my favorite thing about it right now.
Although Skunk Snot, I'm hunting for a copy of PandaCon right now, so if you see one, hit your boy up.
I should probably pull that up.
Pull up what?
So yeah, I'm sorry. What was your adjective?
Cheesy.
Cheesy. Oh, not cheese. There we go. I'm gonna go with
dorky.
I'm gonna go with dingy. That's kind of in the same ballpark there. How about a plural noun?
I know what I want to say, but it's inappropriate. So
I can think of an alternate word that isn't inappropriate. I bet you there's one.
Oh, we're going sphincters.
Okay.
Dude, I'm so tired and punchy.
Let's see, a place. How about we'll say the EXP is a place. A verb ending in ed. Why is that so funny to me right now? All right, chat. See, Psychophil's in here. Chat. Give me a verb ending in ed. That's going to be your contribution, chat. Oh, did Kyle already say a place?
No.
Okay. Jay, come on, man. Oh, fisted. I mean, we have to
No.
do what
No.
have to do what chat
No.
says.
No.
This is going to go great with sphincters, though.
Feld.
Feld?
Yeah.
All right. If chat comes up with something better, though, I'm gonna audible.
Yeah, I would.
Slighted or slided?
Slided.
Slided.
Slighted.
Oh, slighted. Okay, sorry.
Is slighted? Is slight a verb? Is slighted a verb?
Yeah, you
Fine, Googled.
Googled.
Okay, I trust.
Ooh, rejected's pretty good.
I like that. Good. Switch that out. Rejected.
All right.
Rejected, dejected, inspected.
We're going with rejected. I still don't see a person's name. Come on, folks. Here's a hint. It could be a hero, but it should be somebody in the room. I think it's emotion. You think it's who?
Skunk snot.
Okay, we'll go with skunk snot. By the way, skunk snot, if you are easily offended, I apologize. But then again, your username is skunk snot, so I doubt that's really the case. Let's see an emotion.
I love it every time I see it.
Slighted is an emotion. I don't know if that's
okay.
really
I
true.
like that. Use Copper Age Babes.
All right.
Emotion slighted.
I believe that's the correct spelling of slighted, but maybe I'm wrong.
Hold on, let me look. I think it's SLIGHTED.
Is it? Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
To insult someone. SLIGHTED.
There we go. And then an adverb. All right, chat, you got your chance. Anybody listening, you got your chance. We got an adverb, an adjective, and a noun. I will let you guys fire them off and we can complete our crazy Batman ad lib because I'm real curious to see where this goes.
Yeah, this is gonna get adverb. So that is a word describing a verb, and a verb is an action word. So
you're not wrong, Jay.
Let's go with quickly.
Quickly?
Yeah. I don't see that anywhere in chat, but I want to see where this goes, and I don't want to dwell on this too much longer here. An adjective is a word describing a noun. Let's just go with
unwillingly. That's a good one. Psychophil says unwillingly.
I like that too. We can use that as an ad. No, that would be an adverb. Unwillingly is an adverb.
Oh, yep, you're right.
Why? I like that better than quickly. An adjective, though, I think we go like red.
Red.
Like R-E-D.
And a noun. Let's go with how about computer? How's that?
I like it. I would have gone with the flying nun.
That's a proper noun. All right. So here this says go mad. And folks, there's a chance that this goes horribly wrong. And let's just hope that's not the case.
We're going to get canceled.
Fingers crossed. I remember, if you have any problems with this, blame madtakes.com. Here we go. All right. Batman is Skunk Snot. Teenager Skunk Snot was traumatized by torturing his parents' murder and vowed to hit their deaths by bringing the moons to justice. Skunk Snot used his cheesy fortune to study criminology, to train his body to dingy perfection, and to acquire high-tech vehicles and sphincters to fight crime in his hometown of the EXP. One night, Skunk Snot was rejected by a bat outside his window and decided to dress himself as a Batman to strike slighted in the unwillingly and red hearts of moons. From that moment forward, Skunk Snot became Batman in his altered computer. Well,
if your name is Nathaniel Huddleston, stop paying the hosting.
It's got to be some cheap hosting. Okay, well, that has been our entertainment. No. All right, who's up for some trivia?
I'm unalive. Do we have another topic?
Well, we do, but I wanted to spurt it up with just instead of just talking and yakking the entire time, which I know you've been doing all day. I thought it'd be fun to have some other fun things. Some of the other topics are very short, though. So, how about here's one from the Copper Age Babe. What is your favorite Stan Lee cameo? And I will alter that to say it could also be just an appearance in media.
Strip club DJ?
Oh, wow. Which one was that? Was that like... Oh, right. Right.
Because it's like the least Stan Lee thing, but the most Stan Lee thing.
And I will go along and be the pepper to that salt and say that his appearance in Mallrats is pretty damn good.
Pretty good.
And it's along the same lines because there's the whole like competition with Hugh Hefner or whatever he has, or I can't, maybe it's not Hugh Hefner, but and then he talks about all the superhero private parts and stuff. So,
well, his appearance in Big Bang Theory also pretty solid.
I probably watched that, but it's not sticking with me right now. Was he as himself?
Yeah. He does a signing at the comic book store and 3 of the guys go, but Sheldon has to go to court and winds up being held in contempt. So he misses the appearance. So Penny bribes the comic shop owner to get Stan Lee's autograph or Stan Lee's address.
Oh, yeah.
And they go. And Stan Lee's
why did I think that was Leonard Nimoy or something? Man.
They did the same story with Leonard Nimoy.
Okay, well, that explains that.
It's an ongoing, it's a running joke in the show who Sheldon has restraining orders from.
Oh, okay. I get it. Nice. So we did the how do you manage your track that. So the other one we had, it's a topic that we weren't going to do a full episode on, but it was brought up in our chat. Not today, but at a previous show. Live action versus animated, and I interpret that as being what stories would make a better animated adaptation versus which ones would make a better live action adaptation. So
this is one to take a little research, but I have some ideas.
Yeah, probably. Again, this is off the cuff, though. This is the fun part of this is us thinking of things. And by the way, chat, this is where you get to participate and bring up things, and we can debate whether or not it'd be better live action or animated. So you had an initial reaction, or do you want me to go with my first one?
Well, something I would like to see. Hold on. Copper Age Babe, are you playing as Peter Griffin right now?
Yes, sir.
So cool. Okay.
Yeah, but not regular Peter Griffin. You're sexy, stupid Peter Griffin.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Studley Peter.
Studley Peter.
I watch so many TikTok videos of like Peter Griffin no scoping dudes in Fortnite, and it makes me so happy. Anyway. I would like to see the Marvel manga books adapted to the anime style. Now, the Marvel manga books were not super successful and widely leaked. In fact, they were kind of awful. However, they had a look to them that really lends itself to the anime style animation.
Yeah.
That I think if you sort of fixed some of the scripting issues, you could really create something great.
Yeah, that was my take. I actually picked up some of those in the collection I bought, and I was looking through them, and I was like, these look terrible, as in like the whole thing looks terrible, but the actual look of the book is great. Some of that's probably personal style stuff for me. I'm just not into that style, generally speaking, but the art style was spot on. So that's a good one. Jay says Blackest Night animation. I think the cheat code for this is pretty much any DC storyline getting adapted into animation is going to be really good because they just do that stuff real good. What's that?
That's all Mike Carey. He really leads that and really kind of watches over it. And he's done such a fantastic job.
Yeah. Counterpoint. I think it'd actually be really fun to see Blackest Night live action, because the DC art style, I know that they kind of have changed a little bit over the years to kind of be more of a loose style, but seeing like the zombified superheroes, I think would be a lot more fun in live action. But the budget would be insane for a lot of what they'd have to do. So I'd hope it gets its proper due.
I think if you do lanterns, you have to animate.
Yeah.
I think we learned from experience that live action or mixed live action animation, especially as it comes to lanterns, just doesn't work.
Oh my god. Peter's gonna fight the chicken.
Oh, we got a Peter chicken fight happening. Oh, Peter lost.
Stupid fucking chicken.
As is appropriate. Trying to keep it PG over there.
Going.
Sorry.
Oh, that's funny. Skunksnot, who we all know now is actually Batman, by the way. Way to try to hide that one, Skunksnot. Says, I would love to see Stray Dogs animated, and I think that's a pretty good one. I agree with that.
I think it's the only way you can do it.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Good choice there.
I would like to also see Good Boy animated.
Yeah, same. DC Dark Metal live action. See, that's funny you say that, because that's actually one of the ones I would probably go animated on. Because I guess I would probably prefer to see it live action. I have a feeling it'd be more likely to be done in an animation.
I'd love to see it maybe with like a Robert Rodriguez take on it, if you're gonna do it live action, like a little more of that grindhouse style, or in sort of the way Sin City and The Spirit and
that'd be cool.
But no, like I'd like to see metal done like in that kind of the Sin City, The Spirit, sort of that
green screen,
sort of super black and white sort of way.
That'd be interesting.
That might be cool.
Yeah, I'm actually. You're specifically saying Lanterns War. I'm just gonna say in general, I think it's a crying shame that we haven't gotten a proper Green Lantern live action movie in some way, and it's one of those ones that I'd love to see, like preferably like maybe some kind of Jeff Johns era style storyline or series of movies. I think it'd be really cool, but I don't know. I guess you could say that first Green Lantern movie is sometimes why we can't have nice things. So for me, the big one for animated, and I've said this before, I love, you mentioned Sin City. I love literal adaptations because I love the stories that the comic books came from. And I generally want to see them represented very closely, more closely than most people seem to want them to be represented. So for me, I would take any of the major Marvel events and just animate it and deviate very little, except for maybe trying to tighten up for time and those kinds of things as needed. But for example, I've always thought it'd be really cool just to get like Fatal Attractions, the X-Men crossover, or the Phalanx saga done as an animated movie, kind of in that, not like as a full feature length theatrical release animated film necessarily, but if Marvel started doing like the DC style universe of things, which they've never done successfully, in my opinion, it'd be really cool to see that kind of happen. Even if it was like an anthology series where they did like every season as a new storyline or something like that, I think that'd be cool. A lot of it's, the 90s had a lot of those crossover events. Some of them were cool, some of them weren't, but name your one. I think any of them are going to be pretty cool in that format. For live action, Civil War, that's interesting. So no, Civil War, I know is a hot topic with Kyle as far as the live action adaptation goes, because it wasn't, and I agree with that. It definitely was not anything to do with actual Civil War. But what are you saying, Jay? Are you just saying that just to rile up Kyle? Or are you saying that because you're curious if we want live action or animated? Or explain your answer.
Jay's just trying to get a rise out of me. Real talk though, I would love to see TMNT Last Ronin. in sort of maybe that Miyazaki sort of style where it's
Ooh,
a little bit flat, but not super flat all the time.
that'd be cool. That'd be really cool. So the ones there's some weird ones that I think would be really neat. Like I actually think a live action Lady Death movie would be pretty cool, or it has the potential to be really cool. And I know there already is one, and I've watched it. But a live action Vampirella could also be kind of interesting. Redone, obviously, not even a remake of the original, please, but a new movie. So those kind of like
new Barbarella.
Yeah. Yep. And a lot of those, like, you know, cool, badass super heroine, anti-hero type characters would deserve their own kind of live action movie, in my opinion, because the reason I say that is because I think it'd be easy to make a movie with any of those kinds of characters that is able to stand on its own. You could pour everything into one script and not necessarily have to make it contingent on sequels to pay off the entire storyline. And I think that there's enough interpretations of those characters, especially with Vampirella, that you could kind of get away with doing an original story or a best of kind of style of story. Especially with Vampirella, I think it'd be really cool if it kind of went more like pulp, grindhousey kind of style almost in some ways. A little more dark and a little more gritty than like a motion picture blockbuster.
I would like to see like a Juno Temple or a Sydney Sweeney or I can't think of her name now. I can't think of her name right off the top of my head. Used to date Zach Braff. She played Black Widow's sister in Black Widow.
Yelena, Florence Pugh.
Florence Pugh.
I didn't know she dated Zach Braff. Interesting.
Yeah, she had a long relationship with Zach Braff.
I don't pay attention to a lot of that stuff, generally speaking.
I only know because I listened to the Fake Doctors Real Friends podcast, and Zach Braff was notoriously not funny while they were going through the breakup. Or more not funny than normal. Anyway, I would like to see one of them take a swing at something like Gun Honey.
Ooh,
or one of those Titan true crime books. Just because I think they could really bring the pulpiness with their kind of look and their sort of style.
Yeah, I can get by that.
That would be cool. I would say Lady Mechanica is ripe for an animated show.
Yeah.
Skunk Snot, I'm going to argue not with Usagi.
Interesting.
I don't think anything is added to Usagi Ajimbo by changing any form of the delivery.
Well, okay, so along those lines, though, as a big TMNT fan, what if they did like a TMNT series that was more true to the comics in an animated, like adult animated style? Would that be something that you'd be like all over? Or you think it'd be like unnecessary? Or
that's why I'd like to see Last Ronin done.
Yeah.
The thing about TMNT is that it exists almost as much in the animated sphere as it does in the comic book sphere. So you're not adding anything, but you're also not subtracting anything because it's the other side of the same coin. Whereas Usagi, while it has been animated at times for different uses, has really been a print-driven book for most of its life.
Yeah.
And I think animating it, well, it could be beautiful. I don't know that it's going to add anything to Usagi, and my worry is that it would subtract.
I understand that.
Again, you want to take it that sort of Miyazaki or Your Name, kind of that really watercolory sort of flatted anime style. You maybe could get there.
Yeah. for me, my number one choice, maybe, I don't know if that's the right way to put it, but the one that comes to mind easiest, I would love to see the late 90s comic series from Dark Horse called Ghost. I would love to see that adapted into it could be an HBO Max type series. It could be, a Netflix series. It could be a movie. That isn't, to me, a understandably underrated series, or at least premise. And I think that series kind of stumbled from having too many early tie-ins. Like there's a barbed wire tie-in really early to it. There's a Predator tie-in really early into its run. And I think it got viewed as kind of, because you had a lot of cool Adam Hughes covers, it got viewed as a little bit of one of those sexy comics kind of, but it's actually a really good story at its heart, and a compelling character that I would love to see adapted. And that's one where I would be more than okay with a looser adaptation of the story, because I think you would obviously want to cut out a lot of that tie-in stuff, and maybe even play around with a little bit of the villain a little bit to make it more cinematic, but in the early arc. But that's one I think would be really cool for live action. There's probably more. It's really, the thing for me is I want them to get really silly with superhero movies and do like, one of my favorite things that happens over and over again in the comics is, at least 3 or 4 notable times you have like heroes face off or something like that. Like I would love to see a Punisher versus Wolverine movie. That would be awesome to me. Live action.
So many of the things that I would want adapted, have been in recent years.
Yeah.
Lock and Key.
It's a good one.
While I'm not a huge fan of The Boys, I always thought it was ripe for adaptation. Like, and when I say that I'm a fan of the comics, I'm not a fan of the show.
Interesting. I'm the other way around on that one.
Well, and the reason is that I feel like the show, while the comics went for shock value for the sake of shock value, the show told the comics to hold their beer, and went that way. I
agree with that.
DMZ and some of that, that stuff that has been adapted.
Why the Last Man, which they didn't do a great job, but it got adapted. I'd love to see that adapted again.
I'd love to see it adapted better. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, another comic series that I'd love to see adapted into live action would be The Girls by the Luna Brothers, and Sword for that matter. Speaking of them.
Well, things like Lumberjanes.
Yep.
I'd love to see him take a swing at that. There's a book that came out from Boom.
Oh, it's called Berserker. It doesn't have any vowels in it. I'm just kidding.
No. I don't remember if
it's a callback.
It might be Oni. Hold on. There was a book called Kim and Kim.
Sounds familiar.
Kim and Kim came out from
Black Mask.
Yeah, Black Mask. I think that would be super fun as an adaptation. Just as a thought. But yeah, some of that kind of stuff.
Okay, hold on. While we're doing this, let's go the other way. Are there any movies that you would like to see, let's say, redone? Not just a straight adaptation, as far as adapted sense, as in like it's just in comic book form.
Redone as comics, or redone just in general?
Redone, I think there was like a Star Wars comic that did this, for example. But yeah, just like take the movie premise, the idea and the characters, and make it a comic book instead.
Oh, I pitched Declan Shelby doing Leprechaun.
Ooh. That's a good one.
Admittedly, it's a little racist, but I like it. because Declan Shelby's Irish.
Right.
But I also think his horror sensibility would play well. I would also like to see some of the A24 horror adapted in the way that companies like Topps used to adapt things like Dracula. You know, where they were really good at taking those story points from the movies and adapting them into comics. But short answer is no.
Okay. Yeah, nothing jumped to mind, but I was kind of curious because so here's where I come from with this. There's a couple cartoons.
Real quick, only if it's a pop-up book.
Yeah, but you have to call the comic book graboids. You can't call it trimmers.
And augmented reality, that would be fun too.
That'd be cool. It's a scratch and sniff. It smells horrible. The example that kind of came to my mind when I asked this is there were a couple of like the 80s properties, like the cartoon toy properties that were better comic books, in my personal opinion, than they were like TV shows, like G.I. Joe, Transformers. There's a couple others too. Which one?
Mask and Rom Space Knight.
Yep, 100%. And I so it kind of made me think, like, is there anything out there like that now that would be more fun as a comic book? And it could, it could be a cartoon, it could be any of that kind of stuff. And for all I know, like, for example, I have not read any of the Rick and Morty comic books, but I could see like Rick and Morty comic books being better than the show or something. I don't know. Yeah, but that's kind of what I figured.
They're both excellent. I will say I'm going to give some credit to somebody I didn't think I would give credit to, but there's a toy line, Cats versus Pickles.
Uh-huh.
Dynamite is adapting that with their all ages line.
Ooh.
They're doing Cats versus Pickles one shots, and they're great. And now they're for kids your daughter's age.
Yeah.
Like when I say that I am 30 plus years too old to be reading these books, I'm 30 plus years too old to be reading these books, but they are excellent. And they're about friendship, and they're great.
Right on. No, I gotta check those out now. So
Bring
I'm happy
back
about
Matt Cross. That's my answer to whatever question we're talking about. Bring back Matt Cross.
That's also an option. But it is an interesting topic. I mean, the ones, a lot of my answers would be that one thing you did, but better. Because I think a lot of things were poorly adapted. But I actually like part of your answer too, which is the things that have been adapted recently that I've been hoping for a long time. Like, for example, Sandman is something I was waiting for a very long time. And I was very nervous about Sandman for a very long time, but turns out, the first season is really good. And I can't wait for more of that. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that where we kind of live in this interesting time where things are being like Invincible, for example, has been fantastic in animated form. So it is this weird, a lot of me is really cynical about adaptations. I don't tend to like them that much, generally speaking, but there's also been some really fantastic ones. And I am curious to see, how some of these things that I read 20 or 30 years ago or 5 years ago or whatever can be brought to the, either it's the silver screen or maybe it's the streaming box connected to your TV. But yeah, there's some cool stuff. I am still excited to see a lot of storylines get adapted, but less and less for live action, as it turns out. Like, I just don't have as much faith in live action as I do with a lot of the animated stuff.
It's still very early to be thinking about this, but I feel like a live adaptation of what Skybound is doing right now with Transformers and G.I. Joe and all of that stuff. This, I forget what the Energon universe.
Energon universe, yeah. I
feel like it has a lot of potential. Yeah.
Well, that's one of those ones that's a tough one for me because I'm a very big G.I. Joe fan, and G.I. Joe has had a really awkward history on TV or on the big screen. And if I hope everybody's seen it by now, or they understand that the reference is out there. But there's a recent cinematic film that came out in one of those franchises that addressed the other. And apparently we're going to get those crossing over on the big screen. And then it's interesting that not long after that, and kind of in co-development, so to speak, you had the Energon universe happening. So I am curious if we're going to get, some kind of connection there. Maybe I do tend to think of Skybound as a company that's willing to think multi, there's a better word for this, but like kind of multi-level on the media front, layered approach.
I can't believe I didn't see his name earlier. I want to shout out Wookie Fodder. Fodder, Amy, who joined on Instagram. Also, Twin Comics 616 and Mixing Maddie B. Plus
hey,
the
what's up?
And Idiosyncratic Pulp over on Insta.
I recognize a couple of those names. Glad you guys are watching on any platform you're watching on. This stream is wrapping up here pretty soon, folks. So I actually will just say, well, I know Kyle is eager to get off stream and eat and rest and do all those things that humans have to do. I just want to say I'm happy that everybody came and joined this event today for day one. We're in part 2 right now. We're kind of wrapping up day 1 of the EXP Expo 3. It was a really cool slate of events. If you're watching live now on any of those platforms, if you're watching over on Twitch or on Facebook, on X, on Instagram, wherever, do remember that you should go back, after the stream is done, maybe check out some of those things from earlier. Like if you want to check out the distillery interview or, Trish Forstner or, any of these, Tone Rodriguez, any of these great creators that were on earlier today, go check those out, those interviews and other content that came out as part of these streams. If you missed the beginning of our show, feel free to go back and watch that as well. But we really do appreciate it, just like we appreciate everybody being here as part of this. It's been a wonderful event. The person who really needs a huge round of applause, though, is sitting right over there, and that's Kyle. And he does, and a lot of other people too. But Kyle does a lot of work on air on these streams. I know how taxing that can be. So huge shout out to Kyle for getting all that done and getting through today. I don't get it, but I think you haven't been on the internet all day, so I don't know.
I'm uncomfortable taking credit for the work of our team.
And that's what the next thing I was going to say is the team also deserves a lot of credit as well. Producer Jay, everybody involved that's been here.
We couldn't do these things without Jay and JD and Nick and Jen and Bronze brought us guests for this event. Nick, Jen, JD, Jay, Dan Wickline, who I hate to announce this, is not going to make his interview tomorrow.
No.
He is in the hospital taking care of some medical stuff.
Okay.
And so we want to wish him well. But
Absolutely.
we will be joined by his new publisher, a guy by the name of Dustin from Ethereal Comics. So we're still going to talk about Dan's Kickstarter, even in Dan's absence. I also want to give credit to Tony Fleece, who, while on vacation, organized our interview with Trish Forstner and Tone Rodriguez to talk about Feral, and to Scott at Gamma Base Auctions for not letting me forget that Feral was a thing. All of these, look, I might be the guy sitting in the chair and I might be the one typing the Excel documents, but everybody here has stepped up to make this event incredible and to do this. I keep saying it, this is our cornerstone event, y'all. When we did our first EXP Expo, we had 0 subscribers. We had 0 followers. We had nobody. And these people stepped up to bring us viewers way back in 2021 and to bring us great guests, John Romita Jr., Scott Hanna, Dan Jurgens, Howard Chaykin, all of these wonderful people we got to talk to on our first EXP Expo. And this thing has essentially, this is our 3rd anniversary. This thing has grown exponentially since then. And we've done very little of the things that it takes to grow a channel like this. the things you normally see. We've done very little paid marketing. We've done very little of a lot of this stuff. It's all been word of mouth, and it's all been based on the people who are on my screen on the other side of bronze in the chat. You guys spread the word. You guys put this out there. You guys are the ones carrying the flag for the experience. So these events are really for you.
Sorry.
RIP headphone users. But these events are really for you. So our goal is always to bring you programming on these events that excites you about comics, introduces you to comics you might not have heard about, introduces you to creators you might not have heard of, and then to have you go and bless those creators with your follows, with your shares, with your dollars, with your Kickstarter backing, with your whatever you can do, buying them a cup of coffee. I made the joke to Matt Rosenberg this morning, you know, if I can get someone to send you a envelope of unmarked bills in the mail, I'll do it. You know, because those are the things that keep these people making the product we love. Right? You don't get G.I. Joe at Skybound if Robert Kirkman didn't love G.I. Joe and think that you guys wanted G.I. Joe. We don't get Farrell from Trish and Tone and all those guys if it wasn't for the love we showed Stray Dogs. And so the big takeaway from today, guys, is we all work very hard to make sure that you guys know about the coolest stuff that's coming out so that you guys can choose what to participate in. And I love it to see the excitement that people had today. And so as we cross over the 13-hour mark today, and I can feel my legs slowly swelling from sitting in this chair and my brain turning more into mush. We'll be back tomorrow for another from 11:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. tomorrow. We're doing another 10 and a half hours tomorrow.
Well, that's just day one, Psycho Phil. So that's why you got to come back tomorrow and tune in. And what I said earlier, folks, the people watching here on the channel in general and today and right now are real hardcore comic book fans, like Kyle was just saying, and that's awesome. I mean that in the best possible way. So I would personally take it as a favor if you would go out there and share this with your other hardcore comic book fans. Get them to show up tomorrow. Get them to watch some of the content from today. This channel is almost at 2,500 subscribers, which is crazy. If we could cross that 2,500 mark soon, that would be excellent. I'd love to see that. So go put out the word. You know, share this with your friends.
I've got content I want you to see that you won't see until you cross that line, because I'm nothing if not petty. I will sit on this amazing content until we get there, because I'm nothing if not petty. No, I'm kidding. We will sit. We really want you to see these new shows that we're working on, and I'm going to announce it in this moment, and then not talk about it until I can lock it in. We have another event coming in like 3 weeks, like this, probably a little shorter. Thank God. But we have another event coming in 3 weeks that is going to cover a segment of the comic book population, the comic book community that I think is massively underserved. And we're planning events after that. EXP Pride and some of these things that we've done in the past that I think we're going to bring back, because we love doing this and we love having this opportunity to talk to you. So with that said, thank you so much for being here today, guys. We'll be back at 11:30 a.m. Eastern tomorrow with Greg Wiseman, creator of the Gargoyles, followed by Mike Teener. Jay, come on screen or turn your microphone on. Who else in that interview?
Mike Teener, Scott Wilkie, and Alan Dunford.
There you go. The team from Bad Bug Media. Ethereal Comics after that. Henri
Is
is
that
doing
Dustin Brunel?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Henri is doing a special cooking with Henri. Fat Jacks will be at their normal time. That's part of their regularly scheduled programming. And then following Fat Jacks tomorrow night at 6, a show that I can't believe we've never done before. Story time with Jen and Nancy, or Nancy and Jen. Miss Jen and Nancy are
Ooh.
show together where they tell stories from their time as retailers and sell books related to those stories. So, you know,
There's
Nancy,
going to be some juicy tea spilled on that one.
well, Nancy wants to tell the stories about all the years that her shop was walking distance to the Image offices, and that they were the local comic shop for a lot of those guys.
That's cool.
You may be able to get you some steals on some really cool Image stuff. I'm just saying.
Nice.
Then we have an interview with Dirk Manning tomorrow afternoon. After that, followed by a very special sketch up with Mel and Mogg to wrap up the evening, featuring Stephen Prince and Dan Price.
Right on.
That'll be a killer show as well. So that's tomorrow, guys. And then we immediately start planning the next one. So hold on to your, in the words of Tina Belcher, hold on to your butts.
Love it. Sweet. Well, thanks everybody for being part of this show. Again, please don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and share out this stream. We would really appreciate it. And we'd appreciate seeing you tomorrow for all those. That's a great lineup. Awesome lineup. And I'm excited for several of those shows. I'm going to be tuning in throughout the day. Hopefully you guys do the same out there in viewer land. And hopefully everybody has a fantastic rest of your Saturday or early Sunday morning if you're into that already on the East Coast. And yeah, glad to be here and wrapping up this stream. Thanks for having me, Kyle.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Chris, for doing this. Thank you for the Fortnite watch party in the background. Copper Age back there. How you doing?
My pleasure.
She says my pleasure.
I'm just staring at your TV.
No, I actually thought about at one point moving the camera over so you could get a better look at the full image.
Well, you do know that we're going to talk about doing a Fortnite stream now, right?
So nice. There we go.
We will see everybody tomorrow for day 2 of the EXP Expo 3. Oh, I want to give a shout out. I promised I'd give him a shout out both days. Alex King designed our logo, or fixed my logo design to make it cool. I want to give a shout out to Alex King for that as well. So thank you for that. So we'll see everybody tomorrow, bright and early at 11:30 a.m. with our deli meat sandwiches and whatever else we're going to do tomorrow. We will see you then. Bye, guys. Join the party. Head over to our link tree to find all the links for everywhere the experience is all the time.